Naruto, my Sharingan can be embedded with infinity gems. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. 8 Uchiha Shenmue, the magic power in my body has increased fivefold. Natsu told everyone what he had discovered. 5 times x12. Everyone was amazed at the surge in magic power in Natsu's body. Shenmue, wasn't it you who proposed the second source of magic? Why are you so surprised? Gray asked, puzzled. Ahem. It's true that I proposed the second magic source, but in my research, it can only double the magic power, Shenmue explained, then suddenly changed the subject and continued. Of course, it may also be because Natsu has a lot of untapped potential. With the opening of the second magic source this time, it may be possible to develop it all at once. Who of you wants to try to open the second magic source? Everyone in the fairy tale guild witnessed the increase in their magic power after activating the second magic source, but when they thought of the pain Natsu suffered when activating the second magic source, they gave up the idea. I will record the method of opening the second magic source and give it to President Makarov. If anyone wants to open the second magic source in the future, just go to the president directly. Shenmue looked at his guildmates and saw that no one was planning to activate the second magic source, but he knew that they would need to activate the second magic source to increase their strength in the future, so he left the method of activation to President Makarov in case of emergency. Teacher Shenmue, can I open the second source of magic? I can endure any pain. Metron listened carefully and knew that opening the second source of magic was a way to quickly improve his strength. Metron knows that he knows neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu and is a burden to the team, but he is willing to work hard. He does not want to hide behind others all his life. He hopes to protect others, stand on his own, and become the light of hope for others. You can't use this method. Kamui regretfully told Metron that he could not become stronger by opening the second source of magic. Metron looked visibly disappointed after hearing this. But there is another way to make you stronger. Are you willing to try it? Kamui decided to give the 8 gates to Metron in advance. Metron had seen the pain Natsu felt when he opened the second magic source, but he was still willing to go through that kind of pain in order to become stronger. Kamui believed that he could practice the 8 gates to the extreme point. Kamui also wants Metron to play the catfish effect and motivate the genin under his command to let them know what real hard work is. I do. Mr. Kamui, what should I do? When Metron heard that Kamui had a way to make him stronger, he was very excited and secretly made up his mind not to let Teacher Kamui down. Metro, calm down and listen carefully to what I'm going to say next. Kamui asked Metron to stay calm and said that what he was going to say next was very important and asked Metron to listen carefully. At Kamui's request, Metron gradually calmed down his excitement and waited seriously for Kamui to continue speaking. Metro, I've learned about your situation from Mito. You only know taijutsu, and you know nothing about taijutsu and jinjutsu. Hold your head up. It's not shameful to only know taijutsu. It's only shameful for those who have talent, but are unwilling to work hard. When Metron heard Kamui say that he knew nothing about ninjutsu and illusion, Metron lowered his head in shame. Kamui immediately asked him to raise his head and told him what a truly shameful person looked like, while he glanced around at everyone intentionally or unintentionally. Metron, the method that can make you stronger is called the 8 gates ninja. It is a forbidden technique that unlocks the acupuncture points that bind chakra in the human body to temporarily gain powerful strength. The 8 gates from low to high are Kaiman, Zuman, Shengman, Shangman, Duman, Jingman, Jingman, and Shiman. After using the 8 gates ninja, the user's body will also suffer corresponding damage, and the price of opening the last gate is death. Are you sure you still want to learn the 8 gates ninja? Kamui briefly introduced the characteristics of the 8 gates to Metron, and let Metron decide for himself whether to practice the 8 gates. Teacher Kamui, I want to learn the 8 gates ninjutsu. I want to become stronger. I want to protect my companions instead of just hiding behind them and being protected by them. Metron made up his mind to learn the 8 gates from Kamui and expressed his true feelings. Before I teach you the 8 gates, I will impose a strict condition on you before you use this move, and that is self-restraint. Shenmue said seriously. Self-restraint. Metron didn't understand the relationship between self-restraint and the use of the 8 gates, so he could only look at Kamui and wait for him to give an answer. So-called self-discipline means that when you challenge certain difficulties, you deliberately put on a shackle for yourself, force yourself to the end of the road, and make rules that belong only to you. It is because of this rule that you will face the challenge seriously, and once you fail, you can practice the rule so that you can be strictly trained and make continuous progress. This is self-discipline. Kamui told Metron the meaning of self-discipline that Might Guy told Might Guy in the original work. Metron listened carefully to what Shenmue said about self-restraint. He seemed to understand it but not quite. However, he still wrote down every word of it. Kamui taught Metron the 8 gates of ninjutsu, which was simply to tell him how to open the 8 fixed acupoints of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and where these 8 acupoints were. Metron memorized the forbidden technique of 8 gates ninjutsu, and couldn't wait to try to open the first gate. If I can't open the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, I will walk upside down to the bandit's lair. Metron restrained himself. 8 gates of ninjutsu. First gate, open. Metron sounded very powerful when he said this, but he failed to open the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, so he strictly enforced the rules he set. Metro, hard work will never deceive you. Also, we went to destroy the bandits using the flying thunder god technique, not walking. Kamui corrected Metron's self-restraint, and then took everyone through the flying thunder god technique to teleport to the vicinity of the bandits' lair. The bandits' lair is right there. Go and wipe them out, following the instructions on the map of the Naruto world. Kamui pointed out the location of the bandits' lair to everyone, and asked them to go there. To complete the mission. Everyone followed the direction pointed by Shenmue, and indeed found the bandits' lair. Should we attack on our own, or investigate the situation? Gray asked. Just attack directly. They are just a bunch of bandits. There is nothing to be afraid of. Laxus said. No, we are not sure whether there are hostages in the bandits' lair, so I think we should explore it first, and make sure there are no hostages before we eliminate the bandits. Urza said. Leave the mission of exploration to me. My shadow clone technique is just enough to complete the mission. The double of Kamui used the shadow clone technique, and was about to sneak into the bandits' lair, when he was stopped by Mr. J. Wait, to be absolutely sure, let me cast the sleeping magic first, said Mr. J. Dreamland. Mr. J used a sleeping magic, and the shadow clone of the double body of Kamui sneaked into the bandits' lair. After a while, the shadow clone of Kamui's double committed suicide, and sent the news back. There are no hostages in the bandits' lair, so we can launch the attack, said the double of Shenmue. Let's go and wipe out the bandits. At Urza's command, everyone rushed towards the bandits' lair. The roar of the fire dragon, Natsu, was the first to attack using Dragon Slayer magic, and after attacking, he found that his attack had become much stronger with the activation of the second source of magic, fire. Escape. The great fire is extinguished. The roar of the thunder dragon, Madara's duplicate and Laxus followed closely behind and completely destroyed the bandits' lair. Water. Release big explosion water wave. The double body of Tobirama used water ninjutsu to wash away everything. Wooden. Escape. The arrival of the tree realm. Finally, the double of the great pillar used the wood release ninjutsu to plant rows of large trees at the original location of the bandits' lair to prevent the bandits from reviving. You did a good job, but did you forget to take away the money that the bandits stole? After everything was settled, Shenmue came over and told them that they had forgotten to take the bandits' money away. Only then did they realize that they should take the money away, then raise the bandits' lair to the ground and plant trees. If I hadn't taken all the money, what would you use to eat barbecue? Okay, let's go to our next destination, Shenmue said. The 3 members of Mito's team witnessed the entire process of destroying the bandits' lair, and they wondered if they were dreaming. Kazuma, are they really genin? Asked Metron. Probably, replied Hatake Kazuma. Kazuma, Ryu, what are you dawdling about? Come and gather. Uzumaki Suzuna said. Hatake Kazuma and Metron gathered with everyone with doubts. Kamui used the flying thunder god technique again and brought everyone to the vicinity of another bandit's lair. They used the same method to wipe out the bandits, but this time they rescued a lot of hostages and distributed the money they found from the bandits to them as travel expenses. Kamui once again led them to use the flying thunder god technique and came to the vicinity of another bandit's lair. They used the same old tricks again, but this time the situation was different. There is a ninja in the bandit's lair. My shadow clone was discovered before I could finish the investigation. The preliminary estimate is that it should be a jonin. Whether there are other ninjas, I don't know, said the Kamui duplicate. There is a jonin in the bandit's lair, so we should go find Sensei Kamui and Sensei Mito and ask them to fight against the jonin. Hatake Kazuma said rationally. It's just a small matter and there's no need for Brother Shenwei to take action. We can complete the task by ourselves, said the little girl Kagura, facing a jonin. How can we, a group of genin, defeat him? Asked Hatake Kazuma. Chapter 77 Kakuzu comes to surrender. Kazuma, don't worry, we are not ordinary genin. Natsu patted Hatake Kazuma's shoulder and told him not to worry. Hatake Fusuma felt more at ease when he thought about the strength they had shown when they destroyed the bandits' lairs. Let's discuss how to wipe out the bandits and destroy their lair. What ideas do you have? 1 person's plan is short, 2 people's plan is long. Urza asked everyone to work together to find a solution. When I'm in sage mode, my perception ability will become very strong. Let me sense the situation in the bandit's lair. The double of Shenwei volunteered to use his perception ability to find out the situation in the bandit's lair. Okay, Kamui, enter the sage mode. Urza said. The Kamui doppelganger absorbs natural energy and enters sage mode. After using sage mode many times, the time it takes for the Kamui doppelganger to enter sage mode is getting shorter and shorter. After a while, Shenwei's double entered the sage mode. He released his perception and explored the situation in the bandit's lair. There are a total of 53 people in the bandit's lair, including 3 jonin, 7 chunin, 15 genin, 5 hostages, and the rest are bandits. The divine doppelganger reports the intelligence he perceives, making it easier for everyone to formulate a battle plan based on the intelligence. It's unusual to have so many ninjas in a bandit's lair. What do you think? Tobirama, the duplicate of Ashirama, found it strange that there were so many ninjas in the bandit's lair, but he couldn't tell what was strange, so he asked the duplicate of Tobirama, hoping to get an answer. The Chunin exam will be held in Konoha village soon. The location of this bandit's lair happens to be on the only way from Wind Country to Konoha village. It's not surprising that these ninjas are in the bandit's lair. The analysis of Tobirama's duplicate body made everyone suddenly enlightened. If the Wind Country team that goes to Konoha village to participate in the Chunin exam is attacked in the Fire Country, Konoha village will have an unshakable responsibility regardless of whether the other party succeeds or not, so we must stop them. Madara's doppelganger stood at the village's height and gave his analysis. That means it's a good thing we found these ninjas, otherwise they would have attacked the Wind Country team taking the Chunin exam, and the two would most likely have fought each other, said the duplicate of Oshira. We should split our forces into 2 groups. One group should go to rescue the hostages, and the other group should attack the bandits' lair to attract their attention. After rescuing the hostages, we will eliminate the ninjas and bandits in one fell swoop. Miston Jess said. Okay, let's do as Miston said. Kamui, you have sneaked into the bandits' lair before and have a strong sense of perception. Your team and Madara's team will go into the bandits' lair to rescue the hostages. If they encounter danger, Madara can activate Susanoo to protect everyone, and the rest of you will attack the bandits' lair together to cover the actions of Kamui and Madara. Urza made the division of labor clear and everyone took action on their own. Kamui, although they are the helpers you found from another world, they have to face the Jonin. Are you so confident? After listening to the Genin's plan, Mito thought they were too risky, but she found that Kamui beside her was unmoved, so she wanted to know why Kamui didn't stop them. Don't worry, even if some of them can't beat the Jonin, they will definitely not be in danger. I will take action in the critical moment. After comforting Mito, Kamui followed the team led by Kamui's doppelganger to prevent them from getting into any accidents. Kamui, I noticed that the girl named Mera looks at you strangely. Do you think she likes you? Mito asked casually. Kamui immediately became alert, as he had fallen into this trap many times in his previous life. He just listened to Mito continue speaking. If she likes you, you can bring her home. I'll just have a younger sister. Mito, you must be overthinking it. What can a little girl think? Kamui knew that Mera liked him, but he didn't know whether he should accept Mera, so it was better for him to deny it before that. How could I not have any thoughts? The way she looks at you is full of affection. You can tell at a glance that she likes you. Mito used the results of his observations as evidence to prove that Mera liked Kamui. Then, I'll stay away from her from now on, Kamui assured Mito. That's not what I meant. Never mind. I'll talk to her alone after the mission is completed. Mito planned to meet with Mera alone and talk to her about Kamui when he returned to Konoha village. It's up to you. I have a clear conscience, Shenhui said indifferently. Muai village. I really came here to be invited to join the Hidden Leaf village. Why don't you believe me? I want to meet your Hokage. He must remember that I assassinated him. The person who said this was Kakuzu, who assassinated Hokage Madara at the border of the Land of Fire. After Kakuzu failed in his assassination attempt on the Hokage, he returned to the village. The village leaders asked him about the result of the assassination attempt on the Hokage. Kakuzu said very straightforwardly that he had failed. The village leaders asked him several questions in succession, and Kakuzu told them all the truth. However, the village leaders were as cowardly as mice and only thought about how to apologize to the Hokage of Konoha village. So they ordered Kakuzu to be executed and then sent his body to Konoha village to apologize to the Hokage. Kakuzu never expected that the village he loved would betray him, so he was arrested and waited until the next day to announce his crimes in front of the whole village and then be executed immediately. That night, Kakuzu's friend in the village sneaked in secretly and rescued Kakuzu. When he was about to leave the village, he was discovered by patrolling ninjas. A melee broke out between the two sides, and Kakuzu's friend unfortunately died in the melee. Kakuzu fought and retreated, and came to the forbidden area, where the secret technique of Earth Grievance was hidden. Kakuzu entered the forbidden area, obtained the secret technique of the Earth Grudge, and then left the village, while being chased by a group of ninjas. After Kakuzu left the village, he practiced the secret technique of Earth Grudge, and vowed to take revenge on the village that betrayed him, as well as to avenge his dead friend. Kakuzu finally mastered the secret art of Earth Grievance that day. The first thing he did when he entered the village was to kill all the high-ranking officials in the village, and then he left the village. Kakuzu left the village, and the village announced that Kakuzu had become a traitor and put a bounty on the underground black market. Kakuzu, who had nowhere to go, remembered that Kamui had invited him to join Konoha village, so he came to Konoha village with the mentality of giving it a try. Hokage-sama is very busy and will not meet you. You should go back. Also, don't mention the assassination attempt on Hokage-sama again. It may easily cause misunderstanding. The ninja guarding the gate of Konoha village stopped Kakuzu, who was rushing into Konoha village. He thought that Kakuzu's talk about assassinating the Hokage was just a lie made up by a child to attract other people's attention, so he kindly reminded him, I really did assassinate the Hokage, right at the border of the Land of Fire. Many people saw it at the time, and they can all testify to it. Ah, you kidding? Assassinating the Hokage is the only achievement I have ever achieved in my life. How can you deny it? Go find someone from the Hokage's guards and have him confirm if what this person said is true. The ninja guarding the gate of Konoha village heard what Kakuzu said, as if it were true, and immediately found a ninja who was selected for the Hokage's guard team to confirm whether Kakuzu had ever assassinated the Hokage. It's him. He's the ninja who assassinated Hokage-sama at the border of the Land of Fire. The ninjas selected for the Hokage's guard team, after seeing Kakuzu, immediately recognized that Kakuzu was the person who assassinated the Hokage at that time. Now the ninjas from Konoha village took out their weapons and looked at Kakuzu vigilantly. Listen, ninja on the other side. You have been surrounded. Surrender immediately or you will suffer the consequences. The personnel from the on-site police department spoke familiar lines to Kakuzu. Needless to say, this must be what Kamui wrote in the Konoha law. What do you mean by surrendering? I was invited by you to join the Konoha village. Kakuzu finally remembered why he came to Konoha village. Invite. You have already assassinated the Hokage. Why would you be invited to join the Hidden Leaf village? The ninja guarding the gate of Konoha village pointed out the error in Kakuzu's logic and asked Kakuzu a question. I'm not lying to you. I was really invited to join Konoha village, but I don't know his name. I remember he was the Uchiha clan member walking beside the Hokage. By the way, there was the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes. Kakuzu didn't know Kamui, and when Kamui invited Kakuzu to join Konoha village, he didn't say his name, so Kakuzu could only describe Kamui based on his characteristics. The Uchiha clan members around Hokage-sama, the person who can attend the 5-cage summit with Hokage-sama and walk in front of Hokage-sama, except for Kamui-sama, can only be someone else. So, he was invited by Lord Kamui to join Konoha, the ninja guarding the gate of Konoha village, the former member of the Hokage's guard team, and the personnel from the police department worked together to finally analyze the matter clearly. It was Lord Shenwei who invited you. Everyone, please disperse. This is just a false alarm. The ninjas guarding the gate of Konoha village broke the tense atmosphere at the scene. The ninjas who were on guard against Kakuzu dispersed after realizing it was a false alarm. Kakuzu now knew that the person who invited him was called Kamui, although he was invited by Lord Kamui. Lord Kamui is not in the village now. If we let him enter the village like this, what should we do if something happens? The ninja guarding the gate of Konoha village said worriedly. Then, can you still stop him from entering Konoha village? When Lord Kamui comes back, have you thought about how to explain it to him? Said the police officer. We can't stop him from entering Konoha village, but we are also afraid that he'll cause trouble. We want to find someone to act with him, but ordinary people can't stop him. It's really a headache. Said a former member of the Hokage's guard team. The 3 ninjas guarding the gate of Konoha village, the former Hokage's guards, and the police department personnel were all very worried about how to arrange for Kakuzu. Chapter 78 Entering the village and fighting. Kakuzu looked at the 3 Konoha ninjas who were muttering in front of him and said impatiently, "Can I enter Konoha village? Please say something." The ninjas, former Hokage guards, and police department personnel guarding the main gate of Konoha village didn't know how to answer him for a moment. Who are you? What do you want to do by entering Konoha village? After completing the construction of the Chunin exam venue, the large pillar and Itama returned to Konoha village and reported to the Hokage Madara that the venue had been built. Just then, he heard Kakuzu wanting to enter Konoha village, so he asked, "I'm Kakuzu, and I was invited to join the Leaf village." Kakuzu didn't know Daihashi and Itama, but when he saw that they were wearing Konoha forehead protectors, he knew that they were ninjas from Konoha village. He would join Konoha village in the future, so he had to get along well with the ninjas in Konoha village. Lord Hashirama, he was invited by Lord Kamui to join Konoha. The ninja guarding the gate of Konoha village helped explain. "Ah, you Kakuzu? I've heard of you. Was it you who assassinated the Hokage?" When the Great Pillar heard Kakuzu introduce himself and that he was invited by Kamui, he immediately remembered that the Hokage Madara had mentioned this matter to him. What happened was roughly like this. After the 5-cage summit ended, Naruto and his companions returned to Konoha village. On the way, they met a ninja named Kakuzu, who wanted to assassinate Naruto and was easily defeated by Madara. Kamui then invited Kakuzu to join Konoha village. "I was the one who assassinated the Hokage." When Daisuke heard Gyudo admit it directly, he walked over directly. Kakuzu thought that Daibashi was going to attack him, and he was secretly on guard. Unexpectedly, after Daisuke came over, he put his arm around Kakuzu's shoulders and said, "Next time you plan to assassinate the Hokage, remember to take me with you." Kakuzu was stunned when he heard this. "How unpopular is the Hokage of your Konoha village? Just after I assassinated the Hokage, someone invited me to join Konoha. Now someone heard that I assassinated the Hokage and actually wants to make an appointment to form a team. The Konoha villagers took crazy. Count me in. I'll go with you. When Itama heard that they were going to assassinate the Hokage, he also came to join in the fun. Lord Hashirama, Lord Itama, please don't make such jokes. The police officer said seriously. Sorry. Since he was invited by Kamui, there must be no problem. Let me take him into Konoha village. I will take responsibility for any problems that arise. You can let him go. The Great Pillar vouched for Kakuzu and brought him into Konoha village. Kakuzu entered Konoha village and looked at the crowded streets in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the Takigakure that betrayed him. Konoha village was much stronger. There was no comparison between the two. Let's go see the Hokage. He will be happy to see you. The Great Pillar took Kakuzu to the Hokage building to say hello to the Hokage. Madara Point Bandit lair relying on the perception ability in Sage mode. Shenhua's doppelganger successfully led 2 teams into the bandit's lair and was now lying in ambush outside the prison where the hostages were being held. Brother, are all the hostages in there? Are there any guards around? The little girl Kagura asked the Kamui doppelganger about the situation in the prison. The hostages are locked inside. There are no Jonin guarding the hostages. There are only 3 Chunins, 8 Genins, and 5 bandits. The divine doppelganger shared the information he had sensed for everyone's reference. If they are just Chunins, my sleeping magic is 100% sure to make them fall asleep. Miss Donge volunteered to use sleeping magic to make everyone in the prison fall asleep silently. Everyone inside is asleep. We can move now. The doppelganger of God sensed that mist and sleep magic had taken effect, so he called on everyone to enter the prison to rescue the hostages. 2 teams of Shenhua's doppelgangers entered the prison and found people sleeping on the floor and tables. The Madara doppelganger stayed alone and finished off the sleeping bandits and ninjas, causing them to die in their sleep. 5 doppelgangers of Shenhua went to rescue the hostages. But the hostages were also affected by mist and sleep magic and fell into a deep sleep. The doppelgangers of Shenhua were afraid that if they woke up the hostages, they would start screaming and shouting, so they carried them all out one by one. Madara's duplicate had already sent these ninjas and bandits to the Pure Land. Seeing that everyone had rescued the hostages, he evacuated the bandits' lair with them. Along the way, the 2 teams, also relying on the perception ability of the divine powers double body in immortal mode, avoided wave after wave of patrols and withdrew from the bandits' lair. Kamui and Mito had been following them, and they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them rescue the hostages without any danger. Turn back time to when we acted separately. Urza and her 3 teams directly attacked the bandits' lair and engaged the enemy head-on. The double of the Great Pillar used wood release, Tree World Descent right from the start, eliminating the bandits and a careless Genin on the opposite side, and then faced a Hyuga clan Jonin with the corpse Vayne alone, interrupting him with the early Warblood dance. Laxus was surrounded by lightning and thunder, and he wanted to support the double of the Great Pillar, but he was trapped in the magic mirror ice crystal by a senior ninja from the Mizunotsuki clan who possessed the bloodline limit of ice escape. Natsu used the Fire Dragon Slayer magic to melt the magic mirror ice crystal that trapped Laxus, but was stopped by a senior ninja who mastered the secret technique of the Kizuna clan. Gray immediately came to help Natsu fight against the Jonin of the Kizuna clan, but the 2 of them could only hold the opponent back temporarily. Urza put on the Heaven's Wheel armor, intending to quickly eliminate the other ninjas and then go to support her teammates, but she was entangled by 2 Chunins and could not escape. As soon as the double Tobirama came up, he used the Flying Thunder God Slash to kill 4 Genin and then was entangled by 2 Chunin, leaving him no chance to use the Flying Thunder God Slash again. The 3 members of Mito's team fought against the remaining 3 Genin of the other side, and the 2 sides fought back and forth for a while, and it was difficult to determine the winner. That kid who used wood release, how did you find out we were here? The Jonin of the Hyuga clan was very curious as to why people from the Konoha village came to him, so he wanted to find out. We are here to wipe out the bandits. Finding you was just an accident. The duplicate of Daisuke told the truth. I thought we were exposed, but it turned out to be just an accident. I regret to inform you that you have discovered something you shouldn't know, so you must die. The Jonin of the Hyuga clan resolved the doubts in his heart and decided to kill all the people including the Oshira and hide their tracks. Would release with dragon technique. The duplicate of Oshira did not engage in verbal argument with the Jonin of the Hyuga clan, but directly used the wood dragon technique to restrain him. Karamatsu. Dance. The Jonin of the Hyuga clan, with bone spurs all over his body, broke free from the restraints of the wood dragon jutsu and headed straight for the double of the great pillar. Would release. The technique of wooden man. The doppelganger of Oshira knew some of the abilities of the Hyuga clan's corpse bloodline, so he gave up fighting him in close combat and used the wooden man technique to suppress him. Dance of the early ferns. The Hyuga clan's senior ninja used the early warbler dance against the wooden man's technique. Bone spurs appeared all over the wooden man's body, and the bone spurs were about to emerge from his feet, forcing the double of the great pillar to give up the wooden man's technique. Laxus was trapped in a magic mirror with ice crystals. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break the mirror and escape from this cage. The Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin were unable to keep up with Laxus' speed after he turned into lightning, and were unable to kill him quickly. Give up. No one has ever been able to get out of my magic mirror ice crystal alive. The Jonin of the Mizunatsuki clan attempted to break through Laxus' psychological defenses first, and then kill him. No one got out alive. That's because you haven't met me yet. Your turtle shell is indeed very defensive, but it's far inferior to his Susanoo. Thunder. Dragon Fang Shanji. Laxus condensed the Thunder Dragon Sky Halberd and threw it at the magic mirror ice crystal. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. My magic mirror's ice crystal will not be broken. The Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin was very confident in his magic mirror ice crystal and mocked Laxus's attempt to break it by himself. The Thunder Dragon Fang Shanji hit the magic mirror ice crystal, easily shattered one mirror, and then flew away. Laxus wanted to escape through the gap, but a new mirror quickly appeared at the gap, blocking Laxus' way. The Jonin of the Hazuki clan did not dare to use the water transformation technique in front of Gray. For fear of being frozen by Gray's ice shaping magic, he only used his ninja sword and the water cannon technique fired from his fingertips to attack Natsu and Gray. When facing the Jonin of the Kizuna clan, Natsu and Gray had to be extremely alert and be careful of the opponent's hidden and sudden water cannon technique. Ice release. No, this isn't your ice release, Kekkei Genkei. What's up with your ice release, kid? The Jonin of the Kizuna clan was talking to disturb Natsu and Gray while using the water cannon technique to attack them both. Why should I satisfy your curiosity? Gray refused to answer the Jonin of the Kizuna clan. You have a unique little boy. If we had not met in this way, we might have become friends. Unfortunately, there is no if. You will still die in my hands in the end. The Jonin of the Kazuki clan expressed some admiration for Gray in his words, but in order not to expose the whereabouts of his group, he had no choice but to kill Gray. Uncle Sharp Fang, if you want to kill Gray, you have to defeat me first, Natsu said in the middle of the fight. Who are you calling Uncle Fangs? The pink-haired little devil playing with fire. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan was triggered by Natsu's words, and the main target of the attack was also placed on Natsu. Urza and Tobirama's doppelganger were facing two Chunins respectively, and could not escape in a short period of time. They could only hold them back, try to reduce the pressure on their teammates, and wait for the arrival of Kamu's doppelganger, and others. At this time, there were 3 Jonins, 4 Chunins, 3 Genin, and several bandits in the bandits' lair. Chapter 79 Reinforcement. After rescuing the hostages, Kamui's doppelganger and others hurried to meet up with Urza, and others as the doppelganger of Shenwei and others entered the battlefield. They saw that their teammates were in a tough fight. Hashirama, hold on, Madara's double-activated Susanoo, and came to the side of the double of Oshima, and joined forces with him to fight against the Jonin of the Hyuga clan. Another little ghost who came to die just in time to save him from going to the Pure Land alone and being lonely. The Hyuga clan's Jonin mocked mercilessly, apparently not realizing the seriousness of the problem. Everyone, the hostages are safe. We are here to support you. After Saying this, the Kamui doppelganger used the multiple shadow clone technique, letting the shadow clones support their teammates, while the original body and the shadow clones rubbed the Rasengan point mist and laid out the wands behind him. Ready to use magic point, the little girl Kagura's body was flashed with purple lightning. With Chidori in her left hand and Kusanagi sword in her right hand, she solved the problem cleanly and neatly, entangled the 3 genin of Mito's team, and then went to support Urza, helping her share the burden of a Chunin point. The opponents of Mito's team were dealt with by the little girl Kagura, and the following battle was not something they could intervene in. They were very self-aware, and surrounded the hostages with the help of the little girl Kagura to block a Chunin. Urza's pressure was immediately reduced. She no longer needed to fight timidly like before, but instead attacked frequently. The Chunin who was fighting with Urza suddenly felt a lot of pressure, and could only fight back with all his might. After a short while, blood appeared on his body and defeat was only a matter of time. Although the Izuna doppelganger and the Tobirama doppelganger cannot be considered friends, he will not sit idly by and watch the Tobirama doppelganger die in front of him. Izuna's doppelganger helped Tobirama's doppelganger to block a Chunin. The two did not have any communication throughout the whole process. For some things, a glance is enough. Without the suppression of a Chunin, Tobirama's double body launched the flying thunder god slash again, but was blocked by the opposing Chunin's prediction and movement. Although the opposing Chunin blocked the flying thunder god slash, he also had cold sweat on his forehead. So he stood back to back with the Chunin who had previously attacked the double body of Tobirama, to prevent the double body of Tobirama from using the elusive flying thunder god slash, Rasengan. The Kamui doppelganger rolled out the Rasengan, and pressed it towards the magic mirror ice crystal. Be careful, don't come in, or it will be difficult to get out. Laxus just finished speaking. The magic mirror's ice crystal suddenly opened, and the double body of Shenwei rushed directly into the magic mirror's ice crystal. Laxus and the Kamui doppelganger that broke into the magic mirror's ice crystal stared at each other, and an awkward atmosphere arose. If I say I came in on purpose, would you believe me? The divine doppelganger said this with a guilty conscience, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Laxus' face darkened after hearing this, and he tried hard to control himself from getting angry. Hahaha, I believe you. You came in here on purpose, to be buried with him. The Jonin of the Mizuno clan spoke up. Since you're already here, then don't get in the way. I can't take care of you during the battle. Laxus ignored the taunts from the Mizunotsuki clan's Jonin, and informed the Kamui doppelganger. Darkness, Rush, Mirror, received the soul of Satan, and launched an attack on the Jonin of the Kizuna clan, giving Natsu and Gray a chance to catch their breath. Little girl, if you are so violent, you might not be able to get married. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan teased Mirror, while dodging the attack of the Hand of Darkness. Shut up, you're super sadistic. Mirror once again used magic to attack the Jonin of the Kizuna clan, and it was obvious that he had hit Mirror's sore spot. Natsu and Gray took the opportunity to recover their strength for the next battle. Kamui and Mito are hiding in the dark at this moment, observing the situation on the battlefield. Once someone is in danger, Kamui will immediately come to the rescue. Shenwei, why don't you take action? Mito asked worriedly as he looked at the Dehashira's duplicate and Madara's duplicate who were at a disadvantage. No, Rush, they are strong enough to handle that Jonin. Kamui has absolute confidence in the double of the Great Pillar and the double of Madara, and said with confidence, looking at their bloodline limits, they should all be ninjas from the Land of Water. What is their purpose in hiding in a bandit's lair? Mito recognized that these ninjas were from the Land of Water, but was very curious about the purpose of their actions. It's probably the Mizukage's order. At the 5-cage summit, that old man started jumping around and looking for trouble with Konoha village. Now he's secretly sent people over to cause trouble. It's simply a dogskin plaster. In fact, Kamui has already figured out that these ninjas are hiding here, most likely waiting for people from the Sand village in the Land of Wind to take part in the Chunin exam. However, Kamui will not tell Mito about the dirty tricks between the ninja villages in these countries. Kamui still hopes that Mito will be happy and be an innocent. We're all genin, but the others are fighting, and I can't help at all. Damn it, Metron. wanted to join the battle, but he knew that if he went up, not only would he be unable to help others, but it would require others to be distracted to take care of him. He hated his own weakness at this moment. Their strength is far beyond the level of genin, and you have obtained the 8 gates of ninja taught by Master Kamui. As long as you practice hard, you will catch up with them one day. Take. Fusama was comforting Metron, and also comforting himself. He also wanted to join the battle, but the current battle was far beyond his ability. He believed that, as long as he could practice his family swordsmanship to perfection, he would be able to catch up with these people. Where is this? Who are you? The hostage, who had just woken up from his sleep, looked at the 3 members of Mito's team and spoke warily. You are awake now. Don't worry, we are ninjas from Konoha village. Our companions have rescued you from the bandits. Uzumaki Suzuna explained to the hostages, who were waking up one after another. Really, thank you so much. It's really thanks to you that we were saved. Master Ninja is really very capable at such a young age. The hostages thanked the 3 members of Mito's team profusely. Then they realized that the battle was still going on and felt that it was not advisable to stay there for long, so they left in a hurry. After seeing off the hostages, the 3 members of Mito's team turned their attention to the battlefield. At this time, earth-shaking changes have taken place on the battlefield. The little girl Kagura used the Chidori blade formed by purple lightning wrapped around the Kusanagi sword to cut off the long sword in the hand of the Chunin who was fighting with her. Then the little girl Kagura used the Chidori sharp spear to pierce his heart directly and sent him to the Pure Land point after a fierce attack. Urza finally defeated the opposing Chunin. She wanted to pretend to beg for mercy and launch a sneak attack on the Chunin, but the little girl Kagura saw through her plan and swung the Kusanagi sword, sending him to the Pure Land point. The double Tobirama used the elusive flying thunder god slash and worked together with the double Izuna to kill the last 2 Chunins. The 2 did not communicate at all during the whole process, and even their expressions did not change. However, after successfully dealing with the 2 Chunins, the 2 turned their backs to each other, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised, proving that they were very satisfied with this cooperation. Secret technique: 1000 killings water flying. The Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin launched an attack, and a large number of ice 1000 kimonos came from all directions. Laxus' body turned into lightning, and he tried his best to dodge in the gaps of the ice 1000 books. The Kamui duplicate opened its Mangekyō Sharingan, and the ice 1000 bones passed directly through the Kamui duplicate's body without causing any damage. No. Impossible. How did you dodge my 1000 killings water show? The Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin spoke hysterically as he looked at the unharmed Kamui doppelganger. This is a space-time ninjutsu. Haven't you heard of it before? The Kamui duplicate said this with a look of ignorance on his face, deliberately angering the Jonin of the Mizunatsuki clan. Impossible. Ice release is the most perfect bloodline limit in the world. There is no way it can be defeated. Impossible. Yes, as long as I kill you, ice release will still be perfect. Yes, that's it. Die, you little brat. The Mizunatsuki clan's senior ninjas quickly shuttled through the ice crystals of the magic mirror, interfering with the judgment of the Kamui doppelganger, thus seeking an opportunity to kill with one blow. The Kamui doppelganger did not sit still and wait for death. He rolled up the Rasengan and waited for the Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin to attack so that he could deliver a fatal blow. Now, die, you little brat. Ice escape is the most perfect bloodline limit. The Jonin of the Mizunatsuki clan launched an attack on the Kamui doppelganger. The double Kamui held the Rasengan in his hand and pressed it against the chest of the Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin. The Mizunatsuki clan's senior ninja suddenly threw a few ice senbons at the Kamui double. The Kamui doppelganger used the hollowing ability of the Kamui technique to avoid Hyo senbon, and the Rasengan in its hand also passed through the body of the Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin with the hollowing ability of the Kamui technique. The 2 men passed each other, and just when the Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin wanted to return to the magic mirror ice crystal to launch the next attack, the attack of the Kamui doppelganger came. At the moment when the 2 people passed each other, the Kamui duplicate body used the Kamui space to transfer itself to the top of the head of the Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin. Then the Kamui duplicate body pressed the Rasengan onto the back of the Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin from top, To bottom point the Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin only felt a huge force attacking him from behind, and then he fell heavily to the ground, making a big hole in the ground, and lost consciousness. The Mizunatsuki clan's Jonin was unconscious, the magic mirror's ice crystal collapsed on its own, and the Kamui doppelganger and Laxus also escaped from it. "I now believe that you came in on purpose, Laxus," said as he headed straight for the Jonin of the Kizuna clan, leaving the Kamui doppelganger standing there, bewildered and confused as to what he meant. "Everyone else stand back and leave him to me." Thunderfist, Laxus. Lightning magic can naturally restrain the water transformation technique of the Kizuna clan, so it is most appropriate for Laxus to fight against the Kizuna clan's senior ninja. So everyone stepped back politely to support the double of the Great Pillar and the double of Madara. However, the situation of the double of Daibashi and the double of Madara was not very good at this time. Chapter 80 The End. The double of the Great Pillar and the double of Madara were defeated step by step by the early war banner dance of the Genin of the Kaguya clan. No matter what would release ninjutsu the Great Pillar's duplicate uses, it will be parasitized by the dance of the early ferns, and in the end it will either be pierced to pieces by the bone spurs, or be stuck inside by the bone spurs and unable to move. Madara's duplicate didn't have to worry about bone spurs growing on his Susanoo, but his current Susanoo was only the third form of half-human armor, and his feet were not covered by Susanoo. The bone spurs penetrated directly into the Susanoo and pierced the soles of Madara's duplicate feet, making it difficult for him to move. The pillar's doppelganger carried the injured Madara's doppelganger on his back, carefully avoiding the bone spurs attacks, trying to exit the coverage of the early fern dance. "Little brats from Konoha village, you are very capable, but it's a pity that you will all die here in the end." The Hyuga clan's Jonin found out that his teammates were defeated by the Konoha village's Genin. He cursed in his heart that these useless people couldn't even do such a small thing, and in the end he still wanted me to clean up their mess. "Don't underestimate us, Uncle Pegu." The multiple shadow clone technique. The double of Kamui and a group of shadow clones, with Rasengan in their hands, rushed straight towards the Jonin of the Kaguya clan to cover the retreat of the double of the Great Pillar. "Shenmue, be careful of his corpse vein." The double body of Tsuzi carried the double body of Madara on its back, dodging the bone spurs that attacked from under its feet. Seeing the double body of Kamui rushing straight up, he gave a warning. "If you don't overestimate your abilities, I will let you see the real dance of the early fern." The bone spurs on the ground moved under the control of the Hyuga clan's senior ninjas. Each bone spur cruised like a shark, cutting the earth. The area covered by the dance of the early ferns was like a meat grinder, devouring everything in the area. The Kamui duplicate and its shadow clones activated the Mangekyō Sharingan's ability to hollow out and temporarily became immune to the damage from the bone spurs. At the same time, the Kamui duplicate also consumed a large amount of its pupil power. Rasengan. The double Kamui and a group of shadow clones rushed to the front of the Kaguya clan's Jonin and pressed Rasengan on their bodies. When the Kamui doppelganger launched the attack, it had already exited the hollow state and turned into a physical entity. Otherwise, the Rasengan would have passed through the body of the Hyuga clan's Jonin and hit itself in the Kamui space. "It's useless, Karamatsu no Mei." The Hyuga clan's Jonin had bone spurs all over his body, which instantly pierced through the shadow clones of the Kamui's double. The bone spurs also pierced into the arms and soft parts of the Kamui's double. "It's not over yet." The Hyuga clan's Jonin spun around, his whole body spinning in place. The bone spurs all over his body moved with him, leaving several more wounds on the body of the Kamui double. The double body of Shenmue was thrown out by the force of the rotation and fell to the ground and was immediately pierced by bone spurs in the shoulder and thigh. The two bone spurs that pierced the double body of Shenmue moved in two different directions, tearing the body of Shenmue's double body. The surrounding bone spurs moved, and when they encountered the obstacle of Shenmue's double body, they got stuck on his body, making him unable to move. If Shenmue's double body could not escape, it would probably be crushed to pieces. Divine power. The doppelganger of Shenmue barely used the Shenmue pupil technique, to transfer itself into the Shenwei space, escaping the fate of being minced into pieces, and then transferred itself out to a place that was not covered by the dance of the early ferns. After the Kamui doppelganger was transferred out of the Kamui space, it fell to the ground because of unstable standing, and the Mangekyō Sharingan automatically closed due to excessive consumption of pupil power. Brother, how are you? As soon as the Kamui double was transferred out of the Kamui space, the little girl Kagura came to the side of the Kamui double to check his injuries. Don't worry, I'm fine. This minor injury will heal in a few days. The second Kamui body tried his best to act as if nothing had happened in front of Miss Kagura, not wanting to make her worry about him. Brother, take a good rest. I will go and avenge you. After the little girl Kagura finished speaking, her body was covered with purple lightning. The next second, a purple lightning bolt went straight towards the Jonin of the Kaguya clan. Kagura, don't go, come back soon. The Kamui doppelganger said anxiously as he looked at the departing back of little Kagura, but this did not affect little Kagura's determination to avenge her brother at all point. The Kamui doppelganger could only try to calm himself down and absorb natural energy to enter sage mode in order to defeat the Kaguya clan's Jonin and protect his sister. Here comes another one seeking death. Tang Sang Sewu, the Hyuga clan's Jonin, turned around and planned to use the same trick again. You hurt my brother. It's unforgivable. Unforgivable. The purple lightning of little Kagura wrapped around the Kusanagi sword, forming a Chidori blade, which cut off the bone spurs on the body of the Kaguya clan's Jonin with one blow. Then little Kagura's blade was stuck by the bone spurs on the arm of the Kaguya clan's Jonin and could not be pulled out. The little girl Kagura gathered the extremely fast Chidori taught by Kamui in her left hand and stabbed it directly into the chest of the Hyuga clan's senior ninja. The Hyuga clan's senior ninja controlled the bones in his body to block the attack from the little girl Kagura, but it was easily cut off by the speedy Chidori. Upon seeing this, the Hyuga clan's senior ninja reacted immediately. He avoided the sharp edge of the high-speed Chidori in the hand of the little girl Kagura and controlled the bone spur on his arm to pierce through the little girl Kagura's left forearm, preventing the little girl Kagura's left hand from moving forward. The high-speed Chidori stayed on the chest of the Hyuga clan's senior ninja until the little girl Kagura could no longer maintain the high-speed Chidori and her chakra dissipated. You can actually cut my bones. You are the first person who cut my bones. I will remember you. Little girl from Konoha village. 10. Finger-piercing bullets. The fingertip of the Kaguya clan's senior ninja cracked, revealing a small piece of finger bone, which then shot out like a bullet, heading straight for the heart of the little girl Kagura. The little girl Kagura had no way to avoid it and used her right hand to block the 10-finger piercing bullet, but then her right hand was pierced by the 10-finger piercing bullet. However, it was precisely because of the blocking of her right hand that the 10-finger piercing bullet was deflected, which prevented the little girl Kagura from being pierced through the heart and dying. It's blocked. I want to see how many times you can block it. 10. Finger piercing bullets. The Hyuga clan's senior ninja once again fired 10-finger piercing bullets at the little Kagura's heart, and the little Kagura was ready to block it with her right hand. Divine power. The Kamui doppelganger used the eye technique Kamui to suck the little girl Kagura into the Kamui space, while he himself recovered from his injuries in the sage mode and rubbed a fire style spiral burst bomb in his hand. Fire style spiral explosion bomb. The Kamui doppelganger aimed the fire style spiral burst bomb at the Hyuga clan's Jonin and threw it. The fire style spiral burst bomb hit the Hyuga clan's Jonin directly and then exploded. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan who was fighting with Laxus couldn't help but feel like retreating when he heard the explosion. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me. The Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus spotted the weakness of the Hazuki clan's Jonin and attacked him with a lightning dragon slaying magic. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan was hit hard by Laxus's punch. He was knocked flying, spitting blood. After falling to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and yellow lightning was wandering on his body. It was obvious that he had lost his ability to fight. As the fire style spiral burst bomb exploded, a wave of heat hit us in the face. When the explosion dissipated, only a charred earth was left. A pool of grey-white powder was left at the center of the explosion. Probably the ashes left by the Hyuga clan's Jonin. The bone spurs within the coverage of the early fern dance had long stopped moving. The doppelganger of Big Pillar walked in front of everyone carrying the doppelganger of Madara on his back and let out a long sigh. After throwing the fire style spiral burst bomb, the Kamui's double was forced to exit the Sage mode and use the eye technique Kamui again to transfer his sister, Kagura, out of the Kamui space. After the great battle, everyone was exhausted both physically and mentally and collapsed to the ground. Dance of the early ferns. Everyone was suddenly shocked by the sound and they all got up quickly and prepared for battle. Hahaha, look how scared you are, Kamui. And Mito appeared in front of everyone. It turned out that the dance of the early ferns that everyone had just heard was just a prank by Kamui. When everyone saw that it was Shenhua's prank, they glared at him to show their dissatisfaction. It was not that they did not want to scold him, but they did not have the energy to speak. Kamui opened his infinite Mangekyō Sharingan and activated his ability to return to void. Everyone's injuries were healed and their eyes towards Kamui relaxed a little. Let's take a rest today. We'll continue the mission of eliminating the bandits tomorrow. I'll take these two people back to the village and we'll be back soon. Kamui did not reprimand everyone for being stubborn, but arranged for everyone to rest for a day. He then tied up the Jounin of the Kizuna clan and the Jounin of the Mizunatsuki clan and brought them back to Konoha village. Kamui took the two men and used the flying thunder god technique and disappeared from the spot in a flash and appeared in Konoha village. Kamui took the two men to the Hokage's office. Hey, Shenhui, weren't you leading the team on a mission? How come you're back so soon, Naruto? Madara saw Kamui at the door and asked in surprise. Only then did Kamui walk into the Hokage's office, bringing the two Jonins in with him. Madara, while carrying out our mission, I and Mito's 5 teams discovered ninjas from the hidden mist village in the land of water. They were hiding in a bandit's lair on the way from the land of wind to Konoha village. They were suspected of planning to attack the Sand Village team taking part in the Chunin exam, and then frame Konoha village to stir up conflict between the two countries. Kamui told Naruto Madara the current situation and his own analysis, allowing Naruto Madara to make a judgment. Now, everything fits together. This morning, Tobirama reported that a group from the land of water pretended to be ninjas taking the Chunin exam and entered the land of fire and then disappeared. Now it seems that they had planned this all along. Naruto Madara also told what he knew, compared it with the information given by Kamui, and finally came to a conclusion. The old man from the land of water probably saw that Konoha village and Sand village had close relations, so he sent people to sabotage them. Madara, I'm leaving these two people in your hands. You have the final say on how to deal with them. I should go back now. There are still a large group of people waiting for me over there. Goodbye. Chapter 81 The Power of the Future. Shenhui, wait a minute. Before Naruto Madara could finish his words, Kamui activated the flying thunder god technique and disappeared on the spot. Either don't come, or when you come, give me trouble, Naruto. Madara was indignant at Kamui's behavior, complained, and then spoke to the shadow. Take these two away and lock them up. Anbu Ninja walked out of the shadows and took the two water country Jonin away. Kamui reappeared and found that he seemed to be lost again. Just as Kamui was about to launch the flying thunder god technique again, a man wearing a black robe and a mask appeared in front of Kamui, and the first words he said surprised Kamui. My Mito is dead. The man in black robe took off the mask on his face, revealing a face very similar to Kamui, and Kamui recognized this face because he had to work and live with this face every day in the world of the Flash. Then, why did you come to me if you don't want to think about how to revive Mito? Shenhui is always on guard against this self from the future, knowing that tampering with the timeline could lead to serious consequences, because only you can help me. After Mito died, I tried to use the Speed Force to go back to that time to save her, but I failed. She did survive at that time, but then Mito chose to sacrifice herself to help me get the Soul Stone. Then I used the Speed Force again to go back to the past to save her, and she would face new death again and again until the Speed Force could not save her. I once entered the Speed Force space to question the Speed Force's consciousness, and finally it brought me to this point in time, and said that you can help me. After saying this, Shenwei, who had returned to the past, stared at Shenwei, his eyes filled with hope. Don't look at me like that. I may not be able to help you. Don't hold on to too much hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Shenwei felt that he should make things clear in advance to avoid being blamed in the end if things didn't get done. I don't think so. Since the Speed Force brought me to this point in time, it means that there must be a key to saving Mito at this point in time. It could be a person, or thing, or something. As long as we find it, Mito can be saved. Kamui, who went back to the past, believed that the Speed Force brought him to this point in time, and there must be an opportunity to change the future at this point in time. From the moment you brought me here, met me, and told me the news of Mito's death in the future, you had already changed the future. But why did you choose to meet me? Why did you tell me everything that would happen in the future? Did you want to know what I would do to protect Mito? Shenwei didn't believe the Shenwei who went back to the past and wondered what his purpose was. Bring you here? Didn't you come to me because you found me? What's going on? Shenwei, who returned to the past, was surprised and asked Shenwei what happened. Seeing that the expression on the face of the Shenwei who had returned to the past did not seem fake, Shenwei replied, Mito and I led a team to carry out a mission and encountered ninjas from the land of water. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to send the ninjas to Konoha village and handed them over to Naruto Madara. Then I used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Mito and ended up here. When I used the Flying Thunder God technique again, you appeared. Shenwei deliberately described the matter in great detail, intending to evoke Shenwei's memories of the past so that he could analyze the current situation. No, I didn't change the destination of your Flying Thunder God jutsu. You showed up just as I arrived at this time. I thought it was your Kagura's mind eye that discovered me, so you took the initiative to come to me. Kamui, who returned to the past, hurriedly explained that the shift in the destination of the Flying Thunder God technique had nothing to do with him, and also explained why he came to this point in time. No wonder you looked so fiery when you saw me. It turned out that you thought I had discovered you. If I had really discovered you, I should have returned to Mito as soon as possible. Shenwei looked at Shenwei who had returned to the past with some amusement and secretly put away some of his vigilance. What do you think is the purpose of the Speed Force bringing us together? Shenwei asked Shenwei who had returned to the past doubtfully, hoping to hear the answer from his mouth. Why do you think it was the Speed Force that brought us together? Asked Kamui who had returned to the past. Apart from the Speed Force, who else can make two people at different points in time meet? Shenwei asked back. I can't give you the answer now because the Speed Force lost contact with me after bringing me here. After returning to the past, Kamui confessed that he had lost contact with the Speed Force and was not sure whether it was the Speed Force that brought them together. How did Mito die the first time? Kamui asks Kamui who went back to the past about the cause of Mito's death, hoping to take preventive measures in advance to prevent the tragedy from happening again. I can't tell you the cause of Mito's death. Before I came here, the Speed Force's consciousness repeatedly warned me not to reveal the cause of Mito's first death. It also told me that if I told others the cause of Mito's death, Mito would not be able to escape his fate of death. Kamui, who has returned to the past, refuses to answer Kamui's questions, and he says nothing about Mito's cause of death, fearing that Kamui will suffer the same fate. Since you can't talk about it, forget it. Do you want to meet Mito at this time? Seeing that the Kamui who returned to the past was unwilling to tell Mito the cause of death, Kamui did not force him, but took the initiative to invite the Kamui who returned to the past to meet Mito. The Kamui who returned to the past was somewhat tempted, but finally refused. Forget it, I'd better not see her. Seeing her will only make me sadder. Kamui, who had returned to the past, took out a Flying Thunder God kunai and handed it to Kamui. This is for you. You know how to use it. Remember to contact me if you find anything. Kamui took the flying thunder god kunai handed to him by the Kamui who returned to the past, put it in his ninja tool bag, and then used the flying thunder god jutsu to return to Mito. The Kamui who returned to the past stared in a daze at the Kamui who had disappeared on the spot. Shenmue, you're back. I have good news for you. Mera is willing to be my sister. When Mito saw Kamui coming back, he immediately whispered the news about Mera to Kamui. During the time when Kamui was away, Mito secretly found Mera and talked to her about Kamui. Seeing that her little thoughts were seen through, Mera openly admitted that she liked Kamui. Finally, under Mito's manipulation, she agreed to stay in the Naruto world and keep Mito company. Just make your decision. Don't tell me. Kamui's mind is now full of how Mito died, and he has no time to care about Mera's affairs, so he leaves everything to Mito to deal with. Well, I'll go tell Mera the good news. After Mito finished talking to Kamui, he saw that Kamui didn't react much and asked him to handle it. He thought that Kamui was embarrassed, so he ran to tell Mera the news. After Mito left, Kamui finally realized what Mito had just said. It was too late to stop Mito, so Kamui just went with the flow. The next day, everyone packed up their things and left the bandits' lair. They first burned the bandits' lair to ashes, then had Tobirama's doppelganger clean it, and had the doppelganger of the big pillar green it. After everything was done, everyone set out to wipe out other bandit lairs. The subsequent missions went very smoothly, and the group never encountered any ninjas again. Relying on the initial battle plan along the way, they easily took down more than a dozen bandit lairs of varying sizes within 3 days. It's so boring. I never met any ninjas along the way. I was so looking forward to it. Yeah, it's so boring. That ninja last time was really powerful, but it's a pity that I couldn't fight him. Natsu's listless complaints resonated with the 4 teams under Kamui. Okay, stop complaining. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to fight during the Chunin exams. Kamui stopped them from complaining any further and told them to save their energy for the Chunin exams. Shenmue, where is our next target? If we complete the mission early, we can return to the village earlier. I must take an A-level mission. Natsu felt that eliminating bandits was too boring and not as interesting as fighting ninjas, so he needed to complete the mission immediately and return to Konoha village to take on a more difficult mission. What are you thinking? Do you think the village will give an A-rank mission to a genin? You should cherish the B-rank mission in front of you. Other teams have taken the C-rank missions. Now the only D-rank mission waiting for you in the village is to find a cat. Kamui shattered Natsu's fantasy of taking an A-level mission and told him that the only D-level mission left in the village was finding a cat, which made Natsu behave himself. Hey, our next target might be a ninja. Shenmue looked at the instructions on the mission scroll and spoke mysteriously. Really? Are there really ninjas in this bandit's lair? Natsu asked. From the information recorded on the mission scroll, there is a high possibility that there are ninjas. Moreover, calling this place a bandit's lair is a bit of an understatement. It can be called a mountain stronghold. The leader of this place is very smart. Shenmue replied. Brother Shenmue, what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly. The doppelganger of Kamui urged Kamui to use the flying thunder god technique and take everyone to the mountain village. When everyone heard that there were ninjas in the village, they cheered up and prepared for the next battle. I can take you there, but we have to agree in advance that if you encounter a Jonin level ninja this time, don't act on your own. Otherwise you will be looking for a cat in Konoha village for the next month or so. Kamui warned everyone not to act recklessly, and if they did not obey, he would keep looking for the cat until the Chunin exam began. Everyone nodded in agreement and asked Kamui to use the flying thunder god technique to take them there. Kamui led everyone to use the flying thunder god technique and disappeared in the blink of an eye. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Leaked Information. Shenmue brought everyone to a place called the Mountain Village. We're here, this is it, but the intelligence seems to be a little wrong. The village wall recorded in the intelligence is made of wood, but this village's wall is made of mud. Be careful, there may be earth escape ninjas in the village. The difference in the village wall immediately caught Shenwei's attention, making Shenwei suspect that there was a earth-style ninja hiding in the village. Who cares what kind of ninja he is? I'm going to beat him up. When Natsu heard that there were ninjas in the village, he completely forgot what Kamui had told him before he left. Natsu, are you planning to spend a month looking for a cat in Konoha village? Kamui warned Natsu, and Natsu then remembered Kamui's instructions before he left, and he became obedient for a while. You guys go ahead, and remember not to act on your own. When you meet a Jonin, Shenwei asked 5 teams to carry out the mission. He was worried before they left, so he gave them specific instructions again. Yes, X15 all. 5 teams gave affirmative answers, but Shenwei had no idea how many of them did not mean what they said. Kamui looked at the 5 teams' receding backs and silently let go of Kagura's mind's eye perception. A familiar chakra flashed by, and Kamui recognized it. It was his own chakra, or to be more precise, it was the chakra of the future Kamui. This guy couldn't help but come to see Mito. Shenwei ignored the guy and focused his perception on the village. After repeated confirmation by Kamui, there was no chakra reaction in the village, which means there were no ninjas in the village. Since there were no ninjas, Kamui felt relieved. However, Kamui did not relax his vigilance just because there were no ninjas in the village. Kagura kept his eyes open and started thinking about Mito again. A loud bang was heard from the mountain village, and the earth wall just collapsed. The flood washed the land mercilessly, and then on this land, countless big trees broke out of the ground, showing vitality. The 5 teams returned after completing their mission, and everyone was listless. You can't cheer up until you meet a Jonin. Shenwei thought that they lost their spirits because their expectations were dashed. Kamui, do you think the appearance of ninjas is a good thing or a bad thing? Urza was a little confused and didn't know whether the appearance of the ninja was good or bad, so she asked Kamui, hoping to get an answer from him. Why do you ask? What did you encounter in the village? Although Kamui opened Kagura's mind eye, he only sensed whether there was any chakra reaction in the village and did not pay close attention to other things. The head of the village said at the time that the purpose of building this village was to protect civilians from the invasion of war and to prevent the ninja war from affecting them. They just wanted to live a stable life in this place, and they came to this point today because of the ninjas. The ninjas provided them with intelligence and forced them to rob passing caravans, otherwise they would be killed. They had no choice but to do as they were told. Every time they robbed a caravan, they had to hand over the looted supplies. The ninjas agreed to let them keep 10% to maintain the daily life of the village. Later, the Land of Fire established the Hidden Leaf Village. We thought we wouldn't have to live like this anymore, but who knew those ninjas would join the Hidden Leaf Village and send more and more intelligence. How could a small village like us compare to the Hidden Leaf Village? So we just accepted our fate. Now, you Konoha ninjas want to kill us all and call us bandits. Then you are just thieves. It would be great if there were no ninjas in this world. The big boss committed suicide. After he finished speaking, Urza recounted what happened in the village, while also thinking about the meaning of ninjas' existence. The head lord said that someone in Konoha village not only secretly provided information, but also instructed bandits to rob passing caravans. Kamui immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. If this matter were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the reputation of Konoha village. The Chunin exam is imminent. If it were to be revealed that Konoha village had colluded with bandits to rob a caravan, no one knew how the other 4 major ninja villages would antagonize Konoha village. Besides the head of the village, are there any other people who know about this? Are there any survivors in the village? Kamui wanted to bring the witness back to Konoha village and report the situation to Hokage Madara, but he suddenly found that the village had turned into a forest, so he had to change the topic. Kamui, you first answer us the meaning of the existence of ninjas. After hearing the answer, we will answer your question, said the duplicate of Otoko. Kamui heard that they had doubts about whether Konoha village would handle this matter fairly, so Kamui gave them the answer. This has to start from the origin of ninjas. Long, long ago, the Six Paths Sage founded the ninja clan. Kamui brings out the Six Paths Sage and tells the story from the founding and split of the ninja clan, to the warring states period, and finally to the establishment of Konoha village. After Shenwei finished his speech, everyone was still immersed in his story, and it took them a while to react. It turns out that both of your families are so powerful, and are actually related to the Sage of Six Paths. Natsu looked at the double of the Great Pillar and the double of Madara in amazement and exclaimed, attracting the people of the Fairy Tail Guild and the Mito team to look at the four Senju and Uchiha with curiosity. It turns out that the ancestors of our two families were brothers. The duplicate of Dabashi said to the duplicate of Madara. The duplicate Tobirama and the duplicate Izuna looked at each other at the same time, then turned their heads away, not knowing what they were thinking. Erza handed the information provided by the Konoha ninja to the bandits into Kamui's hands and said, the only person in the village who knows that the caravan was robbed and that the Konoha ninjas were behind it is the head of the clan. Now, apart from the head of the clan, this is the only information we have left. This information is enough. Konoha village will definitely handle this matter well. You can rest assured. Kamui took the leaked information in his hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returned to Konoha village, and walked straight towards the Hokage building. Shenwei, have you completed your mission? Or has something gone wrong again? Naruto. Madara discovered that there were only two possibilities for seeing Kamui. One was that he came to ask for leave, and the other was that he came to report to him on his work. This reporting work needs to be broken down and understood. Kamui came to report to Naruto's Madara, and then threw the work to him. Ban. Something's wrong. Take a look at this first. Kamui met Naruto Madara and handed the leaked information to him. What is this, Hokage? Madara said as he looked carefully at the information in his hand, which detailed the number of people in the caravan, the types and quantities of supplies, the date the caravan passed by, and the situation of the escort personnel. Where did you find these things, Madara? Hokage put down the information in his hand, and he had already guessed something in his mind. In order to confirm his guess, Madara Hokage asked Kamui about the source of this information. These were all found from the bandits, and it was these bandits who attacked the caravan under the instigation of the Konoha ninjas. Kamui replied. Naruto Madara slammed the table angrily and said, investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Kamui, go find Tobirama and ask him to mobilize the Anbu to secretly investigate this matter. Report to me immediately after you get the results. Forget it, you'd better not come. Let Tobirama report to me. Okay, I'll go find Tobirama now. After saying this, Kamui left the Hokage's office and went to Konoha Hospital to find Tobirama. Kamui walked into the director's office of Konoha Hospital and did not find Tobirama. Just when he wanted to look for Tobirama somewhere else, he suddenly discovered a secret room in the office. Shenwei used the pupil technique Shenwei to pass through the wall silently and entered the secret room. The container containing the Sharingan, a laboratory table filled with experimental equipment and unknown experimental materials in the experimental equipment. All these things prove that Tobirama is conducting human experiments. And the experiments have been going on for quite some time. There was a slight sound from the mechanism, and a man walked in from the secret door of the office. This was Tobirama that Kamui was looking for. It's surprising that you found me. Tobirama looked at Kamui in the secret room without any panic, as if he knew that this day would come. It's not a surprise. Ever since you became the director of Konoha Hospital and learned medical ninjutsu, I have had some guesses. When I brought someone from another ninja world home, I sensed that your chakra was different. I was sure at that time that you were conducting human experiments. Kamui looked at Tobirama and told him all his guesses, which made Tobirama admire Kamui's keen insight. Ah, you here to arrest me? Tobirama asked. No, I found out that a Konoha ninja leaked information and instigated bandits to rob the caravan. I reported the matter to the Hokage, and he asked me to come to you to borrow the Anbu to secretly investigate the matter. Kamui replied, so, you came to the Konoha hospital to borrow the Anbu. Tobirama had some doubts about Kamui's statement, but he couldn't find the key point. Kamui didn't know how to refute Tobirama, Tobirama, do you know why I didn't report you, even though I knew you were doing human experiments? Because I believe you won't harm innocent people. Everything you do is not only for yourself, but also for the people of Konoha village. Kamui tried to dispel Tobirama's resistance by talking nonsense. After hearing Kamui's nonsense, Tobirama relaxed his guard. At this moment, a ninja tied up like a dumpling crawled out of the secret room like a worm. Kamui knew this ninja who was tied up like a dumpling. He was one of the water country's Jonins, a member of the Kizuna clan, who was sent back to Konoha village by Kamui yesterday. When a senior ninja from the Hazuki clan appeared, the atmosphere in the secret room suddenly became awkward. Just now he said that Tobirama would not harm innocent people, so what about the senior ninja from the Hazuki clan? Chapter 83 Return to the village and training. Kamui knew that Tobirama was a very smart person, but the common problem of smart people is that they have too many ideas, if you put it nicely, or they are too suspicious, if you put it bluntly. Although Kamui didn't know what Tobirama was thinking at this moment, he was sure that Tobirama definitely didn't want to surrender. Konoha village is now at the center of the storm and cannot withstand any more turmoil. Kamui decides to appease Tobirama and even go along with him to ensure the stability of Konoha village. Kamui walked up to the Jonin of the Kizuna clan, knocked him unconscious, dragged him into the depths of the secret room, then looked at Tobirama and said, "The human experiment is known only to heaven and earth, and only to you and me. I'll be waiting for you outside." After Shenmue finished all this, he walked out of the secret room and went to the dean's office outside. Tobirama didn't understand what Kamui's purpose was, but he knew that the fact that he was conducting human experiments would not be leaked. Tobirama simply tidied up the laboratory and went outside to talk with Kamui about mobilizing the Anbu and investigating who leaked the village's information. The two of them tacitly avoided talking about the human experiments. Mobilizing the Anbu to secretly investigate who leaked the village's information is the responsibility of the Anbu. I will fully cooperate with you. Tobirama also hates people who leak information and actively cooperates with Kamui to investigate the matter. That's great. Right now, I'm still the leader of the Chunin exam team. Once I finish my work as the leader of the Chunin exam team, I will immediately participate in the investigation. I'm sorry to trouble you during this period, Tobirama, Kamui said as he left the dean's office and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to reunite with Mito and the team. Tobirama watched Kamui leave, then realized that he had been fooled. Kamui said that he would wait until the work of the team leader was finished before participating in the investigation, but the work of the team leader was finished, which meant that the Chunin exam was also over, and could the investigation of the leaked information be solved after the Chunin exam? No, this matter must be solved before the Chunin exam, so according to Kamui, he was not going to participate in the investigation, and he also dumped the work on me. Uchiha Kamui, you bastard. After Tobirama reacted, he was so angry that he cursed Kamui. The Hokage Madara, who was not far away, heard Tobirama's voice clearly and probably guessed what Kamui had done, which made the usually calm and composed Tobirama lose control of his emotions. Meanwhile, Kamui has returned to Mito and the team. Kamui, you're back. How are things going? What's Konoha's attitude? When Urza saw Kamui return, she immediately stepped forward to ask how Konoha village handled the matter. Don't worry, the investigation has been carried out in secret, and the results will be known before the Chunin exams. Kamui believed that with Tobirama's ability, he would be able to catch all the ninjas who leaked the information before the Chunin exam. Okay, let's put the investigation aside for now. I'll let you know when the results come out. Then should we continue with the mission of eliminating the bandits? Shenmue urged everyone to continue the mission, and the 5 teams readily agreed. As Shenmue activated the Flying Thunder God technique, everyone came to a bandit's lair. The bandit's lair, consisting of 20 or 30 bandits and 7 or 8 wandering ninjas, was wiped out in an instant, using the same old tactics. In this way, Kamui and Mito led 5 teams to eliminate bandits and plant trees along the way. Finally, after 4 days, all the bandits in the Land of Fire were cleared out. Kamui and Mito completed the mission with 5 teams and returned to Konoha village together. After entering Konoha village, the first thing to do is to go to the mission department to submit the mission. The process of submitting the task was very smooth, and soon everyone's ninja certificate would have the words completed a B-level mission once. After the task submission was completed, everyone left the task department and headed straight to the barbecue restaurant. This trip out of the village successfully completed the mission of eliminating the bandits, so everyone naturally had to celebrate, and this was also to fulfill Shenmui's promise. Cheers to our successful completion of the mission. Shenmue was the first to raise his glass to celebrate, and everyone else followed suit, and the atmosphere at the dinner table instantly became lively. Those girls were still the ones who ate the most at the dinner table. The other person besides them was actually Metron. It seemed that his practice of the 8 gates must have been extremely strict. After eating and drinking, Shenmue gave them 3 days off to adjust themselves, then sent everyone away, and asked Metron to stay alone. Wait for me at the training ground tomorrow morning. I will arrange special training for you to help you open the first gate of the 8 gates as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Kamui. I will wait for you at the training ground tomorrow morning. I will definitely not let you down. Kamui's words made Metron extremely excited. After repeatedly assuring that he would not let Teacher Kamui down, Metron also left the barbecue restaurant. Kamui, how are you going to train Metron tomorrow? Mito was curious about how Kamui gave Metron special training to help him open the first gate of the 8 gates. If you want to know, you can find out when you wake up tomorrow. Kamui did not directly tell Mito how to train Metron, but asked her to go to the training ground to watch by herself. Okay, it's settled. I want to see how you train Metron tomorrow. Mito's curiosity about the special training methods prompted her to agree immediately. But can you get up early tomorrow morning? Kamui was too embarrassed to say that Mito was staying in bed, so he just reminded her subtly. Divine power. Mito understood the hidden meaning of Kamui's words and started beating and making a fuss at Kamui, and then the two of them returned home. While fighting. The next day Kamui got up early and came to Mito's door. He pricked up his ears to listen to the noise inside, and sure enough, Mito was still asleep. Shenmue left home quietly and walked towards the training ground. When Shenmue arrived at the training ground, he found that Metron was already there. However, he was not idle either. He was doing push-ups at the training ground. It seemed that he had done quite a few. Metro, you're here early. Kamui greeted Metron. Good morning, Mr. Shenmue. Let's start the special training now. Metron can't wait to train hard to make himself stronger so that he can open the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Well, let's get started now. Metron, put these things on. Kamui exchanged Rock Lee's weight from the original work from the mall and gave it to Metron, asking him to wear the weight for training. In the original work, Rock Lee's weight has been improved in the mall. In addition to the original 2 leggings, a new piece of clothing and 2 wrist guards have been added, and their weight can also be adjusted according to the user's will. Yes, Mr. Kamui. Metron took the weight from Kamui's hands and suddenly felt as if he had taken on a mountain. Metron put on the weight and waited for Shenmue's next instruction. Metro, how do you feel? Don't push yourself. Kamui did not tell Metron about the method that the weight can be adjusted according to the user's will, mainly because he was worried that Metron would hurt himself. Teacher Kamui, I'm fine. I can handle this weight. Metron said with difficulty while fighting against gravity. Well, let's get started. First, we'll run 5 laps around the training ground as a warm-up exercise. Yes, Mr. Kamui. The training plan of Kamui has begun, and Metron has carried out the training content of Kamui seriously. Metron only ran 1 lap before his legs could no longer move. Metron gritted his teeth and persisted, finally finishing 5 laps, then collapsed to the ground gasping for breath. Metro, have you reached your limit? Kamui was not sure if Metron still had the strength to continue the training, so he asked, Teacher Kamui, I can still train, as if wanting to prove that he was not lying. Metron immediately got up from the ground and stood in front of Kamui. Eat this, then go run until you pass out. Kamui exchanged Senju beans from the Dragon Ball world in the mall, and gave them to Metron, allowing Metron to improve himself through this extreme training. Metron ate the Senju beans given to him by Kamui, and the fatigue in his body disappeared instantly. Metron ran around the training ground again, 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps, 8 laps, and once again, Metron fell to the ground exhausted. Kamui fed him a Senju bean, and Metron became full of energy again. Without Kamui's reminder, he started running around the training ground. 10 laps, 13 laps, 15 laps, 18 laps, 21 laps. Kamui's training method brought great improvement to Metron. Near noon, Shenhui stopped Metron's training and took him to a barbecue restaurant to replenish his nutrition. Metron was not polite either. He ate with all his might. This meal was enough to cover the cost of treating the 5 teams to a meal together. Shenhui didn't feel sorry at all. The most important thing was to make sure Metron was well fed and had enough strength to participate in the afternoon training. For the afternoon training, Kamui regarded it as reaction training. Metron needed to attack Kamui's body while bearing the full weight of his body. Of course, Kamui would not use speed force to dodge. At the beginning of the training, Metron attacked Kamui, but because of the weight on his body, his movements were severely deformed. Metron began to correct his movements, and this correction took an entire afternoon. Finally, Metron's movements became standard again. Metro, from today on, don't leave the weights. Today's training ends here. Go back and have a good sleep. We'll talk about training tomorrow. Remember what I said. Although Kamui's extreme training method, with the assistance of Senju beans, helps Metron recover his physical strength, Senju beans cannot recover from mental fatigue. The best way to recover from mental fatigue is to have a good sleep. Yes, Mr. Kamui, I will remember that. Now I will go home and go to bed. After Metron agreed to Shenhui, he was about to go home to sleep, but Shenhui stopped him and took him to eat barbecue again. Only after they finished eating did he let him go. Chapter 84, Communicating with the Speed Force. For 3 consecutive days, Metron used extreme training methods under Kamui's guidance to make himself stronger. Now it is easy for Metron to put on the weights and run 50 laps around the training ground. Shenhui's 3-day vacation was over, and he gathered the 5 teams together, planning to assign them to carry out new tasks. The 5 teams have had experience in successfully completing B-level missions, and it has become much easier for them to accept missions. There is a month from today until the Chunin exam. During this time, you will be assigned to carry out missions in teams. The highest level of the mission is C rank. I'm confident in your abilities. The only thing that worries me is whether you can return before the Chunin exam. Kamui arranged 5 teams out, intending to use this time to train each team's autonomy so that they wouldn't rush around like headless flies in the Chunin exam. It's only a C rank mission. Can't you let me perform a B rank mission? Natsu had performed B-level missions before and felt that they were not difficult, so he wanted to beg Kamui to let him perform them. No discussion. If you don't want to go, you can stay in Konoha village and look for a cat. The same goes for everyone else. If they don't want to go, they can stay and look for a cat. Kamui not only discouraged Natsu from wanting to do a B-rank mission, but also left everyone else speechless. Since everyone has no objection, let's go to the mission department to accept the mission. Kamui sent the 5 teams away and watched them disappear from sight. Kamui took out Future Kamui's Flying Thunder God Kunai and reversely sensed Future Kamui's location. Kamui sensed the location of Future Kamui, and with a flash of Flying Thunder God technique, he disappeared into the Konoha village. Shenhui appeared again and found himself in a cave. In the future, Shenhui was sitting next to a fire, roasting a chicken in his hands. You're here. Did you find any clues about Mito? Future. Shenhui put down the roast chicken in his hand, looked at Shenhui and asked, I have no clue yet, but the consciousness of the Speed Force. Why don't you tell me the cause of Mito's death? Kamui told Future Kamui his doubts, hoping that he could explain it clearly. You don't have to consider this at all. The Speed Force's consciousness won't lie. Future Kamui told Kamui his understanding of the Speed Force's consciousness and asked him not to worry about it anymore. There is only one reason why you can't tell me. That is, once I know it, I will immediately take steps to prevent Mito's death from happening. In the process of preventing it, Mito will die again, right? Shenwei analyzed the reasons and tried to see something on the face of future Shenwei to support his idea. Sorry, I can't tell you. Although future Shenwei did not say it directly, Shenwei knew that his idea was correct. Otherwise future Shenwei would directly tell Shenwei that he was wrong. Can you teach me how to communicate with the Speed Force, Kamui? Asked future Kamui to communicate with the Speed Force consciousness, and Kamui planned to ask some questions to the Speed Force consciousness himself. You want to communicate with the consciousness of the Speed Force? No problem. You just need to relax your whole body and feel the flow of the Speed Force. The consciousness of the Speed Force will naturally come to play with you. Future Shenwei was very happy to tell Shenwei the method of communicating with the Speed Force consciousness. Wanting to play with me, Shenwei didn't understand what future Shenwei meant by this sentence. He looked at future Shenwei, hoping that he could answer his question. The thing is, you stole the Speed Force from the Flash's time, and then returned to the Naruto world, which was equivalent to splitting the original Speed Force into two parts. One part is still in the Flash's world, and the other part was brought to the Naruto world by you, and the Speed Force that you brought to the world of Naruto is like a newborn child. Its consciousness is slowly growing, so it is normal for it to want to play with you. Future Shenwei introduced the situation of the Speed Force to Shenwei, telling Shenwei not to worry, that the Speed Force would be harmful to him. How can you call it stealing? It's called a destiny between this thing and me. And no wonder you believe in the Speed Force so much. It turns out you raise it like your son. Shenwei looked at future Shenwei with admiration and said that he had learned something. You want to learn? I'll teach you. In Shenwei's eyes, future Shenwei seemed like a saint possessed. Or Shenwei immediately cleared these fantasies away, and only the future Shenwei was left in front of him. With a malicious smile on his face, he watched Shenwei gloating over his misfortune. No need. You should keep those things for yourself. I'm going to start communicating with the Speed Force. After saying this, Kamui closed his eyes and felt the Speed Force flowing through his body. Kamui's consciousness gradually felt the consciousness of the Speed Force and became very active. At this time, Kamui discovered that his consciousness had entered the Speed Force space. The Speed Force's consciousness also sensed Kamui's consciousness and immediately invited Kamui to play together. And then, without waiting for Kamui's answer, it took Kamui to run around in the Speed Force space. Along the way, Shenwei felt that all his senses had disappeared and his thinking speed had become very slow. He was forced to run with the consciousness of the Speed Force. Shenwei only hoped that the Speed Force's consciousness would stop, answer his questions, and then let him go. Shenwei was sure that he didn't want to communicate with the Speed Force's consciousness again for the rest of his life. It was not known whether the Speed Force's consciousness sensed Kamui's thoughts, or it was because the Speed Force's consciousness got tired of playing around, but it finally stopped. Only then did Kamui realize that his senses had returned and his thinking speed had returned to normal. Play with me and have fun. Kamui clearly felt the message conveyed by the Speed Force's consciousness. Kamui tried to use the same method and asked it about Mito, but it was like a drop in the ocean. After several unsuccessful attempts, Shenwei decided to leave here and return to the real space to find another waypoint. Unexpectedly, the Speed Force's consciousness detected that Kamui wanted to leave here and immediately stepped forward to stop him and ran in the Speed Force space with Kamui again. Shenwei couldn't feel anything now. His thinking ability was so slow that he just generated an idea and took the first step. Hey, what was my previous idea? After an unknown amount of time, the Speed Force's consciousness finally stopped, and Kamui's ability to think was finally unrestricted. Brother, please let me go. I promise to come often in the future. Is that okay? Kamui was tortured by the Speed Force's consciousness and had no other choice but to beg it to let him go. Of course, his promise to come often in the future was not entirely false. Kamui, am not a person who goes back on my word. Kamui waited for a long time, but didn't receive any message from the Speed Force's consciousness. Just when Kamu's heart sank to the bottom, the Speed Force's consciousness conveyed a message. Play with me, have fun, come. Kamu felt the message conveyed by the Speed Force consciousness and was ecstatic. Shenwei tried to leave the Speed Force space and found that the Speed Force consciousness did not stop him, so Shenwei left boldly. Before leaving, Kamu also felt the reluctance of the Speed Force consciousness. Come to think of it, Kamu brought the Speed Force to the Naruto world. Here, it didn't know anyone except Kamu, and it was very lonely and pitiful. Kamu decided that, when he has time in the future, he must come and accompany the Speed Force more often. Hey, wait a minute, can Mito come to the Speed Force space? This place is absolutely safe. As long as I bring Mito to the Speed Force space, who else can find Mito except me? In that case, Mito's safety will be guaranteed. Shenwei left the Speed Force space and opened his eyes, just in time to see future Shenwei eating roasted chicken. Shenwei immediately walked forward, tore off a chicken leg, and stuffed it into his mouth. Why did you steal my chicken leg, future? Shenwei looked at the chicken legs that were torn off, and asked Shenwei, I'm suffering in the Speed Force space, and you're eating roast chicken here. Is that fair? It's not fair. Shenwei talked a lot, but in fact he was just hungry after being tormented in the Speed Force space. So by the way, he took the opportunity to take revenge on him. Before you came, I was planning to eat roast chicken. If you hadn't come, I would have finished it long ago. Besides, as for communicating with the Speed Force consciousness, that was your own request. What does it have to do with me, future? Kamu rebutted Kamu, while quickly destroying the roasted chicken, fearing that Kamu would snatch the roasted chicken away. Speaking of food, I remembered that you seemed to have stored 13 boxes of bento made by Mito in your personal space. Please give them to me, future. Kamu suddenly remembered the lunch boxes he threw into his personal space. After Mito's death, whenever he thought of Mito, he would take out a box of lunch boxes and eat them. However, the 13 boxes of lunch boxes were soon gone, and saving Mito was still a long way off. Today, while eating roasted chicken, future Kamu suddenly thought that at this point in time, the 13 boxes of bento in Kamu's personal space should still be there, so future Kamu asked Kamu for them, because he missed Mito again. Ah, you missing Mito again? I thought that since you're here, you should go check on her. Kamu took out 13 bento boxes made by Mito from his personal space and gave them to future Kamu. Thank you. It's okay to meet Mito. What I want to see more is my Mito. Mirai. Kamu carefully took the lunchbox from Kamu, put the 12 boxes of lunchboxes into his personal space, and kept one box for himself. Future Shenwei opened the lunchbox, picked up the vegetable roll, and put it in his mouth to savor it carefully, unwilling to swallow it. After a while, future Shenwei shed 2 lines of tears. It still tastes like the original Mito. After future Shenwei finished speaking, he picked up the grilled fish and savored it carefully, with a look of deep nostalgia on his face. Then, can I understand that after all these years, Mito's cooking skills have not improved at all, and the food he makes is still so unpalatable? When Shenwei thought of the bento box, he broke out in a cold sweat. Shenwei thought it would be better for Mito to give up cooking. Chapter 85 Konoha Bank. Shenwei looked at future Shenwei eating with relish and couldn't help but wonder if his sense of taste had degenerated. Take your time to eat. I'm going back first, Kamu. And future Kamu said goodbye, and future Kamu just nodded to show that he understood, and then continued to immerse himself in Mito's bento. When Kamu returned to Konoha village, the first thing he did was to verify whether he could bring Mito into the Speed Force space. Kamu returned home and found Mito was not there. He asked someone and found out that Mito had gone on a mission with his team. Since Mito is not in the village, there is no way to verify whether she has entered the Speed Force space. I can only do something else first and wait for Mito to come back before verifying my idea. Kamu planned to go see the one-tailed beast Shukaku. After all, he had promised it that he would see more of it when he had time. Just as Kamu was about to go out, he met a Hashira and Kakuzu who came to visit him. Kamu, it's not easy to meet you. Kakuzu, you invited him to join Konoha village. Now I bring him here. After Hearing that Kamui had returned to Konoha village, Oshiro brought Kakuzu to visit him, intending to let Kamui arrange for Kakuzu to work in Konoha village. After all, Kamui was invited to join Konoha village, and it was not easy for him to interfere. However, he didn't see Kamui every time he visited him, but he finally saw him today. Kakuzu, you've arrived at the perfect time. My plan only has a chance to be implemented thanks to you. Come with me and go find the Hokage. I'll tell him my plan. When Kamui saw Kakuzu, he felt that everything was ready, except for the east wind. As long as his plan was implemented smoothly, Konoha village would not be constrained by the funding from the Fire Nation, and could achieve financial independence. Kamui brought Kakuzu to the Hokage's office. Ubi was curious about Kamui's plan, so he followed Kamui to the Hokage's office, wanting to hear his plan. Madara, this is Kakuzu, do you remember? Kamui first introduced Kakuzu to Naruto. Madara. He was the most important part of Kamui's plan and the executor of the entire plan, so he had to make himself familiar to Naruto. Madara, Shenmue, just tell me straight, what are you planning to do, Hokage? Madara asked directly to the point. He knew Kamui too well, a person who would never come to visit someone for no reason, so if he did, he would either not come at all, or he definitely had something important to do. Ahem. Do you want Konoha village to achieve financial freedom? Do you want everyone in Konoha village to be rich? Do you want? Kamui selected financial advertisements from his previous life, combined them with the situation of Konoha village, and spoke them in a demonic voice. After hearing this, Naruto Madara was very moved, but he forced himself to calm down. However, he couldn't help thinking about what Kamui said. Shenmue, tell me your plan quickly, Naruto. Madara was ultimately unable to calm down. My plan is very simple. I will establish the Konoha Bank. I have already found the person to execute this plan. It is Kakuzu. Kamui proposed his plan, but did not reveal any content, which left Naruto Madara confused. You can decide the executor yourself. First, tell us what the purpose of establishing Konoha Bank is, Naruto. Madara knew that Kamui had come up with another proposal to help Konoha village, and he couldn't wait to know the contents of it. Konoha Bank includes 3 aspects: deposits, loans, and insurance. Deposit means helping you save money, loans means the bank lends you money, and insurance means paying you back. Kamui introduced the function of Konoha Bank in the simplest language. This is the Konoha Bank you mentioned? Forget it, just go ahead and do it. After listening to Kamui's extremely simple introduction to Konoha Bank, Hokage Madara had no idea what Kamui wanted to do, but he still chose to support Kamui. Okay, then I'll start preparing. Kamui received support from the Hokage Madara and immediately set out to select a site for the Konoha Bank. Kakuzu followed Kamui out of the Hokage's office. On the way, he wanted to ask Kamui something, but he didn't know where to start. You have questions for me, right? Finish reading these books first. The answers you want to know are all in the books. Kamui took out a large stack of books on finance that he had exchanged from the mall and threw them to Kakuzu, asking him to learn about the subject. Kakuzu took the pile of financial books and didn't care at all. Open the book and take a look. It contains what you are most interested in, making money. Kamui could see that Kakuzu had no interest in these books. If he hadn't been here, Kakuzu might have thrown these books into the trash. When Kakuzu heard Kamui say that the book would teach him how to make money, he didn't take it seriously, but he couldn't refuse, so he could only open the book and pretend to take a look. As soon as Kakuzu opened the book and read a few lines, he was attracted by the content and felt that he had met it too late. This book is so well written. Can I meet the author? After reading 2 paragraphs, Jyodu regarded the book as a treasure and wanted to exchange his thoughts with the author face to face. You won't be able to meet the author, but as long as you can carry forward the contents of the book, the author will be very happy. Kamui can't let Kakuzu communicate with the author of the book face to face, so it's better to give him up on this idea as soon as possible. Kakuzu, you should go back and finish reading these books. Once Konoha Bank is built, you will be needed to manage it. Kamui originally wanted to ask Kakuzu to solve the problem of the side selection for Konoha Bank, but then he thought that if he let Kakuzu be responsible for the side selection for Konoha Bank, he could transform his own house into Konoha Bank. So Kamui sent Kakuzu back home to study. Let's not talk about how Kamui is worried about choosing a location for Konoha Bank and just talk about the Hokage's office. Kamui went to choose a site for Konoha Bank. Leaving the Hokage, Madara, and the Great Pillar looking at each other in bewilderment. Madara, tell me about the Konoha Bank that Kamui mentioned. The Great Pillar had no idea what Kamui meant by Konoha Bank, but since the Hokage Madara approved the plan, he must have understood it, so he asked the Hokage Madara for advice. Hashirama, don't you understand? How could Hokage Madara himself know what Konoha Bank was? He only agreed to establish it out of trust in Kamui. If you ask him to explain, he won't be able to explain a single word. I really didn't understand, but you must have understood. Just tell me briefly. At this moment, the Great Pillar was very curious and pestered the Hokage Madara to tell him about Konoha Bank. Shenmue has already said everything that needs to be said. If you don't understand, there's no point in saying it again. Naruto. Madara himself didn't understand it, but that didn't stop him from pretending that he understood it in front of the big pillar, and then using it to attack the big pillar. Kamui was still worried about the location of Konoha Bank, and was looking for a place on the street that could be used as Konoha Bank. As he was walking, he suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to go see Shukaku, the one-tailed fox, today, but was delayed by the arrival of Hashira and Kakuzu. Kamui returned to the Hokage's office. Madara, where did you put the tailed beasts? I promised the one-tailed Shukaku that I would accompany it when I'm free. Kamui asked Madara directly about the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts, they asked me to put them in the collection room. Kamui, you came at the right time. Please tell him about Konoha Bank. His ability to understand is too poor. Madara. Hokage was questioned repeatedly by the Great Pillar, but he didn't really understand and could only keep making excuses to refuse. It happened that Kamui came at this time, so Madara Hokage left the Great Pillar to Kamui, and finally did not forget to hit the Great Pillar again. Kamui thought to himself, I myself don't understand why Konoha Bank does this. How can I explain it to you? And you, Madara, may not understand it either. You two are just the pot calling the kettle black. Okay, I get it. And the location of Konoha Bank has been decided. It's going to be near the Hokage building, so it can be seen from the windows. Kamui deliberately let Naruto Madara look out the window, and he took the opportunity to slack off. Shenmue, where is the place you chose? Why can't I see it? Shenmue, Naruto. Madara looked out the window for the location that Kamui mentioned, but all he saw was the Konoha Hospital. There was no place that could be used as Konoha Bank. Naruto Madara called Kamui twice again, but didn't hear any response from Kamui. Then he realized that Kamui had already left. Kamui came to the collection room and found the 9 sealing containers that sealed the tailed beasts, and among them, he was looking for the container that sealed the one-tailed Shukaku. As the Kamui approached the sealing container, the one-tailed Shukaku, the 5-tailed Muo, the 7-tailed Juumi, and the 8-tailed Gyuki became extremely excited. Among them, the one-tailed Shukaku was excited, but the other 3-tailed beasts were abnormal. Damn. Human, if you have the guts, let me out, and we can have another fight. The 8-tailed cow demon shouted, unconvinced. Human, I remember your chakra. You are the one who sealed me up. Let me out right now. I don't want to live in a small dark room. Nanao. Shijiki was dissatisfied with the poor living conditions and wanted to move to a better environment. Human, what did you eat when we were soaking in the hot spring together? Let me taste it too. After the 5-tailed King Mew was sealed, he kept thinking about Kamui's hamburger. Shenmue, you came to see me, one-tailed Shukaku said in surprise. I promised you that I would come to see you when I'm free. How can I go back on my word? Kamui ignored the other tailed beasts and focused on talking to the one-tailed Shukaku. Shenmue, can I go out? I want to go out and play. The One-tailed Shukaku requested weakly. Okay, but you have to make sure you don't run around and go back to the container when you're done playing. Kamui readily agreed to Shukaku's request. Kamui was about to leave the collection room with the sealed container of the one-tailed Shukaku. The remaining tailed beasts also asked to go out and play and promised Kamui that they would not run around and would return to the containers later. However, only the nine-tailed Kurama remained unmoved. Since everyone wanted to go out and play, Shenmue simply took all the sealed containers, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and came to the desert area within the borders of the Wind Kingdom. Kamui released the nine-tailed beasts from their sealed containers together to see what they were going to do. Chapter 86. Take precautions before they happen. Kamui released the nine-tailed beasts from the sealing containers, but not completely. He only released part of their chakra, and then 9 cute creatures appeared around Kamui. Hey, didn't you say you would let us out? What are you doing? The eight-tailed Gyuki discovered that only part of his chakra was released, not all of it. Naturally, his idea of killing Kamui came to nothing, but he was not reconciled and wanted to try again. Don't waste your energy. I know what you want to do, but if I may be frank, you two together are no match for me, so remember not to run around, or you'll get beaten. Shenmue felt that it would be better to remind them of some things in advance to avoid unpleasantness in the end. After hearing what Kamui said, the nine-tailed beasts, except for the one-tailed Shukaku and the nine-tailed Kurama, felt that Kamui was too arrogant and wanted to kill him to vent their anger. However, among the seven-tailed beasts, only the eight-tailed Gyuki took action. Arrogant, human, tailed beast ball. The eight-tailed Gyuki condensed the tailed beast ball in his mouth and fired it at Kamui. A tailed beast ball the size of a basketball attacked Kamui. Rasengan. Kamui pressed the Rasengan onto the tailed beast ball, and the tailed beast ball began to slowly decompose and dissipate under the stranglehold of the Rasengan until it disappeared. Ah, you listening now? Kamui held the Rasengan and looked at the eight-tailed Gyuki, not hiding his threat at all. The eight-tailed Gyuki is also a tailed beast who knows how to adapt to changing times, so he just played with the sand obediently at that time. The other six-tailed beasts also planned to kill Kamui, but when they saw that Kamui easily resolved the attack of the tailed beast ball, they immediately gave up this unrealistic idea and imitated the eight-tailed Gyuki and started playing with sand. The nine-tailed Kurama looked as if it had nothing to do with the matter and was sleeping in the sand. However, it knew the horror of Kamui and never wanted to be an enemy of Kamui again in its life, so it chose to lie down. Kamui was playing with the one-tailed creature Shukaku. Kamui exchanged a three-piece set of beach toys in the mall, which consisted of a small shovel, a small rake, and a small bucket. Shukaku, with a small shovel in one hand and a small rake in the other, and a small bucket hanging on his tail, quickly built a sand castle. Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, pulled Kamui and showed his work to Kamui, as if he were presenting a treasure, just like a child waiting for praise. Kamui was generous with his praise, which made Shukaku, the one-tailed fox, overjoyed. Then Kamui used his half-baked sealing technique to shape the sand castle, dug out the sand castle, and gave it to Shukaku, the one-tailed fox. The one-tailed Shukaku took the sand castle he built and showed off in front of the other tailed beasts. The other tailed beasts turned a blind eye to Shukaku's show-off behavior and just played with the sand absent-mindedly, feeling the beauty of the outside world. Hey, come over for dinner. Kamui called the nine-tailed beasts over, intending to let them taste the hamburger. I want to eat what you eat when we go to the hot spring together. When King Wu heard Shenmue say it was time to eat, he rushed to Shenmue and asked for Shenmue's hamburger. You want a burger? You can. Kamui took out hamburgers from his personal space, shared them with the nine-tailed beasts, and then began to eat them himself. The tailed beasts smelled the aroma of the burgers and couldn't wait to eat them together with the packaging. After finishing them, they were still not satisfied and asked Kamui for more. Kamui took out his own stock from his personal space and piled the burgers into a small mountain. The tailed beasts ate one burger at a time until they were all gone, and then they lay on their backs to bask in the sun. Now that you are all full, you can return to the sealed container in a moment. I will take you back before Returning to Konoha village, Kamui first notified the nine-tailed beasts and asked them to be mentally prepared. We have to go back so soon. I haven't had enough fun yet. I don't want to go back to the little dark room. Nanao Shijiki, who attaches great importance to the quality of life, strongly protested and returned to the sealed container regarding the situation raised by Nanami Shijiki. Kamui also gave it serious consideration. Changing the living environment is not a bad idea. The Pokeballs sold in the mall can solve this problem. Shenwei exchanged 10 Pokeballs from the mall. Although they are just the classic red and white Pokeballs, their capture success rate is no less than that of Master Balls, and the living environment inside is no less than that of Deluxe Balls. Kamui replaced the tailed beasts with new homes one by one, but after that, every time he wanted to release a tailed beast, he could only release it in its entirety, and there was no chance of releasing part of the chakra point. The restraining force of the Pokeball is much greater than that of a sealing container. It can forcibly recall the tailed beasts back into the Pokeball, which should be considered its advantage point. The tailed beasts were very satisfied with their new living environment, and even seemed reluctant to leave. This also saved future Konoha ninjas a lot of trouble, as they no longer had to worry about the tailed beasts escaping. Kamui's 10th Pokeball was prepared for Black Zetsu, but he accidentally let it run away last time. This time, with Kamui plus Pokeball, let's see where you can run. Kamui put the sealing container that originally sealed the tailed beast into his personal space, and then returned to Konoha village with the Pokeball containing the tailed beast. Kamui immediately informed Madara and Naruto about the replacement of the sealing container of the tailed beasts, and gave Madara and Naruto the Pokeball and the method of using the Pokeball. Watching Naruto Madara accept the 9 Pokeballs, Kamui left the Hokage building. Kamui returned home and took out the sealing container that sealed the tailed beasts from his personal space. He collected the remaining chakra of the tailed beasts in the sealing container and put them all in a sealing container. When Mito came back, he would use this part of the chakra to help Mito open his sage body and increase Mito's self-protection ability. Kamui put the sealing container that sealed the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts into his personal space and placed the remaining 8 sealing containers in the corner of the room. Kamui returned to his room, closed his eyes, and communicated with the Speed Force. This time he not only had to let his consciousness enter the Speed Force space, but also his body. Sand Ninja Village in the Country of Wind. The Chunin exam is coming up soon. All of you team leaders should report on the performance of each team in recent times. The Kazekage was sitting in a conference room with a group of Jonin and Chunin for a meeting. The Kazekage wanted to know the level of the genin in the village, so that he could make an estimate and analysis. Reporting to Master Kazekage, Team 1 has completed 10 D rank missions and 4 C rank missions. Reporting to Master Kazekage, Team 2 has completed 8 D rank missions and 5 C rank missions. Reporting to Master Kazekage, Team 8 has completed 4 D rank missions, 3 C rank missions, and 1 B rank mission. Ryoto and Shaman performed very well in the B rank mission. One by one, the leading ninjas reported the situation of their team to the Kazekage. I know Ryoto and Shaman. They have always been the talented ninjas of the Sand Village. With them participating in this Chunin exam, at least they won't lose too badly. In the eyes of these leading ninjas, the Kazekage's humility is just boosting others' morale and destroying his own prestige. Lord Kazekage, with Ryoto and Shaman's strength, how could they just not lose too badly? That's right, Lord Kazekage. Please don't underestimate the strength of Ryoto and Shaman. Lord Kazekage, Ryoto and Shaman will surely make a name for themselves in the Chunin exams. A group of leading ninjas had high hopes for Ryoto and Shaman, the 2 talented ninjas from the Sand Village. You guys really underestimate other ninja villages. Let's not talk about those far away. Let's talk about Konoha Village, which is the venue for the Chunin exam this time. The ninja who improved the environment for the village last time was called Senju Hashirama. What do you think of him, Fengying? Use the big pillar as an example to stimulate discussion and let these people speak freely. Senju Hashirama is indeed a powerful ninja, but he doesn't seem to be a genin who can take part in the Chunin exam. Right. The ninja leader of the second team thought if the great pillars would release ninjutsu, where he could just clasp his hands together, and whatever he shouted would come true, and he was in awe. But then he thought, since he wasn't going to take part in the Chunin exam, why did the Kazekage mention his name? As far as I know, Hashirama Senju is the principal of the ninja school, but this does not mean that the students taught in the ninja school are necessarily powerful. The ninja leading the 8th team made a reasonable and accurate analysis. Based on the information he had, you are all wrong. What I really want to talk about is not Senju Hashirama. He is just for your reference. What I really want to talk about is Uchiha Kamui. The Kazekage looked at the confused faces of the leading ninjas and continued. At the 5-Cage summit, Uchiha Kamui suppressed the Hokage and Senju Hashirama with his own strength. You can imagine how terrifying his strength is. Recently, there is intelligence that Uchiha Kamui led 4 teams to carry out missions as a Jonin. He also indirectly took over a team from his wife Mito. These 5 teams will participate in this Chunin exam. The Kazekage shared the information he had with the team leaders, letting them know that there were many talented genin participating in the Chunin exam. The group of ninja leaders were just dissatisfied with the Kazekage for underestimating their own genin, but now after hearing about the 5 teams under Kamui, they felt that the Kazekage had overestimated his own genin. Lord Kazekage, what should we do then? Lord Fengying, please make an idea. We, in the shinobi village, cannot afford to lose. Lord Kazekage, when the leading ninjas heard about the 5 teams under Kamui, they immediately panicked. It is not difficult to see from this how weak the Sand Village is. Why are you panicking? It's just a Chunin exam. It's not like you're at the doorstep. Is it necessary to be so excited? The Kazekage is worthy of being the leader and backbone of the Sand Village. With just one sentence, he calmed down the panicked ninja leaders. Order that genin participating in the Chunin exams should try to avoid direct conflict with genin from Konoha village during the Chunin exams, and make sure that enough genin pass the second round of the Chunin exams. The orders of the Kazekage are conveyed by the leading ninjas of each team to the ears of every genin taking part in the Chunin exam. Chapter 87, Ninja Village Movements. Sand Ninja Village. Why would Lord Kazekage give such an order? Ryoto, what do you think of Lord Kazekage's order? Shaman doesn't understand why the Kazekage gave such an order and plans to discuss it with his good friend Ryoto. What else can I see? I think that Lord Kazekage is frightened by the reputation of Konoha village. In the Chunin exam, I will definitely teach the ninjas of Konoha village a lesson and let the Kazekage know how stupid his decision is. Ryoto also strongly disapproved of the Kazekage's orders, thinking that the Kazekage was timid and weak, and even thought that he was no longer worthy of being the Kazekage. Ryoto, it's not enough to just teach the ninjas of Konoha village a lesson. I remember that the second round of the Chunin exam allowed mutual fighting, although Shaman didn't say it explicitly. Ryoto already understood what he meant. Li Dao and Shaman looked at each other and smiled, understanding each other tacitly. Kirigakure village in the country of water. Report to the Mizukage-sama. The ninja sent to kill the Sand Village team suddenly lost contact and is suspected to have been secretly eliminated by the Konoha village. The captain of the assassination team of the Hidden Mist village is reporting to the Mizukage. Trash. It's all trash. The Mizukage was so angry that he threw everything around him to the ground. Then, Lord Mizukage, should we continue to send ninjas to intercept the Sand Village team? The captain of the assassination unit asked the Mizukage for instructions on what he planned to do next. No, need to send more people. The purpose of killing the Sand Village team is just to cause trouble for Konoha village. Now notify all the team leaders to convey to their genin that they should give priority to assassinating Konoha genin in the Chunin exam. Also, order them to leave on time in 3 days to go to Konoha village to take part in the Chunin exam. When the Mizukage thought of the humiliation he suffered by the Hokage Madara at the 5-Cage summit, he became furious. He took advantage of this Chunin exam to massacre the genin of Konoha village and vent his anger. The Mizukage's order was quickly passed down, and as a genin taking part in the Chunin exam this time, Hazuki Jinjetsu naturally also received the Mizukage's order for Hazuki Jinjetsu. The purpose of participating in the Chunin exam was to fight against genin from different ninja villages, and the Mizukage's order was just a side effect. Father, there is still no news about my second uncle, Kitsune. Jinjetsu's second uncle is the Kitsune clan's senior ninja in the bandit's lair. Kitsune Jinjutsu has had a very good relationship with his second uncle since childhood. After learning that his second uncle disappeared during a mission, he asked his father about his second uncle's whereabouts many times. There is no concrete news, but there are rumors that he has died in the mission. GUI. Deng Huanyu's father said in an ambiguous tone, "Father, what mission did second uncle go on?" Deng Huanyu didn't believe that his second uncle was dead, so he decided to get to the bottom of the matter and look for clues himself. I don't know the specific content of the mission, but I know that he went to the Fire Country to carry out the mission. It just so happens that you are also going to the Fire Country to take the Chunin exam, so just ask for information about him. Deng Huanyu's father told Deng Huanyu everything he knew and asked him to find out the whereabouts of his second uncle by himself. Azuki Jinjutsu hoped that nothing happened to his second uncle, and at the same time he blamed the disappearance of his second uncle on the Konoha village, and planned to teach the genin of Konoha village a lesson in the Chunin exam. Cloud Hidden Village in the Country of Thunder, Lord Raikage. The Hidden Cloud Village is participating in the Chunin exams this time, and the daimyo is also interested in going along as well. The envoy of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is conveying the daimyo's intentions to the Raikage. What? The daimyo is going with us? Why didn't we hear any news before? The Raikage didn't dare to say it in front of the daimyo's envoy, as the daimyo could do whatever he wanted. Yes, the daimyo heard that he could see 5 ninja villages competing on the same stage in this Chunin exam, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he came to inform the Raikage, and hoped that the Raikage could make arrangements early, and not let the daimyo down. The daimyo's messenger conveyed the daimyo's intention to the Raikage, and waited for the Raikage to give a reply. The envoy of the daimyo has worked hard on the journey. Someone, please arrange for the envoy of the daimyo to rest. After the Raikage sent someone to take the daimyo's envoy away, he smashed the table with one fist. Why would the daimyo watch the Chunin exams? Can he understand a ninja's battle? He only knows how to cause trouble for others. The Raikage kept complaining about the daimyo, and was almost about to start cursing. Then, we just reject the name directly. The Raikage guarded the side suggested. No, the daimyo's request must be met. So, order the leader of the Kumogakure ninja team to leave for Konoha village in advance, and I will personally escort the daimyo to Konoha village. We will meet at the border of the Land of Lightning, and then go to Konoha village together. The Raikage quickly gave orders to balance the daimyo and the village's ninjas. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village suddenly received an order from the Raikage to go to the Konoha village, and became busy. Darui, former first Raikage, Yotsuki Ai, former second Raikage, Kinkaku, and Jinkaku are all candidates participating in the Chunin exam this time. They all hope to pass the Chunin exam, prove themselves in front of everyone, and become the next generation Raikage. Iwagakure village of Earth Country. Have the other ninja villages set out? The Tsuchikage asked his subordinates about the situation in other ninja villages. The Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Cloud village have already started preparing to go to the Hidden Leaf village, but the Sand village has not made any movement so far. The Tsuchikage's subordinates immediately reported the situation of other ninja villages to the Tsuchikage. How many daimyo will come to watch during the Chunin exams? The Tsuchikage then asked his subordinates about the movements of the daimyo of other great countries. The daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning have already decided to watch the Chunin exams. As for the daimyo of other major countries, there is no news yet. The Tsuchikage's subordinates reported the movements of the daimyo of each major country to the Tsuchikage. What happened to the ninjas that the Mizukage sent out to kill the Sand village team? The Tsuchikage asked something he wasn't supposed to know. The ninjas sent out by the Mizukage have been dealt with by Uchiha Kamui and his genin. I heard that Uchiha Kamui also captured 2 jonin from the Hidden Mist village. The Tsuchikage's subordinates knew everything that Tsuchikage asked, and reported all the secrets to him. Contact the Shimura clan ninjas in Konoha village immediately. I want them to gather all the information about the Uchiha Kamui team. The Tsuchikage was very curious about the genin led by Kamui, so he ordered his men to collect intelligence on them. At the same time, during the conversation with his men, He revealed that the ninja in Konoha village who leaked the information was from the Shimura clan. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. When that Tsuchikage's men received the order, they immediately went to carry it out. After that Tsuchikage finished making the arrangements, he left that Tsuchikage office building and headed to the training ground, where he watched the bloodlines that had not been developed being eliminated. Wu has not seen GUI Lantern Hua new yet, so naturally he is not covered in bandages. Chen. Escape. The art of peeling off the original world. Wu. Freddy was in the air, a white light flashed between his hands, and then a white beam of light shot out from between his hands and rushed straight to the ground. The area on the ground, covered by the beam of light, had disappeared, leaving only a large round hole. Woo, is this the bloodline elimination you developed? Its power should not be underestimated. The Tsuchikage looked at the big hole on the ground and congratulated Wu on developing the bloodline. He was very satisfied with its power and secretly decided that when he had a grandson, he would give him to Wu to teach. Hello, Tsuchikage-sama. When Wu saw that Tsuchikage greeting and bowing respectfully, he couldn't help but feel complacent about that Tsuchikage's praise. If you have any questions about the development of bloodline elimination, you can always ask me. The Tsuchikage tried hard to maintain a friendly and approachable image in front of Wu in order to narrow the distance between the two people. Wu's eyes were full of admiration for that Tsuchikage, and naturally he would never think that the image of that Tsuchikage was all a disguise for the sake of his bloodline elimination. Tsuchikage said a few words to Boring and then left. Tsuchikage knew very well that too much is as bad as too little and there is always a long way to go. That Tsuchikage returned to that Tsuchikage office building, wondering how confident the Iwagakure could be in the Chunin exams. Originally, that Tsuchikage felt that the Iwagakure village had this secret weapon and they would have a sure win in the Chunin exam. Now that he knew that Kamu's team would also be taking part in the Chunin exam, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Konoha village in the land of fire. The head of the Shimura clan is secretly meeting with the spies sent by the Iwagakure village. I want the information of every member of Uchiha Kamui's team. The price is the same as before. The spy hopes that the head of the Shimura clan can provide him with the information he needs. Uchiha Kamui's team? It's hard to get intelligence on them. The head of the Shimura clan spoke from the heart because he really didn't know where the genin under Kamui came from. Chief Shimura, I understand what you mean. I will add 10% to the price of the usual intelligence. No more. The spy thought that this was just an excuse for the Shimura clan leader to bargain, but since his superiors were pressing him, he had no choice but to spend a lot of money to get the Shimura clan leader to be flexible. You misunderstood. This is not about money. The main thing is, let me tell you this. The genin under Uchiha Kamui is not from a ninja school at all. I even suspect that they are not from Konoha village. And Uchiha Kamui got these people from nowhere and made them become ninjas of Konoha village to take part in the Chunin exam. The head of the Shimura clan told the spies sent by Iwagakure everything he knew. The spy didn't believe it at first, but later, no matter how he asked or how much he raised the price, the Shimura clan leader didn't change his statement, so the spy had to believe what the Shimura clan leader said, even if they were found by Uchiha Kamui from outside as ninjas of Konoha village. They must have ninja files. Just give their files to me. Naturally, the spy would not be willing to return empty-handed, so he decided to let the chief of the Shimura clan steal the ninja files, and then he would take these files to report back. Of course, he also had to note the situation reported by the chief of the Shimura clan. As for other things, it was not something that I, a spy, needed to consider. Chapter 88. Father. The Shimura clan leader parted ways with the spy and returned to the Shimura clan. Shahu is back. How is it? Are you confident about the Chunin exam? Zahu is the son of the Shimura clan leader and a student at the ninja school. Normally, it is difficult for the father and son to see each other, and even if they meet, it is only a quick meeting. Today, both of them have some free time, so naturally the father wants to care about his son. Father, of course I have confidence. My dream is to become a Hokage. A Chunin exam is not a problem for me. Zahu is confident in his abilities and believes that he will shine in the Chunin exams. Shahu, it's good that you have confidence, but you must not be complacent. You must remember this. By the way, Shahu, how are the genin of your class doing? Patriarch Shimura taught Zahu that he didn't want his son to become a person with high expectations but poor skills. In the end, he did not forget to inquire about the genin of the same class as his son. If there were any stumbling blocks for his son, he would not mind using some small tricks to clear the obstacles for his son. Among the genin of my class, no one is my opponent, except Sarutobi Sasuke and Uzumaki Suzuna. Now Sarutobi Sasuke and I are teammates, and that annoying red-haired Uzumaki Suzuna can only lead to slackers to carry out some D-rank missions to find cats. When Zahu mentioned Uzumaki Suzuna, he made no secret of his dislike for her, and when he mentioned Uzumaki Suzuna's last place teammates, his tone was full of gloating point. When Chief Shimura heard Shahu mention Uzumaki Suzuna, his heart moved. This name was among the files he needed to collect, but Chief Shimura knew that everything he did was a betrayal of Konoha village, so he would not let his son get involved. Zahu, I just told you not to be complacent. Have you forgotten? Even if Uzumaki Suzuna's teammates are the last, does that mean you will definitely win? I will punish you by making you practice hand seals 500 times. The original intention of the Shimura clan leader was to wake up his son Zahu by hinting at it indirectly, but Zahu did not think of this. He just felt that his father scolded him and punished him for that annoying red-haired guy. Now Zahu no longer hates Uzumaki Suzuna, but hates her, deeply hates her. Chief Shimura felt that his son Zahu would surely understand his good intentions, so he secretly summoned all the tribe members to a secret room. To summarize the stolen intelligence point, Tobirama has been busy these days, secretly investigating who leaked the information. He has made some progress recently, but most of them are small fry. Tobirama followed the clues of these small fish and shrimps and finally locked his target on the family in Konoha village. Tobirama knew that things were going to be difficult now. If the people in these families were asked to choose between Konoha village and their own families, they would definitely choose their own families, so it would be harder than climbing to the sky if you wanted them to report their families. However, Tobirama is a smart man who is good at thinking. When encountering a problem, the first thing he thinks of is to solve it, instead of throwing the problem to others to solve like Kamui. It is precisely because of this that Hokage Madara particularly values Tobirama and lets him take on multiple roles. After a series of investigations, Tobirama discovered that the family that leaked the information was the Shimura clan, but as he had no evidence to prove it, he sent people to monitor the Shimura clan's every move. Minister Chief Shimura secretly convened a clan meeting, apparently to arrange how to pass on the information. Should we take action here? Anbu captain reports to Tobirama about the situation within the Shimura clan. No. Rush. This time we not only need to catch the Shimura clan who leaked the information, but also catch all the spies they contacted. Tobirama did not value the small profits in front of him. He had been busy for so many days, and how could he just catch a member of the Shimura clan who leaked information? That would be impossible. He had to eradicate this intelligence chain. Today's clan meeting ends here. We must pass on the information we have collected before the evening. Recently, I always feel that someone is watching my every move, so to be safe, the action of passing on the information will be put after the Chunin exams. Everyone can take a break during this time. I will take this opportunity to cheer for Zahu. The head of the Shimura clan seemed to have noticed Tobirama's surveillance of him, so he decided to suspend business and stay out of the spotlight and take this opportunity to see Shahu's wonderful performance in the Chunin exam, which was really killing two birds with one stone. The clan members came out of the secret room and left the Shimura clan one after another, delivering the last information before the end of the Chunin exam. After all the members of the Shimura clan were sent out to pass on information, Tobirama visited the chief of the Shimura clan. Tobirama and clan leader Shimura were polite to each other on the surface, but in fact they each had ulterior motives in their hearts. Chief Shimura was chatting with Tobirama when a member of the Shimura clan ran in a panic. When Chief Shimura saw his people in such a panic, he knew something must have happened. And he quickly signaled to them with his eyes that there were outsiders present and that they could talk later, but he was still a step too late. Chief, something has happened. There is an ambush at the place where we trade intelligence. Our clan members and the contact have been captured by the Enbu. The Shimura clan member noticed Tobirama only after he finished speaking. He knew he had said the wrong thing, so he stood aside without saying a word. When the Shimura clan leader saw that the truth was revealed and Tobirama was still calm, he had no idea that all this was Tobirama's doing. Chief Shimura smiled sadly and said, "I know that leaking the village's intelligence is a capital crime, but I have only one request. My son Zehu is innocent. He didn't know about it, and he wasn't involved. I just want him to live." Chief Shimura took all the blame on himself, just to save his son's life. Patriarch Shimura has admitted that he leaked information. Then please write down all the channels for transmitting information, the contact locations, and the contact codes. Tobirama handed over a pen and paper, meaning for Chief Shimura to write down everything he knew. In order to save Shahu's life, the Shimura clan leader naturally did not dare to hide anything. He quickly filled 3 pages of paper and handed them to Tobirama. After he finished, Tobirama took a look at them, then handed them to the Shimura clan member who had run back and said, "According to what is written above, send people to catch them all in one fell swoop." The Shimura clan member formed a seal to cancel his transformation technique and restored his original appearance. It was Tobirama's Anbu. The Anbu took the evidence from Tobirama and left the Shimura clan. "Tobirama, the head of the Anbu, you have a really good method. It really opens my eyes." When Chief Shimura saw that the Anbu had returned to his true form, he naturally connected everything together. He could only blame himself for losing his composure and being tricked by Tobirama. Based on the evidence provided by Chief Shimura, the Anbu team wiped out all the spies, big and small, in the village in just one night. The next day, the head of the Shimura clan was taken away by the Anbu. In order to give an explanation to the villagers, the crimes of the Shimura clan were announced. Only then did the villagers know that the Shimura clan had actually leaked the village's information to people outside the village, and naturally they couldn't help but spit on and abuse the Shimura clan. As the son of the Shimura clan leader, although it has been proven that Zehu has nothing to do with leaking the village's intelligence, he is still branded as a little traitor and is looked down upon by others. At first, Zehu would argue with others, his face turning red and his neck getting thick. Later, Zehu gradually stopped arguing with others, let things go, and became silent. There is solid evidence that Chief Shimura leaked the village's intelligence. According to Konoha law, he must be executed immediately. Before the execution, Chief Shimura asks to see his son Shahu again. Tobirama agreed, and Shikari was soon brought to reunite with the Shimura clan leader. "Zehu, do you hate me?" The Shimura clan leader wanted to know what Shahu thought of him as a father. Zehu hesitated. After all the abuse that the villagers had directed at the Zamura family during this period of time, it would be a lie to say that Zehu did not hate his father in his heart. But he was his father after all, and no matter what his father did, it could not change the relationship between them. Zehu also knew that this might be the last time he would see his father, and he did not want his father to leave with sadness. "I don't hate my father." As soon as Zehu finished speaking, the chief of the Zakan clan slapped Zehu in the face. "I leaked the village's information. I'm a sinner of Konoha village, and you are a ninja loyal to Konoha village. You must hate me. I ask you again, do you hate me?" Although Chief Shimura did not see it, he could guess Zehu's situation in the village. When he heard Zehu say that he did not hate him, Chief Shimura was so happy at that moment, but he could not show it. He had to harden his heart and force his son Zehu to draw a clear line between himself and him. Only in this way could he realize his son Zehu's dream of becoming Hokage. "I don't hate my father," Zehu said firmly. As expected, Zehu was slapped by the Shimura clan leader again, and asked the same question again. No matter how hard and painful the slap from Chief Shimura was, Zehu kept repeating the 5 words "I don't hate my father," and refused to give in. Every slap that Chief Shimura slapped was on Zehu's body, and the pain was in his heart. Finally, Chief Shimura could not bring himself to do it anymore. "Tobirama, I ask you for one last thing. I only ask you to accept Zehu as your disciple. Tobirama, I beg you." The Shimura clan leader knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, as if to say, "I will keep kowtow unless Tobirama agrees." Zehu didn't want his father to ask others for help for him, so he wanted to help his father up, but was pushed away by his father. I promise you. Tobirama said. The Shimura clan leader was immediately overjoyed and pulled Zehu to kowtow together. Zehu was still a little reluctant, so the Shimura clan leader pressed him to the ground and made him worship Tobirama as his teacher. After Zehu became his disciple, the chief of the Zikan clan felt relieved. He looked at Zehu deeply, then left without looking back. He's a good father, Tobirama said, patting Shika's shoulder. Zehu burst into tears. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, SHENWEIN-039, S Daily Life. Kamui was exploring the Speed Force at home, and was completely unaware of the information leaked by the Shimura clan and the village point. Although Shenwei has not yet figured out how to bring people into the Speed Force space, he unexpectedly possesses super fast thinking ability. With super fast thinking ability, Shenwei will maintain absolute rationality, and can get the answers he wants from countless variables. Of course, absolute rationality also represents the lack of emotion. Shenwei ended his state of absolute rationality, and emotions surged like a tide. Shenwei now needed to eliminate the sequelae of his state of absolute rationality by entering the world. Kamui left home and came to the streets of Konoha village, where he heard people on the street discussing how the Shimura clan had leaked information and had been exterminated by the village. Kamui couldn't help but suspect that this was the corrective power of the multiverse. He had previously destroyed the Shimura clan in Naruto world, and now the Shimura clan in his own world had also been wiped out. Perhaps the Shimura clan in other worlds would also be affected by this or that. Let the cause be eliminated. Kamui put aside those wild thoughts and went to the residence of the Fairy Tail Guild members and met President Makarov. President, are you used to living in Konoha village during this period? Ever since Kamui brought President Makarov here, he has never been here again. Today I happened to have some free time, so I came to see him. Kamui, long time no see. We are living well in Konoha village. Don't miss us. Just focus on arranging the Chunin exam. President Makarov only thought that Kamui had been busy with the Chunin exams recently and had no time to come over. President Makarov didn't know that Kamui had been slacking off in Konoha village. Yes, I'm too busy with the Chunin exams. I took some time out of my schedule to come and see you, President. By the way, I'll give you the method to open the second source of magic. Anyone who wants to open the second source of magic in the future can just come to you. Kamui first took advantage of the situation and pretended that he was busy with the Chunin exams recently, and then gave the method to open the second source of magic to President Makarov, fulfilling his previous promise. President Makarov exclaimed as he read the method to unlock the second source of magic. What a great method, Shenwei. This research result of opening the second source of magic is not inferior to those old scholars in the Magic Council. Kamui knows his own business. He is just a plagiarist who relies on his knowledge of the world. When it comes to the study of magic, he is no match for those old scholars in the Magic Council. The praise from President Makarov makes Kamui, who has a thick skin like a city wall, blush. Shenwei, what are you going to do with this research result on opening the second source of magic? President Makarov stopped his words of praise and looked at Kamui seriously. After all, Kamui was the pioneer who opened the second source of magic, so how to deal with this research result naturally had to follow Kamui's opinion. President, since I have given you the method to open the second source of magic, it is up to you to decide. Kamui does not care about the glory that this method of opening the second source of magic can bring, and naturally has no intention of interfering with how President Makarov handles it. Moreover, Kamui believes that leaving it to President Makarov is the best option. For details, please refer to the weapon made from the body of the first President Mavis, Meteor Brilliance. Well, let's put aside the issue of how to deal with the method of opening the second source of magic. Now it's just the two of us. I want to talk to you about Mera. President Makarov noticed that Mera had become much more cheerful in recent times. When asked what happened to her, she refused to tell him. President Makarov asked everyone but got nothing. When President Makarov met Kamui today, he decided to ask Kamui about Mera's situation. President, I will take good care of Mera. Kamui thought that President Makarov already knew about Mera and was going to warn him as an old father, so Kamui made a promise to President Makarov first. You mean you accept Mera's love, President? Makarov originally wanted to ask Kamui about the reason why Mera was so cheerful recently, but he never expected that Kamui confessed and gave the answer, President, you don't know, Shenmue. Then realized that he had been incriminating himself and that his previous thoughts were all his imagination. Kamui and President Makarov were silent for a long time, and finally President Makarov spoke first. Kamui, now that you have accepted Mera, what are you going to do with Mito? President Makarov asked seriously. Only children make choices. I want both Mito and Mera. Kamui's shameless remarks almost caused President Makarov's heart disease to relapse. Mito and Mera are both good kids. If you dare to let them down, I will never forgive you. Now, disappear right now, President. Makarov put his hand over his heart and warned Kamui, and then said that he didn't want to see Kamui anymore, and asked him to disappear. President, don't worry. I will treat Mito Mera well, and will not let you down. Kamui made this assurance to President Makarov, and without waiting for President Makarov to chase him away, he activated the Flying Thunder God formation and disappeared. After seeing Kamui leave, President Makarov put down his hand that was covering his heart. A smile spread across his face, and he recalled the stories of his youth and said, "This is youth." Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God formation and came to the secret room where Tobirama was conducting human experiments. Tobirama, you did a great job. You found the ninja who leaked the information in the village so quickly. Kamui praised Tobirama, who was fiddling with experimental equipment, saying that he was efficient. Thanks to you, I was able to take over this mission that was not originally mine. I really should thank you, Kamui. Tobirama said this in a sarcastic tone, and when he said thank you, it felt like he was gritting his teeth. You're welcome. We are friends. Everything is the best arrangement. Kamui's shamelessness completely defeated Tobirama, leaving him speechless. What do you want to do here? If you have nothing else to do, please leave. I still have experiments to do. Seeing that Kamui's face was invulnerable to swords and guns, Tobirama ordered Kamui to expel him. I really have something to talk to you about this time. It's not business, it's personal. I want you to prepare an eye drop using Hashirama cells as the raw material. Kamui told Tobirama the purpose of this trip, and the eye drops he prepared were also the ones he had promised to restore the pupil power of Madara's double. Eye drops made from Big Brother's cells? What's wrong with your eyes? Tobirama is a curious baby who wants to get to the bottom of everything. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you, but I hope you can keep it a secret. After all, this is the secret of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Shenmue acted frankly and honestly, laid the groundwork well, and began to add drama to himself. What exactly is going on? When Tobirama heard that it was a secret of the Sharingan, he immediately became interested. After activating the Mangekyō Sharingan, each time it is used, it will consume pupil power and reduce vision until the pupil power is exhausted and the eyes become blind. Eye drops made from Hashirama cells can alleviate or even eliminate this sequelae. My eyes need the help of these eye drops right now. Kamui told Tobirama the secret of the Mangekyō Sharingan, both true and false, and wanted him to make Hashirama cell eye drops. Oh, I see. The Mangekyō Sharingan has this side effect. I can make the eye drops you want right now, but what are you going to give in exchange? Tobirama seemed to be sure of defeating Kamui and used the eye drops with confidence to threaten Kamui. Fuck, Tobirama, we've been together for so many years, and you're actually negotiating conditions with me. Shenmue said so much just to get it for free. Brother, let's settle accounts clearly. That's what you said. Tobirama refuted Kamui's words, leaving Kamui speechless. Tell me, what do you want? This idea of yours definitely didn't come up in 1 or 2 days. It must have been planned for a long time. Seeing that his hope of getting something for free was dashed, Kamui sprayed a bunch of trash talk at Tobirama. I want the complete flying thunder god technique, Rasengan, and sealing technique. Tobirama didn't think he was asking for too much. Compared to restoring the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, these things were not worth mentioning at all. Tobirama, why don't you go and rob? Kamui pretended to be in pain to confuse Tobirama, and also to prevent Tobirama from raising the price. In fact, these things were not worth mentioning to Kamui. It was just Kamui's negotiation skill. What do you think I'm doing now? That's the price. Change it if you want. Tobirama thought that if he asked Kamui for these things, he would feel painful, so he insisted on having them. Okay, deal. I'll give you the stuff. When can I come get the eye drops? Kamui found that Tobirama did not raise the price, and immediately put what Tobirama wanted in front of him. When Tobirama saw Kamui preparing everything very efficiently, he realized that he had been cheated again. However, Tobirama still had some dignity, and did not raise the price. Eye drops, come and get them in 3 days, and leave here if nothing else. Tobirama gave Kamui some time to deliver the goods, and then once again ordered him to leave. Okay, it's a deal. After Kamui finished speaking, he activated the Flying Thunder God formation and immediately reached Tobirama's secret laboratory. Shenwei came to the mission department again, and decided to find out the mission completion status of the 4 teams during this period. When Kamui appeared in the mission department, someone immediately notified the director of the mission department, Senju. Kamui, long time no see. How does it feel to be the leading jonin? Banjian walked out of the office and warmly welcomed Shenwei, which made Shenwei a little confused. I was planning to talk to you about the planning of the Chunin exam venue. Let's go to your office and talk, Kamui said as he walked towards Banma's office. Chapter 90, Black Zetsu reappears. Shenwei, if you have anything to say, just talk here. When Banjian saw Shenwei was about to enter his office, he hurriedly tried to stop him, because all the things in his office were moved from Shenwei's office, so he wanted to avoid being discovered by Shenwei as much as possible. That's fine. I came here just to find out about the missions Team Mito is currently carrying out, as well as the mission completion status of my 4 teams. Shenwei stopped and explained his purpose in the hall and the boardroom of the mission department. Oh, so that's how it is. Shenwei, wait a moment, I'll find some information about them for you. Itama secretly breathed a sigh of relief and thought, I hope he's not here to cause trouble for me. Hey, wait, since he's not here to cause trouble for me, that means Kamui has never been to the police department, which means Kamui has been slacking off recently. Unlike me, I'm not only busy with the work of the mission department, but also responsible for the construction of the Chunin examination venue. Banjian felt upset, but his hands did not slow down at all in looking for information. Found it. The records of your team's completed missions are all on it. As Banjian spoke, he handed Shenwei a stack of papers, and the top page was the information about Shenwei's duplicate. Shenwei read it word by word, and found that not only did they complete each task very well, but they were also very efficient. Kamui, the escort mission that Team Mito is carrying out is estimated to be back in the next 2 days. Tell me secretly, do you miss Mito? The gossip fire in Itama's heart was burning fiercely, and he winked at Kamui and said, I see. Mito is back. Tell her to go home. My 4 teams are back. Let them stay in the village. Kamui did not satisfy Banjian's gossipy heart, so he left. After making arrangements for his team. Kamui left the mission department and was confronted by an Anbu ninja who came with orders from Naruto Madara. Master Kamui, the Hokage wants to see you. The Anbu conveyed Hokage Madara's order in an orderly manner and then disappeared in a flash. Kamui was confused and didn't understand why Naruto Madara suddenly came to find him, but he went anyway. Kamui walked into the Hokage's office and found that Madara was still processing documents as usual. Madara, are you looking for me? Kamui's voice interrupted the furiously writing Hokage Madara. He raised his head and looked at Kamui seriously, then said, Kamui, the daimyo needs our Konoha village to send ninjas to receive the teams from various ninja villages heading to Konoha village to take part in the Chunin exam. After much thought, I decided to send you to complete the reception mission. Send. Me to receive other ninja villages? No, today is only a few days ago, and there is still more than half a month before the tune-in exam. It's uncertain whether the other party will show up or leave. Send me to receive them. Kamui ignored the fact that other ninjas did not know the Flying Thunder God technique. According to the speed of other ninjas, the daimyo's request was actually reasonable. Kamui, even if the daimyo hadn't requested it, I was planning to send someone to receive them. The main purpose was to prevent them from causing damage in the fire country. You should understand this, right? Don't you usually like to slack off? Isn't this a rare opportunity, Naruto? Madara was patient and persuasive, seemingly hoping that Kamui would take advantage of this reception to slack off. Kamui looked at Naruto Madara curiously, wondering if he was being controlled by someone. Under normal circumstances, Naruto Madara would hate his slacking behavior, so why did he change his nature today? Madara, tell the truth. Are you stimulated by something? You actually encourage me to fish. Aren't you usually the most opposed to me fishing? Kamui didn't know how to understand Naruto Madara's abnormal behavior, so he tried to explain it. Then, let me ask you, what have you been doing in the village recently? Have you been to the police department once? Instead of letting you hang around in front of me, I might as well send you out on a mission, based on the principle of out of sight, out of mind. Hokage Madara arranged for Kamui to leave Konoha village with the task of receiving guests from other ninja villages. You're right. I haven't been to the police department recently. How about I go to the police department now, to take charge of the work and let others handle the reception of other ninja villages? Kamui knew he was in the wrong, so he tried to tactfully persuade Naruto Madara to change his mind. Who are you going to let go, Naruto? Madara did not directly reject Kamui, but asked Kamui for advice. In fact, apart from Kamui, no one else could do this job. Shenmue now realized that this job was really meant for him. All the people who were qualified for this job were busy, and he was the only one who had nothing to do. What, have you figured it out? If you have figured it out, just go ahead and do it. When Madara the Hokage saw that Kamui was speechless, he teased. Kamui looked at Naruto Madara with resentment, then turned around and left the Hokage's office without saying a word. After Kamui left, Naruto Madara looked at the door of the office and the smile on his face disappeared. Kamui, did he really kill Izuna just to get the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the inexhaustible eye power? Hokage Madara asked coldly and half doubtfully to a massive black substance beside him, and this massive black substance was the black Zetsu that Kamui had been looking for a long time. Of course, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan can only be transplanted between brothers, and Kamui has no brothers. If he wants to obtain the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he can only find a way to fuse the Mangekyō Sharingan of a pair of brothers. And didn't you never see Izuna again after that coma? Black Zetsu's hoarse voice bewitched the half-believing and half-doubting Hokage Madara. No, Kamui won't kill Izuna for the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto Madara did not blindly believe Black Zetsu's lies. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is not enough to make people excited, but what about the Samsara eye? That is the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. In fact, you have already felt the inexhaustible pupil power hidden in these eyes. Black Zetsu seized on the fact that Madara Naruto's eyes were the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and bewitched Madara Naruto. Madara had already sensed the power in these eyes, but he just didn't want to believe that Kamui would be so cruel as to kill Izuna. Let's talk about this later. Black Zetsu originally wanted to add fuel to the fire and provoke Naruto Madara and Kamui to become enemies, but when he saw that Naruto Madara did not want to continue discussing this topic, he stopped. After all, the seed of doubt had been planted. As for how it would take root and sprout, there was still a long way to go. Kamui left the Hokage building and came to the police department, which he had been away from for a long time. After receiving greetings from a circle of police officers, Shenmue came to the door of his office. When he pushed the door open, he found that his office was empty. Shenmue suspected that he opened the door in the wrong way, so he closed the door and opened it again, but the office was still empty. Where are the things in my office? Shenmue asked the police officers. hoping they could give him an answer. Minister, the things have been moved away by the Minister of Mission Department, Itama-sama. The police officer replied, so, you just watched him move all his stuff away, and no one stopped him. Shenwei was still furious, pointing at the police officers and shouting at them. Minister, Itama-sama was acting as the Minister of Police at the time, so we couldn't stop him. The police officer replied, forget it. Go to the mission department and move all the things in my office back to me. When you come back, each of you submit a 10,000 word self-criticism, and this matter will be over. Shenwei didn't intend to make a big deal out of it. It was better for everyone to solve the problem privately than to make it known to everyone. If it ended badly, it would be a small matter, but it would hurt the relationship between them. Minister, won't you come with us? The police officer asked boldly. Why should I go? The things were taken away right under your noses, so naturally you should go and move them back. Don't just stand there. Go quickly. Shenwei was so angry when he saw these useless guys under his command. The police officers left in disgrace. Shenwei moved a chair and sat at the door of the police department, waiting for his men to come back with the things. The police officers were initially trembling with fear and did not dare to go to the mission department, but they had to go under the orders of Shenwei. The police officers arrived at the mission department, met Banjian, and explained their purpose to him. Banjian thought for a moment and finally returned the things to Shenwei. God knows if he didn't return the things, Shenwei would come and tear down the mission department himself. The police officers took the things and left, and Banjian felt relieved. Kamui said as he watched the police department return with their belongings. Put everything in its original shape, notify the 4 divisions and all those above the captain level to hold a meeting. I have something to announce. The police officers felt nervous when they heard this. The last time Shenwei had something to announce, he expelled many people from the police department. They wondered who would be expelled this time. Shenwei's empty office was soon filled up and returned to its previous state. The heads of the 4 branches and their captains have also arrived at the police headquarters for a meeting. Kamui said while looking at the people from the police department. In the next period of time, other ninja villages will gather in Konoha village to participate in the Chunin exam. During this period of time, it is hard to say that they will not have conflicts with the people in the village. Therefore, when you deal with these matters, you must be impartial. Once you are biased, it will not only cause a diplomatic incident, but also lose the village's trust in the police department. Shenwei explained the interests involved clearly, just to make them aware of the seriousness of the problem. Those who now feel that they are not qualified to work in the police department, please step forward. Shenwei waited for a long time but no one took that step. He thought, these people in the police department are not so useless, since no one feels that they are not competent for the work of the police department. Then the meeting ends here. The heads and captains of each branch, remember to convey the content of this meeting to every member of the police department. Finally, I want to emphasize one point. If anyone from other ninja villages dares to commit crimes in Konoha village, kill them on the spot. I will take the responsibility if anything goes wrong. Chapter 91, Reception of the Sand Village. After the meeting, Kamui left the police department, returned home, left a letter for Mito, and then left Konoha village to receive teams from other ninja villages. Kamui left Konoha village and used the Flying Thunder God technique to come to the side of future Kamui. Did you find a way to save Mito, future? Shenwei feels that Shenwei's visit this time can bring him good news. Don't you know whether I have a way to save Mito? Am I not the you of the past? Then you should know exactly what I'm thinking. Shenwei discovered this problem inadvertently by using his super fast thinking ability, and today he came to future Shenwei to ask for clarification. You're right. It should have been like this, but you are the most special one on this timeline. You are the beginning of all possibilities on this timeline. What happens on this timeline will change because of your thoughts. I'm just one possibility on this timeline. I only know what happened between your time point and mine, but I don't know anything about your thoughts, future. Shenwei explained to Shenwei what he knew, hoping to allay his doubts. If you are just a possibility on this timeline, then Mito's death is not accidental, but an inevitable result on the timeline. Then there is no point in you coming to me. Shenwei understood what future Shenwei said, but precisely because he understood it, he became even more confused. There are 50 great ways, 49 of which are derived from the heavens, and man escapes one of them. You must have heard this saying, and that one that escapes is in you, future. Shenwei said with certainty. Wait, if the cause of Mito's death was eliminated from me, then there would be no possibility of you in the timeline. Shenwei looked at future Shenwei and said seriously, don't worry about that. I fixed the bug. You can't die. I came from the future to the present and told you the news of Mito's death, changing the past and eliminating the cause of Mito's death from you. I will disappear from the timeline due to the correction power of time, and since I don't exist in the future, I can't go back to the past to tell you the news of Mito's death. This creates a paradox. I said you are the most special person on this timeline, not only because you are the beginning of everything on this timeline, but also because you can offset the correction force of time, future. Shenwei dispelled Shenwei's concerns and made Shenwei understand how special he really is. Since you know so much, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why do you have to tell me like squeezing toothpaste? I have to ask you, before you tell me. Shenwei felt that every time he talked with future Shenwei, he always hid things and was not happy at all. These things were told to me by the Speed Force consciousness. I just found out about them. Otherwise, do you think I'm really omniscient and omnipotent? Future Kamui told the truth, which made Kamui suddenly realize that, indeed, except for the Speed Force's consciousness, no one could know what happened in the entire timeline. Can I talk to it now? Kamui expressed his wish to communicate with the Speed Force's consciousness to future Kamui, hoping that future would convey his wish on his behalf. I'm sorry, but the Speed Force consciousness doesn't want to talk to you, and doesn't want to interfere too much with your thoughts on Mito's death. Future Kamui gave the Speed Force's consciousness and the reason for rejecting Kamui's request to talk, so Kamui naturally would not force it. I have to go to other ninja villages to receive teams for the Chunin exams recently, so I need to leave Konoha village. Please help look after Mito. I always feel that this mission is a bit strange. Although Shenwei couldn't tell what was strange about this mission, he always had an ominous premonition lingering in his mind. Don't worry, leave Mito's safety to me. I promise you, nothing will happen to her. The future Shenwei made a promise in front of Shenwei Point after Shenwei finished his instructions. He said goodbye to future Shenwei and set off for the kingdom of Wind Point. That's right. The first ninja village that Kamui is going to receive is the sand village in the land of Wind Point. Kamui stepped into the land of wind, breathing the air filled with sand and dust, which reminded Kamui of the happy times he had with the one-tailed Shukaku Point. Kamui continued to move forward and arrived at the sand village. We, the Uchiha Kamui from Konoha village, have come to welcome the sand village team to take part in the Chunin exams. We would like to ask if we can have a face-to-face talk with the Kazakage. Kamui stood at the gate of the sand village and shouted loudly, meaning to let the people in the village know what he was here for, and then report to their lord. Kazakage Point. The ninjas guarding the sand village heard Kamui claiming to be the person sent by Konoha village to receive the team taking the Chunin exam, so they naturally did not dare to neglect him, and hurried to inform Lord Kazakage. Lord Kazakage, there is a man outside the village who claims to be sent by Konoha village to receive the sand village to participate in the Chunin exam. He specifically asked Lord Kazakage to talk to him. After the ninja from the sand village finished his report, the Kazakage put down his work, looked strange, and said, shouldn't we be receiving the team taking the Chunin exams within the Fire Country? This is the first time I've ever been to a house to receive someone. By the way, did the guy outside say what his name was? The Kazakage only felt that Konoha village's approach was fresh, and in the end he also wanted to know who in Konoha village had such a unique way of thinking. Lord Kazakage, that man said his name was Uchiha Kamui. The ninja from the sand village answered, it's him. Then it's not surprising. Let's go. He has come from far away, and our sand village must treat him well. The Kazakage said as he stood up and left the Kazakage's office to welcome Kamui into the sand village. Point. The Kazakage walked out of the sand village and said to Kamui, Kamui, 2 months have passed since we last met at the 5 Cage Summit. I didn't expect that we would meet again in the Sand Village. Kamui, welcome to the Sand Village, Fengying said as he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Kamui as a gesture of friendship. When Shenwei saw Fengying extending his hand, he naturally would not lose face to Fengying, so he also extended his hand and shook Fengying's hand, and said, Fengying, how are you, Kamui? And Kazakid smiled at each other, then walked hand in hand into the Sand Village. The news that Konoha Village sent people over has spread throughout the entire Sand Village. Many ninjas in the Sand Village also want to see what kind of person Uchiha Kamui, who is highly valued by the Kazakage, is. The ninjas of Sand Village surrounded the entrance of the village. Seeing the Kazakage pulling a stranger into the village, they guessed that this person was Uchiha Kamui. Although everyone in the Sand Village knew, no, it should be said, that the entire ninja world knew, that the senior officials of Konoha Village were generally not very old, but for just a child, why would the Kazakage go to such great lengths? The ninjas of the Sand Village could not help but look down on Kamui. Shenmue felt the contemptuous looks around him, but his face did not show any dissatisfaction. However, Fengying on the side could not hold back his expression and said, go away, everyone. Go do what you need to do. Do you all have so much free time? Just as Fengying finished speaking, he heard someone say, Uchiha Kamui, I heard from Master Kazakage that you are one of the best masters in Konoha Village. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The person who said this was none other than the first Kazakage in the original work, Rito. Nonsense, why don't you go back to training? The leader of Team 8 is here, take them away immediately. The Kazakage hurriedly tried to stop Rito. He had seen the power of the Kamui Susanoo, and didn't want his genin to miss the Chunin exam because of injury. Uchiha Kamui, I'm talking to you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Rito seemed not to have heard Fengying's words, and insisted on fighting with Shenmue. I accept your challenge, Fengying. Please rest assured, we will stop here and nothing will happen. Kamui accepted Rito's challenge, but also told Kazakage in advance that he would show mercy. Okay, when the Kazakage saw Rito provoking Kamui several times, he knew that this battle was unavoidable, and he had no choice but to agree to let these genin see their place and stop being dissatisfied all day long. You should strike first, or you won't have a chance. Shenmue said a very true thing, but to Li Dao's ears, it turned into a provocation. Rito not. He formed a seal to release a wind-style ninjutsu to attack Kamui. Kamui used a fire fist. The wind helped the fire. The fire borrowed the power of the wind, and the power of the fire fist was magnified. Kazakage, I'm done here. Let's move on and continue talking about taking the Chunin exams. Shenmue reminded Fengying, and Fengying finally woke up from the illusion. It turned out that everything that happened just now was an illusion cast by Shenmue. They all under the spell. The Kazakage looked at the ninjas of the Sand Village, who were standing there motionless with lifeless eyes, and guessed, yeah, I haven't used illusion for a long time, so I can't control the range of the illusion. Fengying couldn't help but complain in his heart after hearing Shenmue's explanation. Nonsense, you obviously did it on purpose. It was because they looked down on you before that you deliberately used illusion to give them a warning. Kamui, it seems that you need to practice your illusion skills more. Fengying did not expose Kamui's sophistry, and the two of them tacitly moved on. Shenmue and Fengying walked out of the crowd and went straight to Fengying's office to discuss the reception work in detail. Uchiha Kamui is just like that. Hey, where is Uchiha Kamui? Li Dao cheered excitedly, but when he turned around, he found that Shenmue was gone, along with all the traces left after their fight. Rito, that was just an illusion. Not only you, but we are all trapped in Uchiha Kamui's illusion. Everything you saw is fake. Li Dao's team leader came over, shattered Li Dao's dream, and told him the cruel truth. When did he launch the illusion? Li Dao consulted the team leader and summarized the lessons learned from the failure. When you were forming the hand seals, you formed the Chen seal twice in the middle when you activated the wind style ninjutsu. Chapter 92 Swim to the Land of Fire. Kamui and Kazekage had a very pleasant conversation and finally agreed that the Sand Village team would set out for Konoha Village early tomorrow morning. Kamui stayed in the Sand Village that night. Nothing happened that night. On the next day, the Kazekage gathered the troops of the Sand Village. Kamui used the Flying Thunder God technique and sent everyone to the gate of Konoha Village. Kazekage, since I have already received your Sand Village team at Konoha Village, I should also go and greet the other ninja villages. Excuse me, Kamui apologized, activated the Flying Thunder God technique once again, and set out on the journey to the Land of Thunder. The Kazekage and the Sand Village team have not yet recovered from their shock. If someone had told them before that I could get from the Sand Village to the Konoha Village in 1 second, they would have thought that person was a liar. But today their 3 views were completely overturned. The Kazekage came to his senses and secretly became alert. Although the Sand Village and the Leaf Village coexist peacefully, if a war breaks out between the 2 villages, will Kamui use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the Sand Village and destroy it? The Kazekage must take precautions before it happens. Kazekage and everyone from the Sand Village, welcome to Konoha Village. Naruto. Madara received a report from the Anbu that Kamui had already taken the Sand Village team to Konoha Village and they were now at the gate of Konoha Village. Naruto Madara then set out to welcome them. You're too polite, Hokage. We are the ones who are causing trouble for Konoha Village. After a few polite words, the Hokage Madara and the Kazekage welcomed the Sand Village team into Konoha Village and arranged accommodation for them. After settling everyone in the Sand Village, Hokage Madara returned to the Hokage's office. He looked out the window with a gloomy face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Shenwei launched the Flying Thunder God formation continuously and stepped into the territory of the Land of Thunder. This time, Shenwei did not go to Yunlei Gorge to sign in, but went straight to Union Village. Kamui was standing outside the Hidden Cloud Village, and the guards of the Hidden Cloud Village discovered him as soon as they saw him and said, "Stop, this is the important area of the Hidden Cloud Village. No outsiders are allowed to enter. My name is Uchiha Kamui, and I'm sent by Konoha Village to welcome the team from Kumogakure Village that is going to take part in the Chunin exam." Shenwei stood still, revealed his identity, and stated his purpose. The guards of the Hidden Cloud Village were unable to confirm whether what Kamui said was true or not, so they could only report it to the Raikage. "What? You said Konoha Village sent someone here? Are you sure the person is called Uchiha Kamui?" After receiving the report from his subordinates, the Raikage set out for the outside of the Hidden Cloud Village, and on the way he kept confirming the accuracy of the information with his subordinates. The Raikage saw the Uchiha clan's emblem on Kamui's clothes from a distance. This emblem was still fresh in the Raikage's memory. When Kamui left the stone tablet on Yunlei Gorge, there was this mark on the back. Now the stone tablet is still in the Raikage's office. He sees it every day, so it would be strange if he was not familiar with it. "Kamui, did the Hokage send you here?" The Raikage is a straightforward person. He can't keep things to himself and just says whatever comes to his mind. "Yes, Raikage, it was the Hokage who sent me to meet the team from the Hidden Cloud Village." Kamui did not exchange polite words with the Raikage and directly stated the purpose of his visit to the Hidden Cloud Village. "I see. But you are a little late. The team from the Hidden Cloud Village has already set out. You should go meet the teams from other ninja villages. I will set out for Konoha Village after I finish the work at hand." The Raikage had already arranged for the team from the Hidden Cloud Village to set off for the Konoha Village, and he himself stayed in the Hidden Cloud Village waiting for the daimyo's order, and then acted as a guard to protect the daimyo on his way to Konoha Village, but he did not say it directly. From this point, it can be seen that the Raikage is a rough but meticulous person. The team from the Hidden Cloud Village has already set off. In that case, I'll take my leave. Raikage, see you in Konoha Village. When Kamui learned that the team from the Hidden Cloud Village had already set out, he bid farewell to the Raikage and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to head for the Water Kingdom. After Kamui left, the Raikage's guard asked, "Lord Raikage, why don't you tell him that the Hidden Cloud Village team is at the border of the Land of Lightning?" "Why tell him? When he passes, Argenin will definitely challenge him. Do you want Argenin to be deeply hurt and affect their performance in the Chunin exam?" The Raikage's worries are not unreasonable. He does not want his own genin to fail in the mission. I'm sorry, Lord Raikage. I didn't think enough. The Raikage's guard admitted his mistake sincerely. It's not your fault. This is all the Hokage's conspiracy. Uchiha Kamui's age and his powerful strength are too deceptive. The Hokage took advantage of this and deliberately sent Uchiha Kamui to welcome the teams from other ninja villages to participate in the Chunin exam. The purpose is to let Uchiha Kamui give the genin of other ninja villages a warning before the Chunin exam and severely undermine their self-confidence. The Raikage thought he had seen through Naruto's Madara's conspiracy and was very proud of himself, but he didn't know that Naruto's Madara arranged for Kamui to receive other ninja villages just to prevent himself from seeing or being annoyed. I understand, Lord Raikage. You asked Uchiha Kamui to meet the teams from other ninja villages. Your purpose is the same as that of the Hokage. You intend to let Uchiha Kamui give the genin from other ninja villages a warning before the Chunin exam and severely undermine their self-confidence. The Raikage's guards drew inferences from his example. That's right, this is my purpose. Since he, the Hokage, wants to intimidate others, I will take advantage of the situation and kill someone with a borrowed knife. Kamui enters the land of water and heads for the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village is shrouded in thick fog all year round. Hiding in the fog are countless water country assassination troops who are proficient in the art of hiding the mist. Kamui opened Kagura's mind eye to make sure he wouldn't get lost in the thick fog and headed straight towards the Hidden Mist Village. As the Kamui continued to advance, the water country's assassination force also came knocking and took action without saying a word. Kamui dodged left and right, avoiding the attacks of the water country's assassination troops, and quickly revealed his purpose. I was sent by Konoha village to welcome the team from Kirigakure village to participate in the Chunin exams. Upon hearing this, the water country assassination team stopped attacking Kamui and sent someone to report the situation to the Mizukage, while the rest of the people stayed behind to surround Kamui. Mr. Mizukage, there is a man outside who claims to be sent by Konoha village to welcome the team from Kirigakure village to participate in the Chunin exam. What do you think we should do? The members of the water country's assassination force reported the situation of Kamui to the Mizukage. When the Mizukage heard that it was someone from Konoha village, he frowned and said, "Don't worry about him. Leave him alone for a while. By the way, did the person say his name?" The Mizukage was still furious about the loss of contact with the person he sent to the Fire Nation on a mission, and he took it out on the person sent by Konoha village to welcome him. The man didn't say his name, but there was the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes. Someone from the water country's assassination team reported. Someone from the Uchiha clan. Could it be Uchiha Kamui? Hahaha, great, my chance for revenge has come. After our team from the Hidden Mist Village leaves, I will tell him about this and let him wait foolishly outside the Hidden Mist Village. The Mizukage guessed that the person sent by Konoha village was Kamui, and he wanted to make Kamui's trip in vain so that he could vent his anger. Kamui waited outside the Hidden Mist Village for a long time, but did not see the Mizukage, so he released Kagura's mind's eye to sense the Mizukage's chakra. Kamui discovered that the Mizukage was in the Hidden Mist Village. He was organizing a group of people to leave the Hidden Mist Village from another direction. Kamui guessed that this group of people should be the team from the Hidden Mist Village taking part in the Chunin exam. Kamui knew that the Mizukage was deliberately avoiding him, wanting him to make a wasted trip. An unknown fire ignited in Kamui's heart. You, the Mizukage, don't want to see me? Then you can't refuse to see me today. I will force you to see me. Kamui summoned Susanoo, and a fiery red Susanoo appeared. Kamui controlled Susanoo and wielded the Fang Shinhuaji. The strong wind blew away the thick fog that covered the Hidden Mist Village, allowing the people of the Hidden Mist Village to see him clearly. The Mizukage gathered the team from the Hidden Mist Village to participate in the Chunin exams. Suddenly, they felt a gust of wind blowing, and everyone staggered. Then they heard someone say, "What's that red giant? Oh my god, it's coming. It's heading towards the village." Upon hearing this, the Mizukage quickly turned around to look. He recognized it at a glance. This was the Kamui Susanoo, which he had seen during the 5-Cage summit. "Uchiha Kamui, do you want to start a war?" The Mizukage shouted loudly, Hey, it turns out that the Mizukage is in the Kirigakure. I thought he wasn't in the village. Why didn't he show up just now? As for saying that I want to start a war, haha, do you? The Kirigakure deserve it. Kamu's sarcastic remarks made the Mizukage's face turn ugly, and the Mizukage said grimly, Uchiha Kamui, my Kirigakure is not a place for you to run wild. Ninjas from Kirigakure attack me and break his turtle shell. As soon as the Mizukage gave the order, he took the lead in launching water-style ninjutsu to attack Susanoo. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village then used their strengths to attack Susanoo. Various water-based ninjutsu, mixed with explosive tags, kunai, and shurikens, were all thrown at Susanoo, determined to break the defense of the powerful Susanoo. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village worked for a long time before they discovered that the Kamisama Susanoo was intact. Not only that, Susanoo did not shake at all during the previous attack. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village looked at the fiery red giant in front of them and felt powerless. This feeling of powerlessness spread quickly, and soon all the ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village stopped attacking. Uchiha Kamui, tell me, what do you want to do? What are you doing? If someone respects me, I will respect him. If someone criticizes me, I will take away his kindness. I originally came to welcome the team from the Hidden Mist Village, but you, the Mizukage, led your team out without telling me, and even let the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village attack me. So I decided to make you swim from the land of water to the land of fire. If you don't, I will destroy your Hidden Mist Village. Kamui expressed his thoughts, which was considered a small punishment and a big warning to the people of the Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 93, Account will be banned if you cheat. Uchiha Kamui, are you kidding me? I tell you this is impossible. The Mizukage was filled with anger and strongly opposed Kamui's idea. He never expected that Kamui would act so arbitrarily. Mizukage, I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm informing you. I'm telling you, there's no room for negotiation on this matter. You must swim to the land of fire today. Even the Sage of the Six Paths can't stop you. I say that. Kamui's firm tone let the Mizukage know that if he didn't do as Kamui asked, Kamui would really dare to destroy the Hidden Mist Village. Okay, I'll swim, but you have to let the other people from the Hidden Mist Village go. The Mizukage gave in. Others didn't know about it, but he knew that Kamui always kept his word. If they didn't do as he asked, the entire Kirigakure would be massacred. The Mizukage walked towards the sea step by step, but a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village stopped him. Mizukage-sama, if he can't swim, the worst that can happen is that we fight him. Lord Mizukage, let's fight him to the death. The worst that can happen is that the Hidden Mist Village will be destroyed. Shut up, all of you. This is all worth it for the continuation of the Hidden Mist Village. You must remember the humiliation you suffered today and make it up to me in the future Chunin exam. The Mizukage tried hard to show his great and upright side in front of everyone and leave them with an image of someone who could endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Lord Mizukage, stop wasting time. Do you want me to invite you personally? Kamui interrupted the Mizukage's performance and urged him to go swimming in the sea. Upon hearing this, Mizukage frowned and walked towards the beach without saying a word. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village glared at the Kamui and followed the footsteps of the Mizukage towards the seaside. Kamui controlled Susanoo and arrived at the beach first, waiting for the Mizukage to arrive. After Mizaing arrived at the beach, he was a little hesitant and was reluctant to go into the sea. The helpful Kamui controlled Susanoo and gave a gentle push from behind the Mizukage, pushing him into the sea. Seeing that things had come to this point, the Mizukage could only swim towards the far country. Kamui released his Susanoo, took out a rubber boat from his personal space, and followed the Mizukage to prevent him from giving up halfway. The team from the Hidden Mist Village taking part in the Chunin exam boarded the ship to the land of fire and followed closely behind. I have to say that the Mizukage is still strong despite his age. After swimming in the sea for such a long time, his speed has not slowed down at all, but is getting faster and faster. Even the Kamui's rubber boat can hardly catch up with him. Kamui took out a rope from his personal space, tied one end to the rubber boat, aimed the other end at the Mizukage, who was swimming easily in the sea, and threw it over. As expected, it hit the Mizukage. Uchiha Kamui, how dare you insult me like this? The Mizukage took off the rope on his body, pointed at Kamui and cursed, looking like he was ready to fight to the death. Don't be so stingy. We're all on the way anyway, so just go back and help out by pulling the boat, Shenmue said indifferently. Uchiha Kamui, look carefully, there is water everywhere now. This is my home ground. Go to hell, you little brat of the Uchiha clan. The Mizukage changed his previous attitude of being angry, but not saying anything, and took advantage of the terrain to launch a large-scale water-based ninjutsu. Shuang old loach, have you ever heard of the saying, the sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and you feel that you are fine again? This saying is the most appropriate to describe you. Kamui said this as he quickly put away the rubber boat that had accompanied him on his travels and summoned Susanoo to counter the Mizukage's water-style ninjutsu. The huge waves hit hard, and Kamui split the waves with a halberd, and the sea water whizzed past Susanoo. Water. Release water dragon bullet technique. Seeing that his first attack failed, the Mizukage used water-style ninjutsu to attack Kamui again. The Mizukage's water-style water dragon bullet technique takes advantage of the terrain. It is no longer a single water dragon, but 9 water dragons that either entangle, bite, or collide with each other, attacking Susanoo in different ways at the same time. Susanoo found it difficult to break free from the entanglement of water dragons, and often after chopping off one water dragon, a new one would soon be born. Mizukage, I have to say you are quite capable, but it's a pity that you met me. Burning mountains and boiling seas. There was flame burning all over the body of the mighty Susanoo, as if Susanoo was covered with a coat of fire. Looking at the ground under Susanoo's feet, the seawater within a radius of 20 meters also turned into flames. Contrary to common sense. This is what it looks like after the power of the Kamui flame fruit is awakened. The flame fruit is one of the first abilities that Kamui obtained from them all. Kamui has been secretly developing the ability of the fruit, and what he showed today is the result of Kamui's hard work. The Mizukage's water dragon will be evaporated if it touches the powerful Susanoo. The Mizukage was unwilling to accept defeat, and he launched a series of water-style ninjutsu, including water-style great waterfall technique, water-style great explosion water wave, water-style water array pillar, etc., to attack the Kamui's Susanoo. However, with the awakening of the ability of the flame fruit, he couldn't even extinguish the Kamui's flames. The Mizukage wanted to launch water-style ninjutsu, but found that his chakra was almost exhausted. After all, the Mizukage was already an old man, and it would be strange if his chakra was not exhausted after launching so many large-scale ninjutsu in succession. Are you done fighting Mizukage so soon? Now that you're done, it's my turn. Fire Fist. When Kamui saw that the Mizukage had stopped attacking, he controlled Susanoo and unleashed a Fire Fist. As for why he used the Fire Fist, it was because Kamui was afraid of other moves and killed the Mizukage in one go. He almost took the Mizukage away in one wave. Water. Escape water formation pillar. The Mizukage used his remaining chakra to release water-style ninjutsu to resist Kamui's Fire Fist. The water ball collided with the flame, and the flame evaporated the water ball directly, and then went straight to the water shadow. Everyone worked together to use water-style water array wall to protect the Mizukage-sama. The ninjas from the hidden mist village on the ship spontaneously organized a joint water-style ninjutsu to resist Kamui's Fire Fist attack. Countless water-style ninjutsu and water wall ninjutsu were combined to block the Mizukage and protect him from being burned by the flames. The Fire Fist dissipated, and the ninjas of the hidden mist village breathed a sigh of relief. They successfully rescued Lord Mizukage from the hands of Kamui. Uchiha Kamui, I lose. You can kill me or chop me up as you wish. Seeing that his Fire Fist was neutralized, Kamui had no intention of continuing to attack. Instead, he walked in front of the Mizukage and looked down at him. Kamui walked towards the Mizukage, and the flames under his feet automatically paved a road formed by flames, as if welcoming their king. Mizukage, you and I originally had no grudges against each other. It's all your own fault that things have turned out like this. I'm going to spare your life today, and I hope you won't make the same mistake again in the future. Kamui originally didn't want the Mizukage's life. If the news that the Mizukage was killed by people from Konoha village came out at this time, the other 3 ninja villages would definitely join forces with the hidden mist village to attack Konoha village. At that time, endless wars would be launched. Who knows how many people would be killed and injured before peace could be restored in the ninja world. After teaching the Mizukage a lesson, Kamui used the flying thunder god technique and left. When Kamui appeared again, Susanoo had been released, and the flames around him had disappeared. Kamui found that he seemed to have been banned. The improvement in combat power brought about by the awakening of fruit abilities is obvious to all. This kind of power that forcibly assimilates matter and violates the laws of nature is too powerful in itself, so it is inevitable that it has some side effects. Now Kamui's body is like a dead water. No, it is not appropriate to describe the situation inside Kamui's body as dead water. It should be said that Kamui has awakened the ability of the flame fruit, which broke the balance of the 5 element in his body and caused organ failure. In fact, what Shenwei didn't know was that if he didn't know the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, it would not just be organ failure at this moment, but his life would be shortened directly. Shenwei ate a magic bean, but the condition in his body did not improve. At this moment, Kamui could not feel any trace of chakra in his body, which also meant that Kamui could not use ninjutsu, speed force, Kagura's mind's eye, etc., which required chakra to use. Fortunately, Kamui's infinite Mangekyō Sharingan can still be used normally, and he can use the eye technique Kamui to ask future Kamui for help. Shenwei entered the Shenwei space and sensed other exits of the Shenwei space except his own. Shenwei thought that his Shenwei space and that of the future Shenwei must be common, so he could come to the future Shenwei through the Shenwei space. In Shenwei's perception, there are 2 other exits of Shenwei space besides his own. Just when Shenwei was wondering why there were 2 exits of Shenwei space, someone entered Shenwei space. Brother Shenwei, why are you in my Shenwei space? The doppelganger of Kamui looked at Kamui and asked in surprise, "It's not that I'm in your divine power space, but our divine power spaces are shared," Kamui explained. "I see. I'm still on a mission. See you later, brother Shenwei." After saying this, the Shenwei doppelganger hurriedly left the Shenwei space. Well, after eliminating one wrong option, the remaining exit is future Shenwei. Shenwei followed another exit and activated the Shenwei pupil technique to transfer himself out of the Shenwei space. Future Kamui was secretly protecting Mito when suddenly his left eye unconsciously opened the Mangekyō Sharingan, and a vortex of space and time appeared out of thin air. And Kamui came in front of him from the vortex of space and time. "You always appear so unexpectedly, and now you can even control my Sharingan. I guess you came to me this time to ask for my help again, future." Kamui has already figured out Kamui's behavior pattern. Haha, it's weird that he's a freeloader. However, he was very surprised that Kamui could control his Sharingan. "I came here this time to ask you about the awakening of the fruit ability." Shenwei ignored the teasing of future Shenwei and went straight to the point about the problems he was facing at the moment, hoping that future Shenwei could help solve them. "You use the fruit power to awaken? Then you are in trouble. I remember that after I used the fruit power to awaken, I couldn't mobilize the chakra in my body for a whole year, future." Kamui looked at Kamui with glee and told him the side effects of using the fruit's awakening ability. Chapter 94 Application for Unblocking. Compared to the results, I would like to know how to eliminate this side effect. Shenwei ignored the gloating look of future Shenwei and continued to ask for the answer he wanted. "It's not difficult to eliminate this side effect. The light and shadow stone in the armor hero world, the god pendant in the Xylan world, and the infinity stones in the Marvel world can all do it, future." Shenwei put away his giggling look and spoke seriously. "But given your current situation, it's simply a pipe dream to want to get the infinity stones. I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death by the Ancient One or Odin before you even see the infinity stones. As for the Xylan world, I don't recommend you to go there either. Even if you haven't been banned, you can't beat the godful guardian of Geogangling. The power systems of the 2 worlds are different. Their training methods are the most orthodox training methods passed down from ancient times. On the other hand, the training methods in the Naruto world are like Muay Thai in the previous life. They are unconventional and will kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Once you miss the golden age of a ninja, your level in all aspects will begin to decline, so it would be a waste of time for you to go there. The light and shadow stones in the Armor Hero world are all protected by ordinary people. With your current strength, you can take the light and shadow stones away with impunity. Once you take the light and shadow stones away, the Armor Heroes will have no weapons to fight against the mutants. So it's up to you to decide. Future. Shenmue analyzed the pros and cons for Shenmue and gave the choice to Shenmue. I decided to go to the Armor Hero world and collect light and shadow stones. Shenmue goes to the Armor Hero world with his own ideas. Shenmue hopes to change the original plot through his own efforts and try to help them eliminate the forces of the shadow world in advance. Okay, then, I'll take you there now. Only future Kamui knows the location of the Armor Hero world, and only he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to send Kamui there. Before you go, I have something to ask of you. During my absence, you have to pretend to be me and bring the team from my Mangekyō to Konoha village to participate in the Chunin exam. Also, please keep your distance from Mito and Mera during this time. Shenmue finished speaking all the instructions he wanted to give to the future Shenmue in one breath. Mera? What's going on with Mera? How dare you, boy, do that to Mito? When future Kamui heard Kamui talking about Mera, he was very surprised and thought that Kamui was having an affair behind Mito's back, so he grabbed Kamui's collar and questioned him. You misunderstood. I didn't accept Mera at first because Mito found out that she liked me too, so I tried hard to bring them together. Kamui explained to future Kamui. Then, why didn't you refuse, future? Shenmue asked as if he didn't know me yet. Mito said she wished she had a sister to keep her company. Shenmue's explanation stunned future Shenmue, and he let go of Shenmue's collar. I'm warning you, this won't happen again. There must never be a third one. This is just a friendly reminder from someone who's been through this. Future Shenmue spoke mysteriously, leaving Shenmue confused and at a loss as to what was going on. I remember, Shenmue also knew how pale and powerless his promise was at this moment, so he didn't waste too much time on making promises. Then, let's set off. Future Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God technique and brought Kamui to the world of Armor Hero Point. After future Shenmue sent Shenmue there, he immediately stayed away from Shenmue, trying to avoid Shenmue as much as possible. Shenmue did not disappoint the future Shenmue, and he lay on the ground vomiting. Shenmue's current physical condition is not as good as that of an ordinary person. After experiencing a long distance time and space conversion, his body naturally had adverse reactions. He will be fine as long as he takes it easy. Since I've already sent you here, I'll go back first. See you in the Naruto world. After future Kamui finished speaking, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and left. As Shenmue vomited a lot, the uncomfortable feeling was relieved a lot. He was unfamiliar with the place and walked aimlessly on the street. Shenmue looked up and saw a store called Happy Dumpling Restaurant. Shenmue walked straight in, intending to try the delicacies in the Armor Hero world. Today is a special day, celebrating the fact that Xinon, the summoner of the fire dragon armor, won first place in the city-wide piano competition. Little boy, I'm sorry, the dumpling restaurant is closed today, so please come back tomorrow. Hey, where are your parents? Aren't you here with them? Mincy first apologized to Shenmue, but when she found out that Shenmue came alone, she was worried about Shenmue leaving alone, so she showed her concern with good intentions. Why did the dumpling restaurant close down? Is it to celebrate the first place in the Xinon City piano competition? Shenmue did not answer Mincy's question, but instead asked his own questions and asked Mincy to answer them. Mincy, who is it? Didn't you tell him that the dumpling restaurant is closed today? Aunt Hui came out from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of dumplings, followed by Xinon and Xiaolin holding bowls and chopsticks. Aunt Hui, this kid came to the dumpling restaurant alone, and I was just about to ask where his parents are. Mincy turned sideways, and everyone noticed Shenmue in the dumpling restaurant. Everyone put down what they were holding, surrounded Shenmue, and looked at the little boy in front of them. Little boy, what's your name? How did you get to the dumpling restaurant? Where are your parents? Aunt. Hui squatted down and touched Shenhuo's head to show her kindness and friendliness, then asked about Shenhuo's family situation so that she could find a way to send him home. My name is Shenhui. I was walking down the street and saw a dumpling restaurant and walked in. My parents passed away when I was very young. Shenhui spoke the truth and calmly dodged Aunt Hui's hand that was touching his head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned your sad story. Where do you live? Is there anyone else at home? Mincy apologized for mentioning Shenhui's parents before and then continued to ask Shenhui about his family situation. It doesn't matter. I haven't even met them. I live in Konoha village and my wife Mito is at home. Shenhui still spoke the truth, but everyone looked confused. Wife. Little boy, do you know what wife means? Aunt Hui, where is Konoha village? Is it far from here? I'll take him back on my bike. Zinon, who was obsessed with piano, teased Shenhui and asked Aunt Hui where Konoha village was. He had never heard of a Konoha village nearby. I've lived here for so long, and I've never heard of a Konoha village nearby. But bring him some dumplings before you leave. He should have a child at home. Aunt Hui didn't know where Konoha village was, but she noticed very carefully that there should be a child about the same age as Kamui in Kamu's home. Out of concern, she decided to let Kamui bring some dumplings and let him go home to eat with the child. HMPH, liar. Xiaolin pointed at Shenhui and said angrily, Xiaolin, you can't be so rude. Apologized to Shenhui quickly. Aunt Hui immediately criticized and educated Xiaolin. He's a liar. Xiaolin insisted that Shenhui was a liar. Little sister, you said I was a liar, but how did I lie to you? Kamui looked at Xiaolin and said with a smile, you liar. I will prove right now that you are a liar. After Xiaolin finished speaking, she ran back to her room, leaving no one knowing what she was doing. After a while, Xiaolin came running back with a comic book in her hand. She opened it and put it in front of Shenhui and said, you liar, look carefully. This is the evidence that proves you are a liar. The comic book that Xiaolin was holding was the comic book of Naruto. The part that was opened for Kamui to see was the part introducing Konoha village. Kamui was surprised to see that there was a Naruto comic in the world of Armor Hero, but he returned to normal in an instant. Look carefully. Konoha village is in the Naruto manga. It's all fake. At this moment, Xiaolin seemed to be possessed by Conan or the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, and she clearly exposed Kamui's lies. Zinon first took the comic from Xiaolin's hand, and after confirming it, he gave it to Aunt Hui. After Aunt Hui confirmed it, she gave it to Mincy. After everyone read the comic, they felt that Shenhui was a bad boy who liked to lie, so they planned to hand Shenhui over to the police. Zinon took out the summoning device of the flame dragon armor and was about to call the police when Shenhui snatched the summoning device away at lightning speed. The summoner of the flame dragon armor is well made. Before everyone could react, Shenhui played with the summoning device in his hand and made praiseful comments. How did you know that? Who are you? Give it back to me. The fact that Zinon can still remain calm and not press forward is enough to prove that he is the best candidate to be the captain of the armor team 1. As long as you listen to me patiently, I will return the summoner to you. I don't care what you plan to do then. Millimeters. It tastes good. Shenhui invited everyone to take a seat. Then he picked up the chopsticks and tasted the dumplings on the table. Everyone was shocked by the speed Shenhui had just displayed, and they all sat opposite him, wanting to hear what Shenhui was going to say next. First of all, I didn't lie just now. My name is indeed Kamui, and I do live in Konoha village, but my full name is Uchiha Kamui. Kamui closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he revealed a Scarlet Sharingan with 3 Magatama spinning in his eyes. You actually have the Sharingan. You are from the Uchiha clan. Can you let me meet Sasuke? Xiaolin was instantly attracted by Kamui's eyes, screamed, and then made a wish to Kamui, hoping that Kamui could fulfill her wish. What's so good about Sasuke? He only knows how to act cool and handsome every day. Let me tell you, Naruto is 1,000 times and 10,000 times better than him. I can introduce Naruto to you later. Kamui was very dissatisfied with his family's younger brother, but he admired Naruto very much. Chapter 95 Spoilers. Isn't Sasuke one of your clansmen? Why do you speak to outsiders? Oh, I see. You are just jealous that Sasuke is better than you, so you keep saying bad things about him. Xiaolin seemed to see through the essence of the matter and thought that Kamui was jealous of Sasuke. Do I need to be jealous of him? It's more like he's jealous of me. Not to mention that we are not from the same era. Even if we were in the same era, he can only look up to me. Shenmue exudes a strong sense of confidence, giving people a feeling that things are supposed to be this way. After the conversation between Kamui and Xiaolin, everyone gradually accepted the fact that Kamui was a person from the Naruto comics world. Wait a minute, since you are from the world of Naruto in the manga, how do you know that I'm the summoner of the flame dragon armor? Zinon interrupted Shenmue and Xiaolin's casual conversation and asked his own questions. Just like Naruto is a comic in this world, your armor hero is just a special effects drama in my world. It has already been filmed to the 5th part. There is a saying in our world, it started with Yanlong, flourished with Xingqian, declined with Noah, was destroyed by Bujiang, and died with Li Ke. Shenmue once again cleverly avoided the question of how do you know? Shenmue has become very experienced in making up lies about this matter. I want to know, what is your purpose in coming to this world? Zinon stared at Shenmue with sharp eyes, trying to get the answer from Shenmue. I'm injured and need the light and shadow stone to heal, so I came here. Shenmue told Zinon his purpose frankly. Zinon frowned and was about to say something when the summoning device in Shenmue's hand suddenly made a sound. Shenmue returned the summoner to Zinon. Zinon answered the phone and Mison's voice came from the other end. Zinon, the supernatural beast has appeared in alley 7 of the back street. Please leave immediately. I see. After Zinon hung up the phone, he glanced at Shenmue and was worried that Shenmue might do something bad to his family and friends. Let me go with you, so you don't have to worry about me being alone with them. Shenmue immediately understood Zinon's eyes and offered to go with Zinon to seal the mutant beast together. Zinon rode a motorcycle with Shenmue to the place where the mutant beast appeared. He happened to see the mutant beast attacking humans. Zinon immediately summoned the flame dragon armor to fight against the mutant beast. Fire dragon armor combined. Zinon blocked the mutant beast and rescued the attacked human, killing. Reporters Xiaosang and Dangshan also rushed to the scene. Shenmue approached Dangshan and looked at the summoner of the Wind Eagle armor. Little boy, this place is too dangerous. Leave here quickly and go home. Dangshan found Shenmue here and was afraid that something might happen to Shenmue, so he tried to persuade Shenmue to go home. Isn't the armor hero protecting me? Do you think the armor hero can't defeat the mutant? Shenmue retorted to Dangshan, leaving Dangshan speechless for a moment. But Dangshan found that when Shenmue mentioned armor hero, he was not as excited as other children. There was only a kind of calmness in Shenmue that was not in line with his age. Reporters Ayasang approached and took several photos in succession to be used as the front page headlines of the magazine. Zinon also successfully sealed the mutant beast and left. Dangshan took Kidong away from the battlefield, and Shenmue followed Dangshan all the way until Dangshan said goodbye to Kidong and planned to return to the Earth base. Then Shenmue appeared and said, you going back to the Earth base? Take me with you. Shenmue's sudden appearance scared Dangshan, but more importantly, it was because Shenmue knew about the Earth base. Little boy, are you going home? Are you lost? Let me take you home. Dangshan changed the subject and planned to send him away and then go back to the Earth base to ask Misen to investigate Shenmue. Dangshan, you have two choices now. The first choice is to take me to the Earth base, and the second choice is for me to do it myself and let you obediently take me to the Earth base. Which one do you choose? Shenmue seemed to give Dangshan two choices, but in fact Dangshan had no right to choose at all. Who are you? How do you know about the Earth base? Before Dangshan could finish his words, he was controlled by Shenmue's illusion and obediently brought Shenmue to the Earth base. Dangshan walked to a fast food restaurant with lifeless eyes, pushed the door and walked in. Shenmue followed closely behind him. Dangshin entered the Earth base through pupil recognition, and Shenwei also walked in. The Shadow King of the Shadow World was very angry when he learned that his mutant beasts were destroyed. After a series of fancy operations, several cards appeared out of thin air. The Shadow King drew 2 mutant beasts from the cards and summoned them with the flattery of the deputy director Chao Jiang. He continued to hunt down the descendants of the 5-element village and erase their hidden memories in the Earth base. Mei Zensen was discussing something with Zinan when she saw Dangshin coming back. She was about to ask Dangshin to join the discussion, but she found that Dangshin did not come back alone, and Shenwei was standing next to him. Illusion. Solution. Shenwei removed the illusion on Dangshin, and Dangshin found himself back at the Earth base, bringing Shenwei back with him. Zinan is here. It seems that you should have told me Zinan about my affairs. Shenwei was not surprised at all to see Zinan at the Earth base, and he did not intend to keep his identity secret from these people. You should be Kamui. You said our world is just a special effects drama. Then do you know who summoned the other 3 light and shadow stones and the other 3 sets of armor? Mizan was giving it a try, hoping that Shenwei could give them a spoiler so that they wouldn't have to search like looking for a needle in a haystack. Look at you 2 grown men. You are not as good as a woman in understanding the correct way to communicate. One of you just left me and ran away, while the other one guarded me like a thief. You are nothing. Let's continue with the topic we were talking about. If I tell you all this, will you agree to let me use the light and shadow stone to heal my wounds? Shenwei first slandered Zinan and Dangshin for their distrust of him, and then went to bargain with Mizan. I can promise you, but you must ensure that the light and shadow stone is intact. Mizan agreed to Shenwei's request, and also asked Shenwei to return the light and shadow stone intact after he healed his wounds. I can't guarantee whether the light and shadow stone will be intact after I heal my wounds, but one thing I can assure you is that I will not use the light and shadow stone to heal my wounds before I destroy all the mutant beasts. Shenwei told the truth that he didn't want the world to be occupied by mutant beasts because of himself. Really? That would be great, Mizan said in surprise. 2 of the 5 armor summoners have already appeared. The others 2. Isn't Zinan the only one confirmed as the armor summoner now? Who is the other one? Kamui began to speak when he was interrupted by Mima, who quickly asked who the other summoner was. The summoner of the Woodwind Eagle armor has also appeared. Look, it's this guy. Shenwei was too lazy to mention Dangshin's name. He pointed at Dangshin with his chin and said that he was the summoner of the Woodwind Eagle armor. I am the armor summoner, Dangshin said in disbelief. Yes, it's you. If you don't believe me, you can go and see the wood light and shadow stone, and you will be able to prove whether what I said is true or not. Shenwei tricked Dangshin into looking at the light and shadow stone, because Shenwei remembered that in the original book, Dangshin fainted after looking at the wood light and shadow stone once, and later he was qualified to summon the Wind Eagle armor, and this fainting was awakening the hidden memories in his mind. Dangshin took a look at the wood light and shadow stone, and the wood light and shadow stone suddenly shone brightly. And then Dangshin fainted as expected. Dangshin, what's wrong with you? Dangshin, wake up. Shenwei, what happened to Dangshin? Mizan and Zinan saw Dangshin fainted and immediately went forward to check. Mizan didn't understand why Dangshin fainted, so she asked Dangshin to see the power of the wood light and shadow stone to find out the reason why Dangshin fainted. You don't have to worry about Dangshin. He will wake up soon. His fainting is just to awaken the hidden memories in his brain. Then he will have the qualifications to summon the Woodwind Eagle armor. His summoning device can be manufactured now. Shenwei explained the reason why Dangshin fainted, which made Mizan and Zinan feel relieved. Where are the other 3 armor summoners and the 3 light and shadow stones? Zinan took the initiative to inquire about matters related to armor, because he wanted to focus his main energy on the piano and participate in the provincial piano competition with peace of mind, while leaving the matter of sealing the mutant beasts to the other armor summoners. The water light and shadow stone is in the hands of Maro, who summons the water black rhino armor. The earth light and shadow stone is in the hands of Grandpa Welly at the grocery store. The earth tiger armor summoner Kunzang is in this city. The gold light and shadow stone is in the hands of King K of the Shadow Realm. The gold snow master farmer summoner is Zizao, who is by King K's side. The above is the information about the other light and shadow stones and summoners. And Zinon, there are some responsibilities that you cannot evade. Kamui told Mizan and Zinon all the information he knew about the light and shadow stone and the summoner, and finally reminded Zinon in a subtle way not to evade his responsibility as the armor summoner. Zinon was pondering the meaning of Shenhua's words when the alarm at the Earth base suddenly sounded. Interrupting Zinon's thoughts, Mizan locked the location where the mutant beast appeared on the computer, and sent Zinon there via satellite to seal the mutant beast. Shenhua guessed that this time, it was the unlucky kitten who was targeted by the mutant beast again. But just standing in front of the computer, watching the scene of Zinon fighting with the mutant beasts, Zinon fought with 2 mutant beasts, and he destroyed one of them cleanly and neatly and sealed it. The other mutant beast saw that the situation was not good and ran away. After Zinon sealed the mutant beast, the other mutant beast had disappeared. Dangshan, how are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Mizan found that Dangshan had woken up and immediately went up to him to ask about his physical condition. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Kunzhan joins the team early. Dangshan rubbed his dizzy head, got up and went for a walk outside to digest the news that he was the summoner of the Woodwind Eagle armor. Mizan, tell Dangshan to calm down. Let's go get the Earth Light and Shadow Stone now, to avoid any more trouble. Mizan was very excited about Shenhua's proposal, but she was worried that the Earth base would be unable to do without people, so she was a little hesitant. Shenhua forcibly dragged Mizan out of the Earth base. Shenhua and Mizan came to Grandpa Wei's shop. After some persuasion, Grandpa Wei agreed to give the Earth Light and Shadow Stone to Mizan. Mizan put the Earth Light and Shadow Stone into a black cloth bag and was about to return to the Earth base to use technological means to test the authenticity of the Earth Light and Shadow Stone. At this moment, the Earth Light and Shadow Stone suddenly lit up. Mizan, Kunzhan, the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, should be nearby. It seems that this trip will be smooth. Shenhua has no prejudice against Kunzhan, but his poor performance has become a point of criticism in the play, and various complaints have emerged one after another. However, Shenhua just regards it as a joke, and does not take it to heart at all. Shenhua, do you know where this Kunzhan is? It was because of Kamui's help that they were able to obtain the Earth Light and Shadow Stone so smoothly, so Mizan now has complete faith in Kamui and regards Kamui as her backbone. If I'm not mistaken, he should be playing basketball at a nearby basketball court right now. If he's lucky, he might even be able to steal some of King K's players. Shenhua did not directly say that he wanted to win Zizao over. After all, King K had raised Zizao, and Shenhua was not good at persuasion. It was not realistic to expect him to give up his kindness in just a few words. Everything should be done slowly. It would be best to deal with Zizao before the troublemaker Benimao joined. Otherwise the team would be in trouble. Kamui and Mima came to a nearby basketball court and watched 2 people playing basketball on the court. Shenhua, which Kunzhan are you talking about? Mizan looked at the fat and thin man on the basketball court and asked Shenhua who Kunzhan was. Kunzhan is the tall and thin one. Shenhua answered Mizan casually, but in his heart he felt sorry that he did not meet Zizao on this trip. The 2 people playing basketball on the basketball court are Kunzhan and Liu, the barbecue king nearby. Those 2 people outside the basketball court have been standing there for a long time. It seems like they are here to have barbecue with you. Kunzhan saw Mizan and Shenhua and thought they were customers of BBQ King Liu. When BBQ King Liu heard this, he immediately went over to apologize to Mizan and Shenhua. You 2 here for barbecue? Sorry, we are closed this morning and will be open as usual at noon. BBQ King Liu turned away customers and set the business hours at noon so as not to delay his business. Actually, we are here to look for Kunzhan. Mizan, a science and engineering girl, always spoke the truth. making the situation very awkward. Kunzhang, they are here to see you. Barbecue King Liu deals with people every day and has long been accustomed to this. He even helped call Kunzhang over. Ah, you here to see me? Have we met before? What do you want from me? Kunzhang held a basketball and looked at the two strangers in front of him, not understanding what they wanted from him. Shenwei didn't dare let Mizun speak anymore. If she opened her mouth, a good thing might turn into a bad thing. Shenwei spoke before Mizun could. Kunzhang, I see that you have extraordinary talents. You must be a rare martial arts genius. The responsibility of saving the world and maintaining world peace is now entrusted to you. Shenwei started to deceive people as soon as he opened his mouth, and the key point was that Kunzhang believed it. Kunzhang was new and naturally didn't know the dangers. Shenwei's words were enough to fool Kunzhang. Kunzhang scratched the back of his head, smiled foolishly and said, I really that amazing? How come I don't know it? That's because your potential has not been stimulated. Now we will help you stimulate your potential and give you extraordinary power. Shenwei successfully tricked Kunzhang into the Earth base, put him on the testing equipment, and gave him a full body check. After confirming that Kunzhang could be the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, he was sent to the virtual combat room to learn combat skills from the Shenshin Heart Master. Mizun, who is in the virtual battle room, Dangshan and Zinan came back from outside and found someone in the virtual battle room, so they asked curiously, "It's Kunzhang, the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor. And didn't you notice that the Earth Light and Shadow Stone has also returned to its place?" Mizun couldn't wait to tell Dangshan and Zinan about what she gained from the trip, hoping that they would be happy after knowing it. This is great. We now have one more force to fight against the shadow world. Zinan considered the issue from the perspective of the overall situation and felt that with the addition of Kunzhang, their side would have a better chance of winning the battle between light and shadow. Dangshan, your summoner has been delivered. You can fight alongside Zinan from now on. Mizun put a paper bag in front of Dangshan. Dangshan hesitated for a moment, picked up the paper bag, and left without saying a word. At this time, Kunzhang walked out of the virtual battle room and said, "Great. I will be the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor from now on. I'm indeed a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. Hello, I'm Zinan, the summoner of the Fire Dragon armor. Nice to meet you, Zinan." And Kunzhang took the initiative to shake hands and express their welcome to the new members joining the armor team. Kunzhang immediately stretched out his hand, held Zinan's hand tightly together, and then said, "You are the summoner of the Flame Dragon armor. You are my idol." Kunzhang looked at Zinan with admiration, and Zinan responded with a smile. "I want to ask, what do you mean by the words amazing and 1 in a million?" Zinan asked curiously. Kunzhang started by describing how he met Shenwei and Mizun on the basketball court, and went on to talk about how he entered the virtual battle room, telling Zinan a vivid story. After listening to this, Zinan looked at Shenwei with a strange look. "Ahem. Kunzhang, first of all I want to apologize to you. What I told you about the martial arts prodigy with amazing bones was all a lie. We have to believe in science." Shenwei sincerely apologized to Kunzhang, "But I really became the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, and you found me among the vast crowd. Isn't it because I'm a martial arts prodigy with amazing bones and 1 in a million?" Kunzhang's understanding made Shenwei unable to think of any reason to refute it for a while. "Well, you're right, but if someone tells you this in the future, or asks you to go with him, or asks you for money, you must beat him up, because he's a liar." Although Shenwei did not explain it clearly to Kunzhang, it indirectly enhanced Kunzhang's anti-fraud awareness and prevented Kunzhang from being deceived. Although Kunzhang didn't understand why Shenwei asked him to do this, he nodded in agreement. "Kunzhang, when you go to play basketball in the future, keep an eye out for a man named Zizhao and the cold woman next to him. If you see them, remember to help me arrange a meeting with them and tell them that I want to talk to them about what happened in the orphanage." Shenwei plans to win over Zizhao through Kunzhang and let him leave King K and join the armor hero camp. As for Bimiro, he is now abroad and will come to him after he returns to China. "Okay, if I meet Zizhao, I will definitely let you meet after." Kunzhang gave Shenwei his assurance, he left the Earth base point after Kunzhang left. The smile on Zinan's face never faded, and it remained until he entered the virtual combat room. Mizan had a video call with her brother, Dr. Geru, and they talked about armor. Shenwei felt a little bored, so he went to the Happy Dumpling restaurant. Aunt Hui was making dumplings there, and Shenwei helped her while learning from her. He planned to make dumplings for Mito and Mira to try after successfully learning from her. If he could block Mito's culinary career, that would be killing two birds with one stone. Shenwei helped out at the Happy Dumpling restaurant for 7 consecutive days, and occasionally went to the Earth base to see how the summoning of people was going. Photos of 3 armor heroes fighting against supernatural beasts have been published in recent newspapers. The 3 armor heroes in the photos correspond to Zinan, Dongshan, and Kunzhang. The 3 of them have recently eliminated a lot of supernatural beasts that day. Shenwei entered the Earth base and met Mizan and Dongshan, who were worried. Shenwei, you came just in time. Recently, there have been more and more cases of supernatural beasts attacking humans. How did they find the descendants of the 5-element village? Mizan thought about it for a long time, but still had no clue. Just then she saw Shenwei coming, so she hoped that Shenwei could give her a spoiler. It's the air pressure. The air pressure in the bodies of the descendants of the 5-element village is much lower than that of normal people. That's why they can combine the light and shadow armor from the universe. Shenwei revealed the method by which the shadow world could always find the descendants of the 5-element village, which made Mizan suddenly realize. At this time, the alarm sounded at the Earth base, and the armor warriors rushed out to seal the mutant beasts. After a while, Zinan came back with a little girl. Shenwei had an impression of this little girl. He remembered that she was Beimao, the summoner of the water black rhino armor, and her half-sister Xiaoxi. Shenwei couldn't help but sigh. That time passed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, the thorny Beimao was about to show up, but there was still no movement from Zizhao. Shenwei wandered around the Earth base and planned to go back to the Happy Dumpling restaurant to continue learning from masters. When Shenwei returned, there was another person around him, who was the little girl, Beimao's half-sister Xiaoxi. Shenwei was taking Xiaoxi back to the Happy Dumpling restaurant, but unexpectedly he met the assistant director Chao Jiang on the way. When the assistant director Chao Jiang saw that there was only a little boy next to the target, he became bolder and rushed over directly, wanting to kidnap both of them. Xiaoxi hid behind Shenwei. In fear, without saying a word, Shenwei stepped forward and punched the assistant director Chao Jiang in the eye. The assistant director Chao Jiang's eye socket was bruised, and he fell to the ground with a cry. Boy, if you know what's best for you, just be good and let go of that little girl. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Chapter 97. 5 Armor Gathering. Boy, if you know what's best for you, just be good and let go of that little girl. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Assistant Director Chao Jiang covered his eyes, got up from the ground, and tried to threaten and deceive Shenwei, hoping to scare Shenwei and successfully complete the task assigned by Yingba. At this time, Yingba's voice came from the Bluetooth headset of Assistant Director Chao Jiang. General Chao, you must bring her back safely for me to study. Remember, no hair of her can be harmed. Shenwei stepped forward and knocked the ugly assistant director to the ground in no time. He sat on his back, slapped him on the head and said, Assistant Director, who are you going to be rude to? Shenwei sat on him and slapped the back of the assistant director Chao Jiang's head again and again. Xiaoxi stood behind him and kicked the assistant director Chao Jiang's butt again and again, muttering to himself, beat to death you bad guy. Yingba's voice came from the Bluetooth headset of assistant director Chao Jiang. Ugly. General, you are such a loser that you can't even beat a child. Assistant Director Chao Jiang ignored Shenwei. Why did they call him assistant director? He felt so wronged that he wanted to cry. Why was he so unlucky? He offended this evil star. As soon as he went out, little brother, great hero, I was just possessed by a ghost for a moment. Please forgive me for this time. I will never dare to do it again. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person in the future. Although the assistant director Chao Jiang begged for mercy humbly, he was fantasizing about summoning a supernatural beast in his heart. hoping to see the supernatural beast eat the little brat who was tired of living. Assistant. Director, I'm going to ask you a question. If you can answer it, I'll let you go. If you can't answer it, I'll continue to beat you. Shenmue suddenly felt that the personality of Deputy Director Chao Jiang was very similar to that of Black Zetsu, and hoped to find out the whereabouts of Black Zetsu from Deputy Director Chao Jiang. Master, you said, as long as I know something, I will tell you everything I know. Assistant. Director Chao Jiang had already made plans to betray the film industry and leak its secrets, but he didn't expect that Shenmue didn't ask anything about the film industry at all. If one day you were forced to hide somewhere, where would you choose to hide? Shenmue had finished asking questions and was waiting for Assistant Director Chao Jiang's answer. If it were me, I would choose to hide under your nose. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Assistant Director Chao Jiang answered Shenmue's questions and waited for Shenmue to let him go. Shenmue thought for a moment and felt that what the Assistant Director Chao Jiang said made some sense, but he couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he started thinking about it. Assistant Director Chao Jiang didn't dare to disturb Shenmue, so he let Shenmue sit on his back and waited for Shenmue to finish thinking and then let him go. Shenmue finished thinking, stood up and released the Assistant Director Chao Jiang. Xiaoxi immediately hid behind Shenmue, fearing that the Assistant Director Chao Jiang would do something bad to her. Assistant Director Chao Jiang limped to his feet with panda eyes on his face, looking as embarrassed as he could be. He said words of surrender, but cursed Shenmue in his heart, and secretly hated Ying before not saving him. At this moment, two tentacles suddenly appeared and entangled Shenmue, making him unable to move. It was Yingda's mutant beast that arrived at the scene. At this time, the Assistant Director Chao Jiang limped to Shenmue and said proudly, "Boy, weren't you very proud just now? Now, be more proud and show me." Assistant Director Chao Jiang decided to slap Shenmue dozens of times to avenge Shenmue for bullying him. Assistant Director Chao swung his hand and slapped Shenmue hard on the left cheek, but he didn't expect that he hit nothing, and because he used too much force, the slap hit the mutant beast hard. Before the Assistant Director Chao Jiang could react as to why his palm had passed through Shenmue's body, he felt a strong force in his stomach and his body involuntarily retreated backwards and fell on his back. The fate of the Assistant Director Chao Jiang was caused by Shenmue's activation of the pupil technique Shenmue, which enabled him to become virtual and break free from his restraints. Assistant Director, who did you want to hit just now? Say it out loud. Maybe I can help you. Shenmue walked up to the Assistant Director Chao Jiang and spoke in a friendly manner. You don't come over here. Assistant Director Chao Jiang was frightened by Shenmue and was rolling and crawling on the ground, trying to get away from Shenmue. Shenmue approached the Deputy Director Chao Jiang step by step and was about to kill him directly, but the mutant beast behind him had already caught Xiaoxi and was attacking Shenmue with its tentacles without knowing the consequences. The tentacles passed through Kamu's body. I'm ignoring you, but you're still pushing it further, right? I'm going to turn you into a card. Susanoo. Kamu summoned Susanoo to fight against the mutants. Kamu only used the third form of Susanoo, which is a half-human form wearing armor. Kamu first swung the Fangshan Huaji to cut off the tentacles of the mutant beast and save the little girl's Ioxi. Then Shenmue put away the Fangshan Huaji, controlled Susanoo, held down the mutant beast with one hand, and smashed it with the other hand. The alarm sounded at the Earth base, indicating the presence of a supernatural beast. Zinan and Angshan were sent to the scene, where they saw Shenmue beating up a supernatural beast. Zinan and Angshan hurried over to carry the little girl away and take her away from the battlefield. At this moment, they even felt a little pity for this mutant beast. At this time, the mutant beast could no longer hold on and was smashed into a card by the power of God. It doesn't matter which of you two transform and seal the mutant beast. After all, Shenmue cannot summon armor and cannot use the Kyankan belt to seal the monster cards, so he can only let the armor summon people. To do this, Kamu released Susanoo and wanted to teach Assistant Director Chao Jiang a lesson, but he was nowhere to be seen at the scene. Shenmue, Kun's Han asked me to tell you that he has met the Zizhao you mentioned. He asked me to ask you where you agreed to meet. Zinon, the human-shaped megaphone, said, see you tonight at the dumpling restaurant. Shenmue, arrange the time and place, and let Zinon, the human megaphone, convey the message to Kun's Han. Assistant director Chao Jiang limped back to their film industry's base, but was greeted with a barrage of scolding from the movie tyrant. You useless bastard. You still remembered to come back. You were actually bullied like this by a little kid. You really bring shame to our film industry. Assistant Director Chao Jiang lowered his head and listened quietly to Aang Bai's scolding. He did not dare to talk back, but in his heart he began to have the urge to become stronger and to take revenge. Ha ha ha, as long as you swear to be my servant, I can make you achieve everything you want. A voice sounded in the den of the Shadow World. Who's talking? Shadow Tyrant glanced across Shadow Realm's lair, trying to find where the sound had come from. Okay, then I agree to be your servant. As soon as the assistant director Chao Jiang finished speaking, the voice rang out again. Okay, let's swap. The next moment, countless white electric currents passed through the body of assistant director Chao Jiang, causing him to howl in pain, until his body was taken over by the Shadow Guardian. Who are you? Why are you? Before Yangba could finish his words, he was killed by the Shadow Guardian. The Shadow Guardian also took Yangba's monster card and summoned it together, and then said, come out, my little darlings, and destroy those damn armors for me. The monsters took orders and left their lair in the Shadow World one after another. The Shadow Guardian turned into the assistant director's ugly general again, lurking beside King K in the name of surrendering, but actually monitoring him. Zinon summoned the Fire Dragon armor, sealed the monster card, and returned to the Earth base with Dangshan. Shenwei took Xiaoxi and continued to walk towards the Happy Dumpling Restaurant. Shenwei returned to the Happy Dumpling Restaurant and happened to see Xiangyang, the summoner of the Emperor armor, eating dumplings. Aunt Hui and Mincy were just about to call Xiangyang's welfare home, hoping that the welfare home would send someone to pick him up. Don't call. Shenwei took 2 steps at a time, almost at the speed of teleportation, and stopped Aunt Hui and Mincy from talking on the phone. Shenwei, Xiangyang has lost his way from the orphanage. The orphanage must be very worried. Let's send Xiangyang back quickly. That's right, Shenwei. We called the welfare home because we didn't want them to find a needle in a haystack. We wanted to let them know that we were safe. Why did you stop us, Mincy? And Aunt Hui do not understand Shenwei's behavior and do not know how much role Xiangyang, the summoner of the Emperor armor, will play in the battle between light and shadow. Aunt Hui calls in immediately and asks him to inform Mizan and the others to gather at the dumpling restaurant. Shenwei did not tell Aunt Hui and Mincy about Xiangyang's identity. He planned to tell everyone the news after everyone arrived. Aunt Hui saw Shenwei's serious expression and knew that this must be a serious matter, so she quickly called Zinon and asked him to gather everyone at the dumpling restaurant. In the evening, in the dumpling restaurant, Xiaolan and Xiaoxi were playing the game of patting each other. Xiangyang was sitting on a chair in a daze. Shenwei was looking at Xiangyang in a daze. And Aunt Hui and Mincy were making dumplings in the kitchen. The door of the dumpling restaurant was pushed open, and Zinon, Dangshan and Mizan walked into the dumpling restaurant together. Mizan walked up to Shenwei anxiously and asked, Shenwei, you called us all to the dumpling restaurant. Did you find something important? No. Hurry, wait until everyone is here. Shenwei sat in the chair very steadily, as if he was deliberately keeping people in suspense. Excuse me, is this the Happy Dumpling Restaurant? A strong young man dressed in black walked into the dumpling restaurant. Elder brother, Xiaoxi, who was playing games with Xiaolan, suddenly threw herself into the arms of this strong young man. You must be Betty Miro, right? If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can sit down and listen to me tell you what happened in the orphanage back then. Shenwei used what happened in the orphanage that year to attract Betty Miro's interest and encourage him to stay in the dumpling restaurant. How did you know this, Betty? Miro has always kept his mouth shut about what happened in the orphanage. He didn't even tell his adoptive parents. Shenwei, are we not late? At this time, Kun's Han took Zizhao and Binger into the dumpling restaurant. Chapter 98 Parting on Bad Terms. Kunzhong, you came at the right time. Shenhui raised his hand and invited everyone to take a seat. Aunt Hui took Mincy, Xiaolan, Xiaoxi and Xiangyang away, leaving the lobby of the dumpling restaurant to them. First, let me introduce everyone here, so that everyone can get familiar with each other. Let's start with Kunzhong, the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, and then Zizheo, the summoner of the Gold Snow Mastiff armor. That cold woman is now called Binga. Many years ago, she was called Xiaoxu. When Shenhui revealed the identity of Kunzhong's summoner, Zizheo and Binga found that the people present were not surprised, which made them subconsciously think that this was a trap. Shenhui then revealed their identities. Although the two of them did not run away directly, they secretly became more vigilant. Zinan and the others had heard Shenhui introduce the armor summoning thing, so they were not surprised and behaved calmly. The only person who was uneasy at the scene was Beimaro. As soon as he heard Shenhui say that Binga was Xiaoxu, he couldn't take his eyes off Binga. Look again and I'll dig your eyes out. Binga couldn't stand Beimaro's gaze and warned him, Binga, this person is called Beimaro. I wonder if you still remember him. Shenhui revealed Beimaro's identity to Binga in the hope that in the future Beimaro would lead a team to fight the Shadow Guardian, and the situation where the armor team was completely wiped out would no longer happen again. Of course Binga still remembered Beimaro, and her cold eyes softened a lot. Let me continue to introduce Beimaro. He is the summoner of the Water Black Rhino armor. Zinnan, the summoner of the Fire Flame Dragon armor. Dongshan, the summoner of the Woodwind Eagle armor. And Meizen, well, she is not important. Now the summoners of the 5 sets of armor are all here. After Shenhui's introduction, except for Meizen, who was looking at Shenhui with anger, everyone else had a simple understanding of everyone present. After all this talk, who are you? Shouldn't you introduce yourself to everyone? Beimaro, this troublemaker, pointed his gun at Shenhui and started to retort, since you want to know, it's okay to tell you, but I'm afraid you don't believe it. My name is Uchiha Kamui, and I'm from Konoha village in the Naruto manga. Are you satisfied with this self-introduction? Although Shenhui did not lie to Beimaro, his tone was full of provocation. Shenhui was deliberately trying to anger Beimaro. Ah, you kidding me? Beimaro slapped the table, stood up, and pointed at Shenhui's nose and said, is this the way I'm now? Am I kidding? Kamui opened his Sharingan and looked at Beimaro, quietly exuding his aura. At this moment, Beimaro felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, his legs went weak, and he dared not even breathe. Not until Shenhui withdrew his aura did Beimaro feel relieved. He fell into his chair with an expression of disbelief on his face. I guess some people are eager to know what happened in the orphanage back then, so I'll start telling you now. Many years ago, there was an orphanage in this city. There lived a pair of half-sisters and brothers in the orphanage. The brother promised his sister that he would protect her. But one day, a monster attacked the orphanage. The brother pulled his sister to escape, but the sister fell down on the way and couldn't run anymore. The brother left alone, and this incident became a knot in the brother's heart. After the brother left, the monster was about to hurt his sister. At this time, a brave little boy stood up and threw stones at the monster, trying to drive it away and save his sister. However, he was captured by Frankenstein, and the sister was captured along with the boy. Shenhui narrated what happened in the orphanage that year in a vivid and emotional way, making everyone present immersed in it. That's pretty much what happened in the orphanage. Zizheo, Binga, you should leave the realm of the king. The shadow realm is not the place for you. Go to the light. I know you all yearn for the light in your hearts. At least we don't use electric shock therapy here. Shenhui wants to persuade Zizheo and Binga to leave the shadow world, complete the integration of the 5 armors as soon as possible, combine them into the Emperor armor to shatter the darkness, and he can also use the light and shadow stone to heal his wounds one day earlier and return to the Naruto world. Zizheo smiled faintly upon hearing this and said, I'm sorry, King K has the grace to raise me. I'm leaving now. After Zizheo finished speaking, he stood up and left the dumpling restaurant. Binga looked at Zizheo, then at Bimeo, and finally she decided to leave the dumpling restaurant with Zizheo. Binga, Berry. Miro called Binga's name, hoping that she could stay, but Binga just paused, then followed Zizheo away without hesitation. Good. Things take time, and there is a long way to go in the future. Zinon tried to comfort Bimeo, but Bimeo didn't appreciate it, and even spoke rudely to him. You must be the captain of the armored team, Zinan. I think you should spend more time sealing the monsters instead of focusing all your energy on playing the piano. If you can't be a good captain, I can take your place. After Bimeo finished speaking, he took his sister Xiaoxi and left the dumpling restaurant without looking back. Shenwei, you called us here. What exactly do you want to say? If there is nothing else, we will go back first. Mizan now also reveals her intention to leave the dumpling restaurant. In fact, there are 6 sets of light and shadow armor. In addition to the 5-element armor, there is also an ultimate armor, the Emperor of Light armor. It is also the strongest armor among the 6 sets of armor. Shenwei gave everyone a brief introduction about the Emperor armor, which aroused everyone's interest in the Emperor armor. Shenwei, then you must know who summoned the Emperor armor? Tell us quickly. Mizan was impatiently asking about the whereabouts of the Emperor armor summoner, and she didn't have the slightest intention of returning to the Earth base. Aunt Hui, you guys should also listen to what happens next. I think you should also learn a little bit about armor. Shenwei did not answer Mizan directly, but called out Aunt Hui and the others. Soon Aunt Hui came out holding Xiaolan, and Mincy took Xiangyang with her. They sat on the chairs in the lobby and listened to what Shenwei would say next. Actually, I asked you to come to the dumpling restaurant today because of the Emperor armor summoning someone. He has already appeared, and he is Xiangyang. Shenwei pointed with his hand, and everyone followed the direction of his finger and turned their eyes to Xiangyang. Shenwei made Xiangyang's identity public, allowing Aunt Hui and Mincy to understand why Shenwei had mobilized them to send Xiangyang back to the orphanage. Xiangyang has the blood of the descendants of the 5-element villages flowing in his body, which is why he can summon the Emperor armor. However, the power of the Emperor armor is too strong, and Xiangyang is too young to control it. So now we must protect Xiangyang to prevent him from falling into the hands of the Shadow Realm. The first step is to adopt Xiangyang from the orphanage through normal procedures. Shenwei hopes that Mizan can use her connections at the Earth base to quietly complete Xiangyang's adoption procedures to prevent being targeted by the film industry. Leave Xiangyang's adoption paperwork to me. I'll ask my brother to get it done when we get back. Mizan made a confident promise in front of Shenwei. I have said everything I wanted to say. Let's eat dumplings together. I made the dumplings today. Let's all come and taste my cooking skills. Shenwei has been learning from Aunt Hui for a long time, and today he finally put his knowledge into practice and let everyone taste it. He will make dumplings for Mito and Mira when he returns the film industry's home after Yingba's death. King K occupied Yingji's old nest as his base, and he is now scolding Zizheo and Binga. Where were you two going so late at night? King K sat upright, while assistant director Chao Jiang served him carefully beside him. Zizheo and Binga stood with their hands hanging down and their heads down, keeping silent. I'm asking you a question. Do you think it's over if you don't say anything? King K stood up and walked in front of Zizheo and Binga, watching their every move with hawk-like eyes. At this moment, Binga was thinking about her reunion with Benimaru, and she was inevitably distracted and was caught by King K. How dare you be distracted while I'm talking? Are you tired of living? King K's mechanical arm grabbed Binga's neck, and electric current was released from the cold mechanical arm, causing Binga to suffer unbearable pain. I wasn't distracted. I wasn't. No. Binga struggled to defend herself while resisting the electric current. Zizheo secretly clenched his fists, his worry evident on his face. If I say you have it, you have it. Fast for 3 days. King K threw Binga aside and walked out. When he passed by Zizheo, he decided on the punishment for Binga and wanted Zizheo to supervise its execution. King K left, and assistant director Chao Jiang also left, leaving only Zizheo and Binga. You okay, Zizheo? helped Binga, who had fallen to the ground, and said with concern, "Not dead yet." Binga replied with an expression that said, "Keep away from strangers, I'll get you something to eat later." Not only did Zizao fail to supervise Binga and carry out the 3-day fasting punishment set by King Ji, he also secretly provided Binga with food and fodder. "Aren't you afraid that I will report you to King K?" Binga deliberately frightened Zizao. "For so many years, you have always used this to scare me, but when have you ever really reported me? Can't you try something different?" Zizao said with a smile. "Actually, you should stay. I mean stay in the dumpling restaurant and turn to the light." Binga gently persuaded Zizao, hoping he could change his mind. "Let's wait until they have sorted out their own troubles." Zizao saw the internal discord among the armor team and did not want to join them at this time. "That's good. It saves me the chance to shock you later. What are you still standing there for? Go get some food." Binga used the excuse to drive Zizao away because she wanted to be alone. "How can you talk like that?" Zizao patted his butt and stood up, then went outside to get some food for Binga the next day. At base Bimio, "I have prepared the entire set of summoning devices for you. Remember, if the summoning device is taken away when the armor is combined, the armor will lose its power forever." Mizan handed the summoning device to Benimaru and told him some precautions. Chapter 99 Trap. "So what, Benimaru asked. "You must remove the armor yourself, otherwise the armor will lose its power and will never be able to be combined again," Mizan replied. "I see." After saying this, Benimaru picked up the summoner and left. "Eat." Zizao handed the steamed bun in his hand to Binga. Binga happily took the steamed bun from Zizao's hand, walked to a secluded place, and started eating. When Binga came back after eating, she found that King K was assigning tasks. "General Ugly, how are the arrangements going over there?" "Lord K, everything has been deployed over there. Everything is ready. We just need the east wind. We are just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Well, if we succeed, we can catch the turtle in the jar." Ha 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 ha. Zizao and Binga looked at each other, full of confusion. They didn't know when King K had deployed the plan. Not only did he appoint Deputy Director Chao Jiang to carry it out, but he also kept it secret from the two of them without letting anyone know. Zizao, Binga, the operation will begin soon. You two will follow General Chao to carry out the plan. Everything must be arranged by General Chao. Go ahead. After giving the instructions, King K sent Zizao and Binga away, and he operated the electrostatic iron ball in front of him. 3 days later at base point, the alarm sounds. There are 5 supernatural beasts moving quickly towards the same center point. Mizan summarized what was displayed on the computer. That center point is most likely the lair of the mutant beast. Dangshan analyzed while standing behind Mizan. They have gathered, and the gathering places at the dock. Mizan reports the location where the monsters gather. We have found the lair of the mutant beasts. Let's go take a look. If it is really the lair of the mutant beasts, we can kill them. Benimaru's voice suddenly came from behind Dangshan. "No, that would be too rash. I need to investigate first." Mizan opposed Benimaru's reckless behavior and wanted to make sure that everything was foolproof before taking action. "We're going there anyway, so there's nothing to be afraid of. How about this? Dangshan, Kunzhang, and I will go together. If it really is the enemy's lair, we can catch them all in one fell swoop." Benimaru's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he tried to convince Mizan to allow him to take action. He deliberately ignored Zinan, who spent most of his time practicing the piano. "No, if it is really the enemy's lair, you four should go together. To be on the safe side, Mizan insisted on having 4 people go together. The 4 people Mizan mentioned naturally included Zinan, who was deliberately ignored by Bimio. 4 people? Are you talking about the piano prince? He only practices piano every day. Will he go? Why do we always have to wait? We don't have any initiative at all. Anyway, I can't wait." Benimaru sneered at Zinan, then decided to act alone. Bimio, Mizan called out twice, but failed to call back Benimaru, who insisted on acting alone. Mizun, I'll go take a look. Dangshin followed Bimio all the way out of the Earth base and stopped him before Bimio got into the car. Bimio, do you want to go alone? You should listen to Mizun's arrangements. She has more experience. Dangshin wants to persuade Bimio to give up the plan of acting alone. Don't interfere with me. I'll listen to my own ideas and don't need other people's arrangements. After saying this, Benimaru got into his car and prepared to rush to the dock. If you must go, I'll go with you. Dangshin was worried that Bimio was alone and could not handle the 5 mutant beasts, so he agreed to go to the dock with him. Kunzhan was walking on the street when he suddenly received a call from Dangshin, who said on the phone, Kunzhan, you must rush to the dock immediately. That is most likely the lair of the supernatural beasts. I'm in Bimio's car now and will be able to reach the dock soon. Why don't you let Mizun teleport us there? Kunzhan didn't understand why Dangshin and Bimio didn't use the easier method and instead drove there themselves. In fact, this action was not approved by Mizun at all. We acted on our own initiative without Mizun's knowledge. Dangshin did not hide anything from Kunzhan, but told him everything and let Kunzhan make a choice. That's not good, Kunzhan said timidly. There's nothing wrong with that. If we can catch all the mutants this time, then even if we act on our own, the result will be good. I don't think Mizun will blame us. Benimaru snatched the phone from Dangshan's hand and strongly advocated this action to Kunzhan. I know, I'll be there right away. Kunzhan was successfully persuaded by Bimio, and after agreeing, he set off for the dock point not far behind Kunzhan. Reporter Zayana-san followed Kunzhan all the way and also arrived at the dock point on the other side. Dangshin and Bimio also drove to the dock. After meeting up with Kunzhan, they searched for the whereabouts of the mutant beast together. The film industry's home Kinkei watched the armored hero's every move through the static iron ball. Okay, come in. Come a little further in. Come a little further in. General Ugly, go and lead them in. King K gave orders to the assistant director. Ugly General, at the dock from a distance. You are so brave to come here. Do you know where this place is? Let me tell you, this is your grave. Ha 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 ha. Assistant Director Ugly will obey King K's orders and take the initiative to expose himself to the armored heroes, provoking them with words to attract their attention. I don't know whose grave it is yet. As Kunzhan said this, he wanted to go over and teach the assistant director Chao Jiang a lesson and tell him not to be so arrogant, but Dangshin grabbed him and said, don't be impulsive. Be careful of the other party's trap. What are you afraid of? He's just a small fry. Benimaru took the lead and entered the opponent's ambush. Dangshan and Kunzhan knew that they could not stop Benimaru, so they had to follow Benimaru into the opponent's ambush point. Benimaru and the other two walked forward a little further when 5 mutant beasts suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Benimaru and the other two were not in a hurry. They summoned their armor and prepared for battle, but they didn't know that their actions were exactly what King K wanted. At this moment, King K is using a calculation simulator to figure out the common source of energy of Benimaru and the other two, who are using satellites to summon their armor and to obtain the coordinates of their satellites. Benimaru and the other two summoned armor, and Meizen at the Earth base got the news immediately. I didn't expect that they would go anyway, Meizen muttered to herself, but still completed her work conscientiously and responsibly. Zinnen is currently participating in the provincial piano competition. Shenwei, Aunt Hui, Mincy, and Xiaolan are all there to cheer for Zinnen. Brother Nan, why haven't you come out yet? Xiaolan waited for a long time, but didn't see Zinnen come on stage, so she became a little anxious. Zinnen was the last one to appear. Kamui answered Xiaolan's question casually, and his Sharingan under his sunglasses stared at the finger movements of the contestants on the stage and copied them. Next, please welcome contestant number 10, Zhang Jian. The host announced the show and the audience applauded loudly, welcoming Zhang Jian. Finally, waiting for you, Shenwei muttered to himself, staring intently at Zhang Jian, who walked onto the stage, his eyes boiling with fighting spirit. Zhang Jian came on stage saluted to the judges and audience, glanced at Shenwei intentionally or unintentionally, and then began his performance. Speaking of Zhang Jian, there is one thing we cannot fail to mention. Zhang Jian in K1 and Amis in K2 are both played by the same actor. When Zhang Jian came to the dumpling restaurant and challenged Zinnen, Shenwei mistook Zhang Jian for Amisu and kept pestering him, asking him about the whereabouts of the Shura armor and the Genki Vajra. If Zinnen had not explained it in time, Shenwei would have used Tsukuyomi to force a confession. However, the misunderstanding was resolved afterwards, but Zhang Jian's arrogant attitude so angered Shenwei that he wanted to summon Susanoo to beat him to death. In the end, the two made a bet and decided to play the piano to decide the winner. A month later, the loser had to call the other master 3 times. This is also the reason why the two don't get along. At the end of the song, there was warm applause from the audience. Shenwei was not stingy with his applause. Zhang Jian saluted and left the stage amid the applause and made brief eye contact with Shenwei, as if to say, "I'm waiting for you." Next, please welcome contestant number 11, Lee Zinnen. The host announced the show and the applause from the audience was a little weak. Zinnen looked straight ahead, bowed, and began his performance. Bellymao and the other two are still fighting hard with the mutant beast. King K has already obtained the coordinates of the satellite and is gathering the surrounding electricity to simulate the energy of the light and shadow stone and transmit it to the satellite. He will then be able to control the satellite and forcibly remove the armor, leaving Bellymao and the others at the mercy of others. When K took action, Dongshin, Bimeo and Kunshang were forced to remove their armors. Power failure occurred in the whole city, including the Earth base and the piano competition venue. However, Zinnen was not affected by the power outage, just in the darkness. Continue playing. The Earth base started the backup power supply. Misen discovered that there was a password error in her satellite, and she is now contacting her brother Dr. Geru. "Brother, the satellite code has failed, and the armor transmission system has stopped operating. What should we do now?" Misen briefly summarized the difficulties she encountered and hoped that her brother Dr. Geru could help her. Strange, how could this happen? Wait a moment, I'll check it out. Drive. Geru worked quickly to troubleshoot the satellite. Hurry up, Dongshin, Bimeo and Kunshang are all here. Mijin urged Dr. Geru to speed up. Oh no, someone in the Shadow Realm has changed the secret. It's too late to crack the new secret. Hurry up and notify Zinnan. Have him rush to the scene immediately, and then you take the Hokage Stone to meet him. Drive. Geru provided a solution for Misen and began to work on deciphering the satellite code. Misen dialed Zinnen's summoner. Zinnen, the enemy has taken control of the satellite. Dongshin and the others are still at the dock. Their armors have been forced to be lifted. The situation is critical now. By the way, remember to bring Kamui with you, Misen said anxiously. Misen, after hearing what you said, I feel like I'm redundant. The one who connected to the summoner was Shenwei. Chapter 100 Zishao joins the team. Shenwei? How come Zinnen's summoner is in your hands? Where is Zinnen? Misen was very surprised that Shenwei answered Zinnen's summons and hurriedly asked about Zinnen's whereabouts. Zinnen is performing on the stage. His summoner is temporarily in my hands. After all, it is safer in my hands than in his. Shenwei feels that after spending so much time with Misen, he speaks a lot more truths. While Kamui and Misen were chatting, the judges of the competition had already announced the champion. Now, I announce that the champion of our provincial piano audition is contestant number 11, Lee Zinnen. The host announced the champion and Zinnen went on stage to receive the award. He held the certificate in one hand and the trophy in the other, and the audience applauded warmly. Shenwei was holding a summoning device in the audience and waved it at Zinnen on the stage, indicating that he had something to discuss. Zinnen on the stage motioned Shenwei to go backstage where there were fewer people, and it was quieter. Shenwei took Aunt Hui and the others to the backstage to wait for Zinnen. Zinnen finally got rid of the enthusiastic fans and came to the backstage. Shenwei returned the summoning device to Zinnen and said, Zinnen, something happened. Misen just called and said that Kunshang and his men are in danger at the dock and asked us to go and provide support as soon as possible. Okay, I'll be there right away. Zinnen agreed, handed the trophy and certificate to Aunt Hui, and left the competition venue with Shenmue. Zinnen rode his motorcycle with Shenmue and rushed to the dock as fast as he could, praying in his heart that everything would still be in time. Dangshan, Bimeo and Kunzhang were dodging left and right under the attack of 5 mutant beasts and were in a precarious situation. King K of the Shadow World looked at the cat and mouse game, nodded with satisfaction, and then instructed Assistant Director Ugly General Ugly, the night will only last a long time before there are more troubles. Send more people immediately to summon all these armors. Yes, Lord KO. Assistant Director Chao Jiang immediately took action, and a group of miscellaneous soldiers from the film world surrounded Dangshan and his men, blocking their retreat and making it impossible for them to use the terrain advantage to avoid a head-on battle with the mutant beasts. Misen brought the Hocked Stone out of the Earth base and sneaked into the dock, waiting for Zinnen and Shenwei to come to the rescue, and all this was photographed by reporters. Ayana-san. Misen took out the Hocked Stone from her backpack, held it in her hand, and anxiously looked at the armor summoner who was retreating step by step in the field. The Hocked Stone suddenly shone brightly, and at the same time, Kamui appeared in front of her and said, Misen, we are here, don't worry. Dangshan and his companions were about to die at the hands of the mutant beasts. At the critical moment, Zinnen summoned the Flame Dragon armor and held the flame bow to repel the mutant beasts and save Dangshan, Bimeo and Kunzhang. Zinnen stood in front of Dangshan and the others. Dangshan and the others knew they could not help much, so they stayed away from the battlefield and focused on eliminating the miscellaneous soldiers in the Shadow Realm. General Ugly immediately has his Heo and Binga join the battle. I want to destroy these annoying armors in one go. King K of the Shadow World discovered the variable of Zinnen and was worried that his plan would fail, so he came up with the most reliable solution as soon as possible. Assistant Director Chao Jiang followed King K's orders and immediately asked Zizao and Binga to join the battle. During this time, Zinnen has successfully sealed 3 mutant beasts. When he was about to seal the 4th mutant beast, Zizao summoned the Snow Mastiff armor to block Zinnen. Sparks flew when the flaming sword collided with the thundering axe. After several rounds, Zinnen gradually fell into a disadvantage. On the other side, Binga brought a group of soldiers from the Shadow World to surround Dangshan, Bimeo and Kunzhang, vowing to annihilate the armor summoners in one fell swoop. Binga went straight to Bimeo and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You can't summon armor anymore, so catch me and use me to threaten them. Berry Mio acted decisively, held Binga hostage, and spoke loudly. Stop it right now, or I will be rude to her. Although Betty Mio felt that using a woman to threaten the other party was a very dishonorable act, he still did it without hesitation for the safety of the other members of the armor team. Seeing Binga being held hostage by Betty Mio, Zizao slowly put down the thunder axe and took 2 steps back. Zinnen also got a chance to catch his breath. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, the Assistant Director Chao Jiang suddenly appeared and attacked Mima, who was holding the Hocked Stone. The sneak attack, which he thought was a sure thing, was easily blocked by Kamui at the side. Hey, Assistant Director, long time no see. How have you been lately? Shenwei blocked the sneak attack from Assistant Director Chao Jiang with one hand, while greeting him like an old friend. HMPH, little brat, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Come out, my little cuties. Deputy Director Chao Jiang revealed his true identity as the Shadow Guardian and summoned the mutant beast he had previously taken from Shadow Tyrant. He not only wanted to destroy all the armor summoners present, but also wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. There were 6 new mutant beasts, including the original 2, a total of 8 mutant beasts, attacking Zinnen and Zizao respectively. General Chao, what do you want to do? Zizao is our man. Stop it now. King K, who was in the film industry's lair, found that things were out of his control and angrily questioned the Assistant Director. Ugly General TSK, I call you the King of the Realm. Do you really think you are the King of the Realm? Don't forget who gave you all this now. The Shadow Guardian waved his hand lightly, and the electric current from King K's mechanical arm and the electric current from the electrostatic iron ball in front of him bombarded King K, which served as a small punishment for him. Now, everyone, listen to my orders and destroy these annoying armors for me. The Shadow Guardian summoned his own weapon and attacked Shenmue in an attempt to avenge his previous defeat. You're not even close yet. Kamui summoned Susanoo, protected Mima inside it, controlled Susanoo to draw the bow and arrow, shot 3 arrows in succession at the Shadow Guardian, and then took Mima to rescue Tsuji and the others. Shenmue's 3 arrows are designed with particularity. The 3 arrows are lined up in a row. The 2 arrows on the left and right draw 2 arcs, blocking the left and right sides of the Shadow Protector respectively. The arrow in the middle has no fancy moves and flies straight towards the Shadow Protector. When the divine arrows came, the Shadow Guardian had no choice but to block them with weapons. The divine arrows collided with the Shadow Guardian weapons, and the power carried by the arrows directly severely injured the Shadow Guardians. The Shadow Protector was so frightened that he was about to hide in the black area when 2 arrows arrived from the left and right. They collided in the air and changed their original trajectory. The 2 arrows pierced through the Shadow Protector's shoulders, and the power of the arrows carried him and nailed him to the wall. There are Mizan, Dongshin, Bimio, Binger and Kunzhang in Shenmue's Susanoo. Shenmue protects them while drawing his bow and shooting arrows to kill the mutant beasts to relieve the pressure on Xinan and Zizhao. Finally, the 8 mutant beasts were sealed, and the miscellaneous soldiers in the Shadow Realm scattered like birds and beasts. Xinan and Zizhao took off their armor and gathered with everyone around the Shadow Guardian. At this moment, the Shadow Protector did not look arrogant at all. He was clearly a lamb to be slaughtered. Zizhao, go and seal him. The Shadow Realm has no room for you anymore, so we welcome you to join the armor team. Shenmue suggested that Zizhao seal the Shadow Guardian in the hope that he could completely break with the Shadow Realm and join the armor team here. Yes, Zizhao, I have always thought that you can join the armor team in the future. After Shenmue made the proposal, Kunzhang also followed suit. Do you still want to go back to King K and get electrocuted? Others won't be as gentle as I am. Binger's cold words showed that she also wanted to leave the film industry. Okay, I'll join the armor team. After thinking for a moment, Zizhao agreed. Except for Bimio, who said nothing. Everyone else welcomed Zizhao to join. Zizhao summoned the Snow Mastiff armor, sealed the Shadow Guardian, and completely broke with the Shadow Realm. Everyone, wait for me. I'm going to get the Golden Shadow Stone back. Since Zizhao has chosen to join the armor team, he can no longer leave the Golden Shadow Stone in the Shadow World's nest. How can you go alone? I'll go with you, so I can take care of you. Kunzhang is worried about Zizhao and wants to go with him. Kunzhang, you can't summon armor now. I think Zizhao and I should go together. Xinan was worried that Kunzhang would not be able to summon his armor and would not have time to protect himself if he encountered danger, so he stepped forward and wanted to go with Zizhao in place of Kunzhang to visit the old nest of the film industry. Of course we have to go together. Zizhao, lead the way. Shenmue is a man of great skill and courage, and he doesn't worry about any danger in the Shadow World's lair. Okay, when Zizhao thought of Shenmue's strength, he felt that what he said about going to the film industry's lair for a tour and a visit didn't seem excessive at all, so he naturally agreed. Everyone followed Zizhao into the Shadow Realm's lair, and the first thing they saw was King K lying on the ground, dying. Zizhao, you are so brave that you dare to bring a stranger home. King K's weak voice was mixed with anger. You are the king of the realm, right? Don't you know that you have been abandoned by the Shadow Realm? Kamui wanted King K to accept the reality, but King K was very unwilling to accept it and wanted to summon the mutants to make a last-ditch effort. Kamui was quick and swift, and with one illusion he made King K calm down. He then took away the monster cards from King K and gave them to Zizhao, asking him to seal them all at once. Zizhao found the Light and Shadow Stone and gave it to Mizan for safekeeping. At this point, the 5 Light and Shadow Stones were finally collected. Everyone took King K away from the Shadow World's lair. Xinan, no matter what, I want to say thank you. After Bimio expressed his gratitude to Xinan, He left in a hurry, and Binga followed Belimao, and left point seeing that the matter had been resolved. Shenwei and Zenon returned to the dumpling restaurant, and celebrated with Aunt Hui and others that Zenon had won the first prize in the provincial competition. The others returned to the Earth base together. Misen put the Hokkid stone and the gold shadow stone back in place, and contacted her brother Dr. Geru to decipher the satellite code. Dangshan took Kinkei to the Earth headquarters, and handed him over to the headquarters for supervision and processing. Zizheo entered the virtual battle room to communicate with the heart of Kamiyama and feel the power of the armor. I almost forgot. There is also Kun's-hang. Forget it. It's a free one. When I recharge my phone bill, it doesn't matter where I go. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.